5 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Volunteering brings us together, across generations and backgrounds. When you volunteer, something powerful happens. Differences fade away. We come together around one shared purpose, lifting each other up. It starts with seeing a need and choosing to step up. Arizona needs leaders. Arizona needs you. Visit serve.az.gov to explore volunteer opportunities across Arizona. Sponsored by the Governor's Office of Youth, Faith, and Family.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns season came to an end last night at the hands of the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 4 in a 131-122 loss. The Suns surprised the rest of the league, going 45-37, grabbing the 8th seed in the West, but the Thunder were simply too much for this Suns team. The question now is what's next for the Phoenix Suns. The Arizona Diamondbacks are in Milwaukee for 3 games. Starting today, Merrill Kelly will look to bounce back after his last start and keep an eye on if Geraldo Perdomo and Adrian Del Castillo are in the lineup after getting banged up in the Padres series. The Snakes and Brewers' first pitch will be at 4:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And in other Diamondback news, Ildemaro Drip Vargas was named National League Player of the Week for the first time in his career, and that's what's trending now.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinnie has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
A terrific Tuesday morning to everybody in the listening audience, and welcome to baseball season, everybody.
It's here.
It has arrived.
Smell the fresh cut grass on opening day.
Right.
Wait, what?
Yeah, exactly. It is time to close the book, not trade the book, close the book on basketball season.
Well, we know for...
Fun while it lasted, Vinny.
We know for a long time people in Oklahoma City have had a strange relationship with books.
Well, that is true, yeah.
They burned them again last night.
And they burned them again last night.
They broke a book last night.
Yeah, they sure did.
Yeah.
Sure did. All right, before we get started, how did your rec league playoff game go, Sammy?
On to the semis.
Oh, good.
Oh, how did you do?
Let's go.
So Devin Booker and I had nearly the same statistical profile last night.
Really?
Yes. So he was 8 of 16. I was 7 of 14. We both shot 50% from the field. He went 7 of 9 from the line. I went 6 of 8 from the line. Both missed 2 free throws. Gotta get better from the line.
Did you also have your worst
first half
playoff
of your career
ever?
No.
And I have to ask,
how many turnovers did you have?
Only 1.
Who's keeping
Who's keeping all these stats, Sammy?
We got a great stats guy in this league. I gotta
be honest with you. I have played rec basketball like you are doing now. Mm-hmm. Nobody ever kept personal statistics, but you do you, Sammy.
What a dork.
Yeah, very much a dork. But,
who's the best player on your team?
Myself.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I hope the rest of your team.
Who's the humblest person on your team? Not you.
You could ask the rest of we only play 7 guys. You could ask the rest of the 6 guys, and they would all agree.
Oh, that's impressive. He seems like a hell of an athlete.
Oh, sure. But you got to give answers like, I'm just one of 11. I'm
That's
just here
right,
to help
man.
the team.
That's
I
right.
just want to blend in. We got
That's
a great
right.
group here. You got to do stuff like that.
Squad played great last night. I got to give them credit. They did.
Nice.
My guys put me in situations to be successful.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
Do you guys have a Dylan Brooks on your team? Somebody who gets in the minds and the heads of the opponent?
Is there a goon?
I could argue we have me and 6 other Dylan Brooks.
Oh, my.
A lot of hot heads on the team.
Wow. So you're Dylan Brooks and Colin Gillespie and Devin Booker. What can't you do, Sammy?
Are these? Are you playing with friends, or are these
Yes,
just
these are
random people?
6 of my closest friends.
Oh, wow.
So I can say all this, and they know exactly. They take no solace in me saying this.
Well, I can't get 6 of my friends to agree to do anything except drink.
Hey, those are good friends. In Vinnie and I's book, those are pretty good friends.
Yeah, I mean, you get to a certain age. What are you trying to get? Trying to scare up a pickup game still? Come on. Move on.
All right, when are the semis?
Wednesday. So
Wednesday. Okay, quick turnaround.
Yeah, we play the 1 seed on Wednesday who they beat us by 20 last time, and it's going to be a tough one.
You're playing the Thunder?
Yeah. And if
this league does it right, Jared. Only one day in between games.
Yep.
Yeah.
Playoffs don't last that long.
if you win on Wednesday, you turn right around and you play the championship the same game or same day.
See?
Oh, wow. That's what they're missing in the NBA, double headers.
Yeah, well, the NBA doesn't have to capitalize on membership fees.
No, they don't.
They can't start a league the next week.
That's a good point. All right, so have some of your stat dorks actually film. Get some footage going here.
Okay, I'll see.
Get your social media team on that.
Exactly.
I'll post it.
If one of the girlfriends show up to the game on Wednesday, I'll ask them to take some footage of the team in general. That's what we have on the sidelines. We don't have very many fans.
All right, so how many total points you finished with last night? So
23.
Oh, good. Yeah. That's nice. Good effort, Sammy. Well done. All right, start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him out coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Suns' brief postseason appearance came to an end last night with a 131-122 loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder at Mortgage Matchup Center. Suns' offense operated at about as high a level as we've seen in months, but their defense yielded, or defense in quotes, I guess, yielded 75 first-half points and had no answer for anything the Thunder did. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander led the charge with 31. Chet Holmgren, 24. A.J. Mitchell, 22, and a big double-double from Isaiah Hartenstein. 18 points, 12 rebounds. Thunder also hit 50% of its three-point shots. First time they've done that in the series. Suns also had 4 players with 20 or more points, led by Devin Booker's 24, an uneven 24. Thunder sweep in the first round for the 3rd straight postseason, while the Suns, who were the last team into the playoffs, now the first ones asked to leave. They get swept for the 2nd straight time.
The only sweep.
Yeah, Phoenix playoff losing streak now at 10 in a row. And OKC will move on to the 2nd round of the Western Conference playoffs. We'll have a lot of game reaction, series reaction, and, of course, season reaction on today's show. Last night in the NBA, the Orlando Magic beat the top-seeded Detroit Pistons again. 94-88. The Magic take a 3-1 series lead. Desmond Bane led the Magic with 22. But Orlando forward Franz Wagner suffered a calf injury. He will undergo an MRI. And the other series going on last night, the Nuggets stay alive with a 125-113 win over the Minnesota Timberwolves in Game 5 of their first-round series. Nikola Jokic, a monster game with 27 points, 12 rebounds, and 16 assists. Jamal Murray added 24. Minnesota will still have a chance to wrap that series up in Game 6 on their home floor, but they are shorthanded. NBA postseason rolls on tonight. 3 games. Boston trying to polish off the 76ers in Game 5 of their Eastern Conference Series. That game at 4 on ESPN. A pivotal Game 5 at Madison Square Garden as the Knicks host the Hawks in that first-round matchup, which is tied at 2-2. NBC and Peacock have the TV there at 5. Then it's the Spurs back on their home floor in San Antonio trying to eliminate the Portland Trailblazers in Game 5. 6:30 tip on ESPN. Cooper Flagg of the Dallas Mavericks named the Kia NBA Rookie of the Year Monday in a close vote over his former college teammate Con Knippel of the Charlotte Hornets. Flagg led all rookies in scoring. He received 56 of 100 first-place votes. Knippel got the other 44. B.J. Edgecombe of the 76ers finished third in the voting. Flagg, only the third Mavericks player ever to win the award. Joining... ...
Too early for quizzes, man.
Dirk?
Luka Doncic and Jason Kidd.
Jason Kidd was my second guess.
Too early for quizzes.
You guys, my brain isn't ready for questions.
Did you say that to teachers?
Early
I did.
morning class? Yeah, it didn't go over very well.
Man.
Yeah.
Dbacks starting a 6-game road trip tonight in Milwaukee against the Brewers. Dbacks come into tonight's game at 15-12 on the season after, of course, splitting a pair with the Padres in Mexico. Brewers at 14-13. They snapped a 4-game skid with a 5-0 win over the Pirates on Sunday. Merrill Kelly taking the hill for the Diamondbacks against Brewers right-hander Chad Patrick.
Ryland.
First pitch is at 4:40. You can hear the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app starting at 4 o'clock. D-backs utility man Drip Vargas named the National League Player of the Week on Monday.
Nice.
He hit .364 with 4 home runs and 12 runs batted in his 5 games last week. He's hit safely in all 20 games this year that he's played, and the hitting streak at 23 in a row, dating back to last season. So we'll see if he can keep that going tonight in Milwaukee, in Cream City, as they call it.
Yeah, what a nickname. If he got the 56 games in a row, but it went back to last season, that shouldn't count, right? It should have to be in one continuous season.
Why wouldn't it count?
Because it's 2 different seasons. I don't like that.
But also 53 of them would be this year.
Right. So get 3 more and make it for real.
Look, he's going to break Joe DiMaggio's record.
I know. Well,
There's no doubt about it.
We're conceding that. Yes.
Yeah, we just have to wait a little while for it to happen. Federal prosecutors said Monday they had developed evidence that Terry Rozier of the NBA solicited and received a bribe during an alleged gambling scheme, and that they're planning to file additional charges against the NBA veteran in the coming weeks. Assistant U.S. Attorney Caitlin Farrell said in court in New York City that the government expects to file superseding charges of sports bribery and honest services wire fraud against Rozier by mid-May. He's in trouble.
I thought the NBA absolved him. I thought he was exonerated. Not
yet.
Yeah, no.
And that was not the only sports gambling story of the day.
Yeah.
College football, Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby taking a leave of absence from the program to enter a residential treatment center for gambling addiction. The NCAA is investigating Sorsby's gambling. According to various reports, ESPN put out there that Sorsby bet on Indiana football in 2022 when he was a redshirt freshman on the Hoosiers roster. We'll have a lot more discovery of the extent
very
of the
sad
betting.
story to me. Very, very sad story. Kid with everything right in front of him. Going
Also,
to gambling rehab as a college student.
A gigantic development in the Big 12 race next.
Yeah.
Texas Tech's the defending champions,
No
and
doubt.
he was like one of the prize
No
transfers
doubt.
coming from Cincinnati. So there you go. There is your splash for this busy. What day is today? Tuesday?
It is Tuesday, Vinny.
Hey, Tuesday and Wednesday just get to me.
Always the worst.
Every week. Coming up, the Suns season is over, and we'll talk about the sweep. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And it's the Thunder winning for the 12th straight time in the first round. 3 straight sweeps under head coach Mark Daigneault, and it sends the Suns home 4-0. The final tonight, 131-122. Again, the Suns were more competitive than they had been in the previous 3 games. They just could not find a way to knock off the defending champ.
What's next for the Suns? We discuss, and you can watch it on YouTube. Read about it on ArizonaSports.com and listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm, under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's home selling season, and the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home is settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard, though. The whole buying and selling process can be a grind. Lowball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. Don't do that, though. It's your home we're talking about, and you don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on the market for top dollar. They're some of the most experienced agents around town, and here's how they do it. First, Orchard will give you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. Get that part done. Do it on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent will help sell your home on market for top dollar. One Orchard customer recently said, I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. That is amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're curious how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What's next for the Phoenix Suns after Game 4 of their first-round series against the Oklahoma City Thunder? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I don't know what the data showed, but it felt like every time we had a crack, they hit something. Obviously, for them to shoot 50%, I don't feel like it was much in transition. They only had 5 steals, so a lot of them must have been in the half court. I thought at times we had Shea early. You know, he couldn't get a shot off, and then he had that spurt that really hurt us in the first half. But overall, ended the possession game even. I think both teams obviously played really well on the offensive end. Give them credit. Good team. Good team. Thought it was a hell of a battle. Was trying to find stops. Both teams were trying to find stops, but sometimes it's the offense too. Like high-level offense, high-level shot making, being able to pass with those many arms and hands around you. So, again, we will take a look at it, but some of that appeared to be some shot making.
That is Jordan Ott, the head coach of the Phoenix Suns, just kind of tipping his cap to the opponent, which I think is apropos here because the Oklahoma City Thunder came in, took care of business. The Phoenix Suns got blown out in Game 1 of their series against the Thunder. They got progressively better in each game, but they still can't make up the gap, and they get swept after a 9-point loss, 131-122 last night, to the Oklahoma City Thunder. And in a lot of ways, again, there was a lot of promising things that happened. Offensively, in the first half, I mean, there was about 5 Suns players who combined to go perfect from the floor in the first half. And I know you pointed this out in your column on Arizona Sports. It's like, that was a really good offensive first half. And they were still down 8 at halftime.
Yeah, listen, I again, from my standpoint, that was about the best game the Suns have played in weeks.
Yes.
And it was the worst first half you've seen Devin Booker play in, well, maybe forever.
Maybe ever.
There's a lot of things to sift through trying to get to what's real and what you need to know going forward. I thought every game the Suns played, starting with the fourth quarter of Game 2, they got closer and closer and closer to being competitive. But the Thunder are on a level where it's like whenever the Suns rose up, so did the Thunder. Whenever the Suns got into a lane where they started making a few three-point shots in a row, the Thunder would always answer on the other side.
Yes.
It's not only very, very frustrating as a Suns fan to watch a team that just can't dent a superior opponent, but it illustrates how far this team has to go.
Absolutely.
And so I do believe that when you get away from this series, going up against that team 4 games in a row, I think we learned some very interesting things. I think it's going to be very good for a lot of players. I thought Colin Gillespie, who was really bad at the start of the series and fantastic last night. I thought Oso Ighodaro, who was a little shaky early and finished strong. I think these guys are going to benefit dramatically from this experience, which is really, really good. But now come the heavy questions. Going from the basement to the number 8 seed in the playoffs is a fantastic achievement for this group. But getting from the 8th seed to being really in the title contender conversation, way more difficult. And how are they going to pull that off? That's the big question.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have a lot of weeks and months to talk about this. It'll be very curious to see what they decide.
On the strength of Oklahoma City, I don't know if you felt the same way. Certainly over the last 3 games, the Suns were within shouting distance on many occasions, and for most of the second half last night. But Oklahoma City's the rare team, to me, that a 4 or 5 point lead can seem like miles away because of their ability to answer.
Yeah.
They did. I mean, I haven't tracked it. It just seemed to me like every time the Suns made a push to the point where Oklahoma City called a timeout, which wasn't a lot, but their after timeout execution always ended in a 3-point shot. And you want to quiet a crowd and just absolutely kick a team in the gut, do that a couple times.
No doubt. The Suns had a 7-point lead late in the first half, and for the first time I thought, oh, okay, they've actually got a game in a headlock. They've actually got control of a basketball game, and you could almost see Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on the fly go, okay, we're going to try something different here, and I'm going to take over for a minute, and they scored on 11 consecutive possessions. Not 11 consecutive points, 11 consecutive possessions.
And you see guys like that all across the league. Like LeBron used to do it. I'm sure MJ used to do it. Luka's done it. When the game seems to be on the edge of not maybe getting out of hand, but you said down 7, the stars in the league, they grab the ball and they go, all right, let me make a run by myself.
Let's change the paradigm here, if you will.
To the credit of Devin Booker, he tried to do that in the second half.
And he did for a stretch.
And he did for a stretch.
Where he took a very short stretch where he did take over the game. And I don't want to spend a lot of time, and I want to it's going to sound like sour grapes, yes, whatever. Oklahoma City is an amazing team. I've been singing their praises all season long. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is one of the most unstoppable offensive forces we have seen in the NBA in quite some time. His antics are also embarrassing to the point where you wonder, I mean, how could a guy be that good at basketball when he can't walk without falling down? And I'm not, Alex Caruso was huge in the last 2 games of this series. He was fantastic last night.
Yeah.
Made so many big winning plays. I'm not going to criticize him because he's exactly the type of player that you would embrace if he was on your team, because he's almost like a computer having a coach on the floor. But they might as well just give him a whistle.
Yeah.
Because he tells the referees to do something, and they do it automatically.
Alex Caruso is one of these guys that you might not pay much attention to him during the regular season. You might not think he's much of a player, but you get into a playoff series, you get into some high-leverage basketball, you get into series, and the value of that guy comes shining through, in my opinion.
Yes, and when he's healthy, which he is now, he is a huge factor. About that first half from Devin, well, here's Devin Booker talking about, season-long learning experience, what he learned about himself this season.
I mean, it's really been the test of, most of my career. I talked about stability, and, I think the only time I've had a coach in 2 or 3 years was Monty. And, we built the chemistry quick and ended up having some big success. So, just roll with the punches, continue to be a leader, and, still blessed to be, in this position. And I don't take it for granted. So, I approach every day with a new chance mindset. And, we did some good things this year.
Yeah, and look, that's one question that doesn't need to be answered this offseason for the first time in a while here in Phoenix. Who's going to be the head coach? I don't think the Suns finished strong. I don't think Jordan Ott was at his best late in the season or certainly in this playoff series against Oklahoma City. But his job is not in jeopardy. And I think that chemistry moving forward could mean something with your best player.
Continuity.
Yeah, that continuity, which they have not had.
No.
But, and we'll talk about this a little bit later on, too, how much continuity will they have roster-wise? I don't think they can afford to have that much continuity. If they want to get to the next level, they can.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
Totally agree with you. And I do not know what that looks like, but there are a few obvious elements that this team is going to have to address to kind of get over the next hurdle. Because where they're at now, it was great for year one, but it's not going to be great next year or the year after that. You know what I mean? You don't want to be hanging around the 7, 8, 9, 10 seed. It's no place to be in the NBA. But I do agree with you about Jordan Ott. I think it was a terrific rookie season as a head coach. In the association. Like you said, I don't think he was at his very best at the end of the year. I still don't understand the reticence to play Rasheer Fleming more minutes. Although Kellen Olsson pointed out that even last night he got a chance and he did a couple of good things, but then he made a couple of bad fouls. And it's what you get with being a rookie player, but I don't understand that. And I really don't understand what he is doing with his challenges. Some of them seem way too early in the game. He gets trapped without them in long stretches of the game. They were out of challenges with 7 minutes to go in the third quarter last night. You got to keep one in your back pocket, unless it's really, really a momentum-turning kind of play.
Yeah, to me, the only thing I would do, I would never challenge anything in the first half.
Same.
It's one possession. Yeah, I know, quote unquote, they all matter. Blah blah blah. Unless it's a player on the verge of a fourth foul in the first half, that's the only time I would challenge it. You got to have those in your back pocket.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
And I think that's a learning experience,
yes, it is.
too. Paul Calvisi, Ron Wolfley, Cardinals legend Adrian Wilson live on Thursday from 6 to 7 at Flanker Kitchen at State Farm Stadium for Big Red Rage. Meet A-Dub, get his take on this year's draft class, win some prizes. You can catch it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the local sports leader. Coming up next, how concerned are we about Devin Booker's recent postseason performances? Including this one. We'll get into it straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think it would be malfeasance if you don't give Carson Beck at least 7 starts at quarterback.
What does he have to do to make you not take a quarterback?
Oh, gosh.
What does he have to do to make you be like, you know what? This could be our guy?
Is it a number? Is it a completion percentage? Is it a yards per game? Is it a touchdown to interception ratio? Or is it just the eye test that comes with knowing?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here with the owner-operator of Moving Team 6, Tim Lee. You just expanded to Mesa. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we're excited about it because we've been doing jobs. Obviously, we cover the whole United States. But to have a location down there, it makes it so much easier for us to react. So that we get a lot of calls like, hey, I need my move today or tomorrow. So now we have, 11,000 square feet of storage for new customers, a lot of people that are doing remodels, a quick move in and out. It helps a lot. And so we're excited about that opportunity. And it's right next to the Gateway Mesa Airport.
You're really big into hiring U.S. servicemen, and tell us a little bit about why that is important to you.
We love our veterans, and we love the people that served our country, and they want to join this operation because we're real military-minded. Get in and get out and do the job right.
If you are getting ready to move, you need to go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
Your move is our mission.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns' surprising season came to an end last night in a 131-122 loss, and via a 4-game sweep by the number 1 seed Thunder. What started as a feel-good story in the NBA turned to a lack of consistency post-All-Star break and ultimately left fans wondering where the Suns will go from here. For more on the Phoenix Suns, head to ArizonaSports.com today. On the Diamond, the Diamondbacks are in Milwaukee for 3 starting today. Merrill Kelly will get the ball for the Snakes, looking for a much better outing after giving up 8 runs his last time out. Brewers and Diamondbacks will get going at 4:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What's next for the Phoenix Suns after Game 4 of their first-round series against the Oklahoma City Thunder? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The Thunder, neither team has missed much tonight. Thunder shooting 58%, Suns at 57%. Now Booker floats one up, off the window and in. Count that basket and the foul on Luguentz Dort. The deuce and the damage for Devin Booker. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander spinning into the lane, fading, blocked by Rasheer Fleming, and here come the Suns in transition. Booker driving to the rim, fades on the right block, it rims around and drops as Booker got knocked down, but made the shot anyway, and it's a 10-point game, 99-89.
John Bloom on the call on the Suns Radio Network. The calls, I should say, that was part of the mini Devin Booker takeover, where they got a little bit of a boost from Rasheer Fleming. Yes, he did get off the bench before garbage time. He did make a contribution. That's you were in the building, Bick. That's when the crowd got engaged. That's when it got loud, like really playoff loud, but not sustainable. It was a micro burst, if you will.
That's a good way of putting it.
And the Suns really, I mean, they got it down to within 6 points at the end of the third quarter. Fourth quarter hit. Thunder got their double-digit lead, and it stayed that way.
Mm-hmm.
And they took care of business. And Devin Booker was great for that stretch, but he was, I mean, there's no other way to say it. He was AWOL in the first half. He took 2 shots. He missed them both. He had 5 turnovers in the first half.
Yeah.
In a first half where the Suns scored 67 points.
Right.
They were flowing offensively, all but their best offensive
best player. Yeah.
And Devin Booker was asked the question, hey, what happened in the first half?
You got to give them credit. You know, there's 3 all-defensive guys over there that they keep in rotation, and seems like the game plan is, you know, don't let me get any touches at any time. You know, so still trying to be aggressive and find spots, but, you know, if somebody's locked on to me and is opening up another opportunity for a teammate, the quicker we can exploit that and get that advantage, you know, I think they can sag off a little bit and open up more opportunities for me.
Yeah, it was not so much the lack of offense from a scoring standpoint. Yes, it's alarming when you see your best player with 2 points in the first half.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it was the passive nature of the turnovers.
Very much so.
They were not aggressive turnovers.
No.
Now, he did turn around, had a pretty good second half, but overall, this is going to go down as Devin Booker's worst playoff series as a pro.
I totally agree with that. So let's break out the shovels and go really, really deep here. In talking to some people at the arena last night before the game, this was a very popular topic of conversation. What is going on with Devin Booker? There are scenarios. There are theories. Is he by NBA standards an old 29? Meaning, has the minutes he played, while not overly taxing by NBA standards, but Devin Booker's a different body type. He's not the lightest guy on his feet. He's not the most athletic guy in the gym. Maybe the hard minutes have hit him differently. Maybe the workload he's had to carry, being facilitator, being scorer, and all that, maybe they've taken their toll. That's a question that was asked. A question that was also asked, is Devin Booker as hungry as he once was? Now, it's a fascinating question only because from a material standpoint, Devin Booker's received everything an NBA player could ever want except for the NBA championship. Mm-hmm. After year 11, he's got the Supermax contracts. He's got the shoe deal. He's been on the cover of video games. He's achieved everything.
Olympic gold medals.
Yeah, Olympic gold medals. Is he as hungry as he once was? Then you bring up the Olympic dynamic. There was one point last night. He's done this twice in the series. One of the more subtle, nuanced things about Devin Booker that alarmed me in this series is there were 2 different occasions over 2 different games when he got the ball wide open behind the 3-point line and gave it up to another shooter who was also wide open behind the 3-point line. The psychology of that baffles me. If you're the number 1 player on the team and you're the great scorer that Devin Booker is, why are you passing up the 3-point shot? Now, last night he gave it to Colin Gillespie. Perfectly sensible decision given how hot Colin Gillespie was. But again, it gets to the mindset of the alpha male and the mindset of the great player in basketball. Generally, they're not giving that ball up. If you're a great player and you're wide open, you're not giving it to another guy who's wide open. Okay, these are questions that you need to ask, and it leads to this. Should the Suns trade Devin Booker? That's what everyone's asking. Don't even go down that road because it's not happening. It's not happening for a lot of different reasons.
And they've all been pointed out.
Number 1, I don't think his contract plus his age would make him a commodity where you would trade him and get a huge haul in return. That's number 1. Number 2, I think Matt Ishbia, when he came in and he traded for Kevin Durant, I don't think in a million years Matt Ishbia anticipated the backlash that he got by trading Cam Johnson And Mikal Bridges, I don't think he ever anticipated that. And at that point, I think he said, okay, this guy's, I'm not touching Book. Because if those guys were that popular and I received that kind of backlash, imagine if I traded this cat. So in a weird way, the trade for Kevin Durant might have helped the financial security of Devin Booker in Phoenix. So the idea of trading him is ridiculous, even though already this morning, I checked this morning, a Pistons blog, quote, headline, Pistons' path to Devin Booker just opened after Suns playoff disaster.
Ooh, what are they offering?
I'll take Cade Cunningham.
Golden State Warriors blog, headline, door cracks open for Warriors to save Stephen Curry era with Devin Booker trade. This is all going to be flowing around. I don't think...
we could finally get Jimmy Butler.
So the question becomes, how does this basketball team maximize the player that Devin Booker actually is?
Simple. We've seen it. Just acquire 12 Hall of Famers.
Oh, right. I didn't know that.
And
that's
let
where you were
Devin
going.
Booker be Olympic Book.
Yes.
They're untouchable.
Uh-huh.
I thought you were going in a different direction. I thought you were going to say, get a starting caliber point guard.
But do point guards even exist in the NBA anymore?
They do.
Yeah, but stop putting Bradley Beal, Jalen Green types next to
then
him.
there's
Maybe
that
that's
guy. Bradley Beal chimed into the conversation last
what a
night.
hump
We'll
that
get
guy
into
is.
that later.
Yeah, he did.
We'll get into that later. So this really is the thing. Devin Booker, last night after the game, he sounded very, very happy with what year one under Jordan Ott looked and felt like. Mm-hmm. So Devin Booker's not going to go ask for a trade. He sees this as kind of, okay, I'm finally going to have some continuity here. For every other reason, he's not going to be traded. So how do you make this work around Devin Booker?
Yes.
That's the big question.
And you guys just hit on something that's going to be talked about all summer. We're going to talk about it a ton. But I agree with you. Quote-unquote traditional point guards don't exist, really. I mean, Chris Paul might have been the last of them.
Maybe.
For the most part.
Maybe Tyrese Halliburton, but he's been injured all year, so we haven't seen him.
He's also a genuine scoring threat. Somebody who can take the pressure off of the playmaking duties of Devin Booker. Because Oklahoma City, not every team is as equipped. I mean, you heard the soundbite coming in, what happened in the first half. When they take Lou Dort out of the game and they bring in Cason Wallace, on the court, you got to be thinking, if you're Devin Booker, you're like, does this ever end? Like, they have a never-ending supply of these unbelievable defenders, but they also just showed a blueprint of how you can really take him out of a game to the point where he didn't even want to shoot.
Yeah.
Don't you think
that's what the alarming thing is? I get all that. I don't think Cason Wallace should be putting Book in jail.
Booker?
I don't.
Well, don't you think that the Suns' plan was to try to slow down and stop SGA?
Yeah, of course it was. And see, and this is the other thing that people have to be really honest about. This is not a function of Oklahoma City. This is now happening repeatedly to Devin Booker in high-leverage basketball games, and teams are shutting him down. So you can be a stan and be blindly devotional to Devin Booker and lash out at anybody who tries to objectively get to the bottom of this.
I can? Okay, screw you, Dan.
Right, exactly. You're not that guy, though. Or you can be on the far end of the spectrum. But the point of the matter here is this is nothing new. This is not a function of the Oklahoma City Thunder. The Timberwolves did this to Devin Booker. To some degree, the Mavericks did it to Devin Booker. This has been a recurring theme. So the key is now you got to build the right pieces around him. Well, and I don't know if Jalen Green plus Dillon Brooks is it.
I think these are fair questions. But to Jarrett's point, too, was it the Suns' focus to shut down SGA? Yes, but SGA is unstoppable for another reason. When they threw we were wondering how many double teams are they going to throw at Shea. When they did it, they were effective. But his counter to that is, I'll fall down, and I will go to the free throw line.
Look, there's way more to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the adjustments he made to double and triple teams and falling down.
Well, I don't think there was last night.
Okay, well, I respectfully disagree with you.
That's fine. I watched it from 5 feet away.
Well, I know you did. You had a better seat than I did. Congratulations.
Coming up next, we will get into a couple of gambling stories in the sports story. And yeah, don't bet on these being over for a while. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Carson Beck, why not run this kid out there week one? I mean, it's not like Jacoby Brissett is your franchise quarterback going forward. This is a situation where Jacoby has been a backup his entire career for the most part. And, hey, by the way, we've got this kid who checks all the boxes. What do you say we throw this 6-year senior who's 23 years old? What do you say we throw him out on the field week one and let him show us what he's got, Mike LaFleur?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial #law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, I need to be honest with you. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, and they are the next best thing I've seen for people in this situation. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got here. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Y-Refi does their best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. Take back control today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, your lodge away from home, where you can catch all the action going on in the sports world right now in a high-energy, fun, and friendly atmosphere with the scenic views that make Twin Peaks famous. Plus, they've got an entire menu made for MVPs, including burgers stacked high and cooked to order, smoked in-house wings and brisket, and happy hour deals. What more could you possibly ask for? Twin Peaks has you covered with 5 convenient Phoenix locations now, so there's one nearby wherever you are in the valley. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey, it's Wolf. How badly do the Diamondbacks need a series win in Milwaukee? We'll be previewing Dbacks Brewers at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, Matt, there's 2 compelling buckets that this story can be broken into. And the first is we have the first prominent athlete in college sports to admit a gambling addiction and go check himself into a facility. That, in my mind, is unprecedented, and it will be fascinating to see culturally what unfolds from there. The second piece of this, obviously, is the collegiate eligibility bucket. According to NCAA rules, And what we know about Brendan Sorsby's gambling, that he placed thousands of bets on a gambling app, and also that when he was a redshirt freshman at Indiana in 2022, he bet on the Hoosiers to win. Those, history would tell us, would make it very difficult for Brendan Sorsby to regain eligibility then.
That is Pete Thamel of ESPN breaking down the story that broke yesterday right as about we were getting off the air. And that is the story of Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby. Just transferred there, was one of the quote-unquote jewels of the transfer class. Texas Tech, most money. They got him. Now his eligibility and future, and look, he's got some stuff he's got to deal with. Going into a residential facility for a gambling addiction, as you heard Pete Thamel say, this is unprecedented stuff.
Sure is.
So there's the gambling aspect of it. There's the eligibility aspect of it. There's the competitive aspect of it. Texas Tech put all their eggs in the Brendan Sorsby basket.
Yeah.
Here they are. They might be looking for a quarterback again.
Now, there's a couple things that just blow my mind about this. It was October of 2025 when the NCAA actually ruled that it's okay for our athletes and our student athletes to place bets, given thresholds. They quickly rescinded that due to great backlash. There's a report that came out that Cincinnati's athletic department knew in August that Brendan Sorsby was making wagers. Does anybody step in and help these kids? Does anybody look out for these kids?
No, you just answered your own question. When did they find out? August of 2025?
Yeah.
When does the college football season start? August of 2025? Is Brendan Sorsby going to help the Cincinnati Bearcats win football games? Yes, he did.
Uh-huh. Well, that's a very, very good point. So,
and they
the rehab part to me is interesting. Do you think that's just him preemptively trying to get ahead of any punishment by showing contrition and I'm trying to get help kind of thing?
I thought about that too, and I don't want to sound too jaded, so I'm glad that you brought it up. But yeah, that crossed my mind. It's like, oh, I got to take care of this. If I want to get any eligibility back to help this team, I better go make some sort of act that, that indicates that I'm on the right path.
Shows contrition and I want help. And
thousands of bets on his own team to win. Sorry, you're done. The more likely scenario in all of this is that Brendan Sorsby is part of a supplemental draft in the NFL in July or August.
Oh, boy.
And look, we just got out of the draft cycle.
Yeah.
I don't know where he would have fit in. He probably would have been pretty highly ranked among the quarterback prospects, but I don't know what his NFL future is, and I don't know what NFL teams want to go down that road with a guy who's already had a gambling addiction admission.
I struggle with this conceptually because all these leagues and all these athletic foundations, they had to know they were dancing with the devil with this, but they decided to dance anyways, right? I mean, it's a very addictive behavior, right? And I think that's been proven, at least in some cases. And I think when you're talking about athletes who have the ability to very anonymously bet on themselves or bet on their teams, it's the same thing. It's the same issue I have with these future markets platforms now. What they do now is they allow people with inside information to go make a killing at the expense of other people who are betting against them. Mm-hmm. It's when I mentioned the whole world's becoming the whole country's becoming a casino. I'm not joking. So this is a bad deal for college sports. I feel terrible for this kid on some regard because I personally don't think the way that all of this has been marketed, it's been marketed very, very. It's just the dangers of it are not properly laid out there for people.
I feel like though even the most naive kid, even the person most swept up in the new world of gambling, the betting on your own team part has to be like, they have to know something's wrong with that, even if you're betting on them to win.
Yeah.
Like, that's where you can only feel so bad for somebody,
I tend to agree with that.
I tend to agree with it, but I mean, I'm not I don't have a gambling personality.
Yep.
I've never been bit by that bug, thank goodness. But look, yesterday, I was complicit in all of it. I gave out I mentioned at the end of the show, the better that plopped down $30 and won $1.86 million because of his home run parlay.
Mm-hmm.
It's stories like that. That's like That's what the dragon that these people are chasing.
That's exactly right. And what worries me about this, and when this all became legalized, my thought was, okay, people who have been gambling throughout the course of their lives, Jared Carlin, I'll just use you as an example, a recreational gambler who maybe at one point in time you realized, I got to control that, okay? You've kind of learned the dangers, the potholes, and all that kind of stuff. A younger generation of people, I'm not even including you because you're 25? 26. If you're a teenager and you're growing up and you're watching sports and you're getting the advertising that's coming at you, it just seems so enticing, and it just seems so quick and painless, and what could go. It's just marketed as a great fun endeavor, and hey, if you got a problem, we can help you with that too.
Yeah.
Like there are plenty of 13, 14, 15-year-olds out there right now that watch sports with their dads every single night. They see the FanDuel, the DraftKings sponsors, and they can't wait to make their first bet.
Yeah.
And that is I know. It's the world we live in, but that was not even on my mind when I was 13.
I also feel like there's an element to it because you can just press a button on your phone that it doesn't even feel like real money.
It's true.
Yeah.
Bick, I kind of put us in the same boat in our, in our thoughts, not affected by gambling, never really have been. Do you feel like you're in the minority among your peers on that front?
Kind of.
I do. I told you my experience. If I go to a sports bar and I'm watching a team that I root for, and I'm, making comments, the first response I get from strangers is, "How much money you got on the game?" Like, no, I don't bet. You're full.
Well, what do you mean? You can't. You couldn't.
What do you mean? Why would you care if you don't have money on it?
That's it.
Yeah,
that's it. And so people don't think I'm being sanctimonious here. I'm not judging it. If anybody out there enjoys gambling, do you go be yourself? That's perfectly cool by me. What I don't like is the effect on sports, which I do love and I do care about. And that right there is a prime example. If people see you caring so greatly about something, you must have money on it. No, I just happen to care about this stuff a lot. Call me a dork, but I do.
Yeah, I like that team, and I want them to win.
Yeah.
And they have to have some responsibility.
But I want them to win by 5.5.
we talk a lot about the hypocritical nature of sports and how they're endorsed by all these gambling things, and they promote it so much, but then they don't want the athletes to be even near it.
Yeah.
You have to take some responsibility if you're an athlete as well. I mean, there has to be some self-control. I mean, you can walk down the street and see someone and be like, boy, that crack looks good.
Yeah,
but you have to say, like, well, I probably shouldn't smoke it.
Addiction doesn't care about self-control.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
And then you brought up also this Terry Rozier story that I thought at one point in time they had kind of absolved him. Am I wrong about that?
Well, they hadn't absolved him, but what they're going to do is they're apparently going to dismiss this initial round of charges.
Okay.
And they found new evidence about bribes being accepted.
Oh boy,
he's in big trouble.
He's in big trouble.
Damon Jones, who's wrapped up in that whole scandal too, he was part of the 30-person arrest that they made when this whole thing got rolling. He's pleading guilty. He's the first one in this whole case to plead guilty. So
yeah, so it's all going to fall.
Yeah,
it's all going to topple.
They're still uncovering a lot of stuff on this. Coming up next, the Sun season comes to an end with a thud last night against Oklahoma City. They get swept out of the playoffs. We'll have more in Vinnie's View next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A Dbacks decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns season came to an end last night at the hands of the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 4, 131-122. The Suns surprised the rest of the league, going 45-37 and grabbing the 8th seed in the West, but the Thunder were simply too much for this Suns team. The question now is, what's next for the Phoenix Suns? The Arizona Diamondbacks are in Milwaukee for 3 games starting today. Merrill Kelly will look to bounce back after his last start, and keep an eye on if Geraldo Perdomo and Adrian Del Castillo are in the lineup after they got banged up in the Padres series. The Snakes and Brewers' first pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And in other Diamondback news, Ildemaro Drip Vargas was named National League Player of the Week for the first time in his career. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, May 9th Diamondbacks home game versus the New York Mets, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
That boy is good. It's Vinnie's View on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports.
It was important to make the playoffs, right? Suns fans gripped over the possibility of watching their team post the 7th best record in the Western Conference over 82 games and not earning a playoff berth by squandering 2 home play-in games. Well, the Suns did salvage their invitation by beating Golden State, only to face the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder in a best-of-7 series. That series came to an end with a 131-122 loss at Mortgage Matchup Center. The Suns were the last kid invited to the party and the first one to leave. So, was it worth it? The fact of the matter is the Suns were a different team over the second half of the season. Not as feisty, not as able to shock the league's upper echelon teams on a regular basis. So their playoff experience was a measuring stick, a chance to gauge where they are against the best team in the world. Turns out they're not all that close. Yes, playoff experience is valuable, but the overwhelming reality for the Suns is that this group, as currently constructed, should never play another postseason minute together. Change is needed. The Suns desperately need to get bigger and more rugged entering this summer. Relying on grit and hustle to stay in and win games is commendable, and for the most of the season, it was fun as hell to watch, but it takes its toll. The Suns did not have the same pluck or bounce after the All-Star break. There are many other questions to be answered as well. What happened to Devin Booker in this series? Yes, the Thunder made life miserable on the Suns' best player, so much so that many are questioning if Book is still the Suns' best player. What does the future hold for Colin Gillespie, Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, Mark Williams, and Jordan Goodwin? All in all, it was a fun season and a much-needed palate cleanser after last year. But it's hard to be completely satisfied watching a team get a pat on the top of the head and a gentle push into the summer by a real contender. That is today's edition of Vinnie's View.
I don't know what the data showed, but it felt like every time we had a crack, they hit something. Obviously, for them to shoot 50%, I don't feel like it was much in transition. They only had 5 steals, so a lot of them must have been in the half court. I thought at times we had Shea early. He couldn't get a shot off, and then he had that spurt that really hurt us in the first half. But overall, ended the possession game even. I think both teams obviously played really well on the offensive end.
That's Jordan Ott with some thoughts last night about just not getting that crack from Oklahoma City. They never really opened the door more than a little bit for the Phoenix Suns. And you could look at the results of these 4 games, Bick. 4-game sweep, 32 points in game 1. That was the blowout outlier. But 13, 12, and 9. But even in those last 3 games where there was some intrigue, it just seemed like the Suns were miles away from being able to climb that mountain and even get one win in this series.
I think that's very, very accurate. I think that the Suns got progressively better in as the series went on, and I think that every time the Suns morphed into something bigger and better, so did the Oklahoma City Thunder. Yeah, they had answers for everything.
Yeah, if this was a best of 19, I think the Suns would finally break through and win a couple.
Maybe around game 11 they'd win one. Yeah, they came out yesterday, and the thing about it, to me, and maybe I'm wrong, but it looked to me like the Suns were getting into their offense much quicker. They were decisive and getting the ball and boom, 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 shot.
Shooting with confidence.
Shooting with confidence, and Colin Gillespie had himself an excellent night, and Grayson Allen had himself an excellent night, and at the end of it all, like you said, it just wasn't enough. And so this is now the tricky thing. How do you reconcile what was a really, really enjoyable regular season with a 4-game sweep where you realize we're a long, long way away? That was basically the theme of what I wrote, that your heart can tell you one thing, your head might tell you another when it comes to this team.
Yeah.
And to prove my point, one of the things that I found difficult from a writing sense is, what adjective would you put in front of season to describe the Phoenix Suns? Remarkable? Probably feels too strong, right? Magical? Not anymore. It might have been in January.
It was trending towards magical.
Trending toward And then for whatever reasons, and I'm sure injuries had a lot to do with it, what is the adjective you would use to properly summarize what we just witnessed?
I think you just gave Jared a social studies question.
You might have.
All right.
Mine was, I would have, head scratching. From the beginning of, you're scratching your head, how is this team so good? They play hard every single night. Jalen Green's still not on the floor. You're scratching your head that this team we're talking about maybe being a 6 seed, not in the play-in, and then post-All-Star break, you're scratching your head. All the guys are healthy when you get Dylan Brooks back, and the product on the floor is nowhere near where it was at the beginning of the season, and it's confusing.
Yeah, I mean, after... It was in March. The Suns had kind of righted the ship a little bit. They had a very favorable stretch of schedule. They had won 4 straight against New Orleans, Charlotte, Milwaukee, and Indiana. Milwaukee and Indiana to start the road trip. The high water mark was 12 games above 500 this year. They were 39-27. From that point on, they went 7-15, including the play-in games and the series against Oklahoma City.
15-22 in their last 37 games.
Yeah. So like what I said, like relying on grit, you can get away with that maybe in a college season when you're playing 35 games. When you're playing 82, it just doesn't work. You factor in the injuries, the inavailability, the propensity for other NBA teams to kick it into high gear when February rolls around. Everybody says, oh, the season starts in October, but it kind of starts on Christmas. No, it really starts for a lot of teams in February.
Yeah.
And I think the Suns saw that up close and personal.
I agree. So I don't know if you want to tackle the idea of what exactly should the Suns team do. Doug Haller pointed out that the Denver Nuggets were swept by the Phoenix Suns not that long ago in a series that, Nikola Jokic lost his mind and the Suns and 4 guy was throwing haymakers.
Whatever happened to that guy?
Whatever happened to that dude?
He's a Thunder fan now.
Now he's Suns out in 4 guy.
Oh!
Yeah.
Because that's happened twice. I looked it up. The Suns have only been swept in a best-of-7 series 4 times in their entire existence, and twice in a row.
Yeah. Well, you said that, 10 losses in a row, right?
Before the Minnesota series, the last time they were swept was 1989.
Wow.
I was a senior in high school when that happened.
That's amazing. That's a good stat. They've also lost 10 consecutive playoff games, which is the longest playoff drought in franchise history as well. But my point is that the Nuggets went from being swept, or this was Doug's point, the Nuggets went from being swept to winning a championship 2 years later. Now,
but even that team that was being swept felt a lot closer to a championship than the Suns
do. I agree with that.
You know why? Because they have Nikola Jokic.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Who even at that time, he wasn't the Nikola Jokic of right now, but he's still one of the best players in the world.
That's right. So then you ask yourself, so what do you do here? If the idea of continuity is appealing to you, do you give this trio of Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, and Devin Booker, who played, all of 10 games together?
I don't know
123 minutes?
Final number was, but, I mean, down the stretch, I can't even say that because Dillon Brooks.
Not a lot.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot. Well, we'll get the final figures on it.
Yeah, so it wasn't a lot, but from what you've seen, is this what Devin Booker needs? And again, I think everything has to go through that prism. After the game was over, Devin Booker outlined, responding to a question from Kellen Olsson as to how do you get teams to stop swarming him, and how do you open up the court for him?
Yep, here was Book on that.
I think make them pay for it early on, early in the game. If my man's hugged up on me in the corner and we get 2 lob dunks to the big right away, it'll loosen up some. If I'm up in the slot and they're denying me and we run a pick and roll, hit the big early in the pocket, have, advantage basketball on the backside. But it shouldn't take 2 or 3 possessions to kind of figure that out. The year that we had success with the finals, we would do it right away. And, throughout the game, the defense would loosen up and, I'd get cleaner opportunities.
There you go. And do they have the bigs necessary to do that?
There's that question. They clearly need a power forward, right? I mean, let's talk about the size of this team, because last night, as you pointed out, Isaiah Hartenstein, he was just feasting. He was, whatever he wanted, he was getting. It was almost embarrassing. What do you do about that front line? I mean, you've got Mark Williams, who was really, really good for a
third of the season,
for maybe even a little more than that, and then it all caught up to him.
A quarter is less than a third.
And then you got these you got these recurring foot issues. What do you do with Mark Williams? Do you feel comfortable? Because I think Oso Ighodaro, I think he showed real growth this year. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I know some fans are down on him. I'm not.
No, he did, and he's a very unique offensive player in that he gives you some of that playmaking ability. We saw it last night. He's a really good big man passer. He's in the upper echelon of the league with that. But also offensively, other than being a lob threat, and I looked at his shot chart before the game yesterday because the stats indicate that he hit a 16-foot jumper this year. I don't remember it, but he didn't take that many either. All of his stuff is right in the paint. He doesn't have the ability to stretch. I mean, they had no ability to stretch with Williams. Williams hit 1 3-pointer this year. Iguodala took one. It was a heave at the end of a quarter.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they've got the right mix at that position.
I don't either.
I mean, the most depressing thing might be after an encouraging season like this, the realization that they have to remake the roster again.
Well, I think
always have to remake it to a degree, but I think there needs to be an overhaul. Honestly, we'll get more into it.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree with you. I think there's guys like Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin who you really need to keep as young pieces. So,
yeah, let's we'll stay on this topic of roster construction moving forward for the Phoenix Suns, because you just hit on a couple of very interesting names right there at the end. Suns out. They're ousted by the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the offseason begins. We'll continue on this topic coming up here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And it's the Thunder winning for the 12th straight time in the first round. 3 straight sweeps under head coach Mark Daigneault, and it sends the Suns home 4-0. The final tonight, 131-122. Again, the Suns were more competitive than they had been in the previous 3 games. They just could not find a way to knock off the defending champ.
What's next for the Suns? We discuss, and you can watch it on YouTube. Read about it on ArizonaSports.com and listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
You should have really high standards when buying a car. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a fair price, and a vehicle you cannot wait to drive. That is what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW and a whole lot more. But let's stop right here. They don't call it the ultimate driving machine for nothing, folks. And if you've never been behind the wheel of a BMW, I'm telling you, the experience is unbelievable. It'll literally change the way you feel about driving. It's the handling, the power, the maneuverability, the comfort, the swag, the luxury. It is mind-boggling. You will literally look forward to every trip you make, long or short, when you are in a Chapman BMW. As one of their young techs once told me, there's greatness in the DNA of every car they sell at Chapman BMW. Chapman BMW, a family-run, award-winning business for nearly 6 decades. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the automotive industry. Proof that it's a great place to work. It's also a great place to buy a car. They've got a great reputation for elite service and handling. You'll feel it the minute you walk into either of their locations, and those 2 locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. One of many reasons why Chapman BMW, the #1 BMW dealer in Arizona, also got a great reputation for making luxury attainable. Go check it out. Pick a location, take a test drive, find what you like. Ask for my guy Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. Put him to the test. You will not be disappointed. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Gambo, and every single year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What's next for the Phoenix Suns after Game 4 of their first-round series against the Oklahoma City Thunder? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It speaks a lot to how they've developed over the course of the season. Rasheer is not scared to shoot it. We've known that. And then just his length and size, we're super excited to see where it goes. We have a whole summer with him. And then these minutes where are going to be impactful for his career. Even in March, into April, both of them are now got some playoff minutes, again, against a really good team. So super excited to see their growth in the next 5 months before they step forward, before you guys even see them. Again, that part is extremely exciting to me, especially over the course of the season. You're dealing with other stuff, but when they're in the gym in the summer, that's the part I'm really excited to see. And then I'm sure you'll see huge steps come next fall.
That's Jordan Ott, head coach of the Suns, talking about the growth and the continued growth moving forward of Rasheer Fleming and Kaman Malawach. You mentioned their playing time. Malawach was used in this series, I think, out of necessity with the injury to Mark Williams, and he did show some glimpses. Rasheer Fleming got off the bench last night for the first time in non-garbage minutes in this series with about 3.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. That coincided with the Suns' push. He didn't have big stats in his 9 minutes and 28 seconds. He did have a block shot. He did have 2 steals, but a couple of mistakes mixed in there too. And I think one of the criticisms that Jordan Ott will get from a lot of Suns fans moving forward is, why didn't you use these guys a little bit more? Size, you're always at a size differential with this roster. And even last night when he went to Fleming, he was kind of the primary big with a smaller lineup, and Oklahoma City can still roll out 2 huge guys in Hartenstein and a very versatile Chet Holmgren, and that size wasn't really matched, especially during that stretch where you could feel the frustration in the arena when every offensive rebound basically landed in the hands of Isaiah Hartenstein.
Yeah.
There's just groaning going on.
No doubt about it. So the team has to get bigger. There's no doubt about it. I'm curious if there's a universe in which Kaman Malawach would be ready to be a starting center next year. Because I look at Oso, and as much as he's improved, he looks like the prototypical backup center to me.
Yeah.
Could either of them play power forward?
No.
Rasheer Fleming should be your power forward.
Yes.
He should be, because he can stretch the floor a little bit. He's got some touch on the corner threes. He's long, he plays bigger than he is with the long arms. But, you hit on a couple of names at the end of our last segment. You talked about Jordan Goodwin, talked about Colin Gillespie. And for this exercise, let's forget about contractual status, free agency, tradability. You got decisions to make because the overlap on this roster is prevalent at a lot of different positions. If it comes down to Royce O'Neal or Grayson Allen, which is a question we've been asking now for 3 years with the Suns.
Yes.
And we're still asking
it.
If you're keeping one of the two, who are you keeping?
Okay, this is. I was thinking about this for a big chunk of time last night. I was watching, and you probably see this all the time. I was watching Royce O'Neal warm up. Talk about a guy putting on an exhibition pregame. Just shooting from all over the floor, draining everything from 30, 33 feet. And you're like, man, this guy can fill it up. Grayson Allen has a game like last night, and you're like, this guy's unreal, but who stays healthier? Royce O'Neal is generally the healthier player, right? No?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
I mean, Grayson Allen got hurt 11 different times this year.
Well,
that's not an exaggeration.
No, it's not. And that's why I would vote for Royce O'Neal.
Okay.
If things were equal, I might want Grayson Allen because I think he showed the ability to attack the rim this year that we hadn't seen before. But the injuries are they're relentless with him.
Yes. if it came down to Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin.
Oh, boy.
Who are you keeping? These are the tough decisions this team has to make.
Yeah.
What is Colin Gillespie's ceiling? That's the question.
I think he's hit it.
I agree.
I think he can be.
Can he even hit? Can he be that ceiling for a full season? Even though, because it feels
He's
like
a good backup point guard.
He is a very good backup point guard. But
yes.
Jordan Goodwin,
He's different. I agree.
He's probably going to cost a little bit more, especially since Colin didn't really perform his best post All-Star break. He lost himself, I think, some money. But Jordan Goodwin's going to be a hot commodity, especially because he's an unrestricted free agent.
The question is, did Colin Gillespie, does one game change the equation? Because he was so good in the first half, you wonder if that kind of inflated back his value, perceived value. I keep Jordan Goodwin.
His splits diminished as the season wore on.
Mm-hmm.
A couple more. Mark Williams or Oso Ighodaro?
Ooh, Oso Ighodaro. I do not trust Mark Williams' body.
That's fair.
From a just player v player standpoint, Mark, but you have to take everything into consideration. Like Mark Williams is going to be more expensive, and Oso is, like you said, more reliable. But if they're both healthy and on the floor, Mark Williams is a better player.
There's no doubt about that.
He's a better rim protector.
Exactly.
He's a much better rebounder.
Oh, yeah.
He's a bigger offensive threat, even though he's not a huge offensive threat. Here's the money question. Jalen Green or Dylan Brooks?
Yep.
This is a fun little exercise you came up with, Vinnie.
Because Jalen Green is not a free agent.
No, he still has.
That would, if they decided against him, they'd have to find a trade partner.
Absolutely. Which would be, and again,
so that's a factor into it.
I preface this by saying, let's forget about all that stuff. Tradability, free agency, contract status, let's forget about it.
It has.
Because you can maneuver. You can make some tough decisions if you need to.
It's got to be Dylan Brooks.
Does it? The argument, that if the culture that Dylan Brooks brought here, is it here now? Or is it dependent on Dylan Brooks being here?
I think they're still very much at the stage where his presence is required for that culture to be here.
Feels like it.
Yeah. But
feels like it.
We also know on the back end of it, there's a little bit of, it seems like there's a little bit of the Chris Paul factor. There's a shelf life on the Dylan Brooks culture.
Yeah.
I still think they're well within it, and he proved himself to be indispensable. But a lot of Jalen Green's offensive skill set might be indispensable too. Yeah. But does it work with Devin Booker?
That's the big thing.
Because if you're talking about Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green in their current stage, right? Dylan Brooks is, I think, probably more valuable. He does things on the defensive side that Jalen Green doesn't do. If you're talking about Jalen Green, he's still only 24 years old. And you're looking at, from a future standpoint, Jalen Green is someone you're going to buy into for the future. Dylan Brooks isn't that. Let's just be honest.
I think to answer your question, I keep Dylan Brooks, but I'm curious what he is going to cost.
I don't know what that type of player, not the Dylan Brooks, Jalen Green type player, how well that works with Devin Booker.
It doesn't.
Yeah, that's what Vinny. That's the fundamental question that he just mentioned.
Yeah, even him and
Jamal Crawford.
Yes.
Sorry.
The phone.
We haven't seen it really work really, really well with that type of player next to Devin Booker. Can I give you one more? It's not an either or, but. Does Ryan Dunn have a future with this team?
I still think he didn't engender a lot of confidence late, but I still think they overall love Ryan Dunn.
Really?
Yeah.
That stint they gave him earlier in the series when the Thunder pressured him and he became a turnover machine.
I mean, he didn't have the year that I think we all thought he might have.
No, it was a step back this year, definitely.
Yeah. These are, wow, I love the way you just laid all that out, Vinny, because these are the type of decisions that are going to have to be made here.
Yeah, and look, we fell in love with this team and the way it was constructed, but they can't bring these guys all back.
No.
They can't.
Not when you're swept in the first round. No, you're right.
Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Tuesday morning in the reboot next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Never in a billion years would I have thought, well, yeah, they would be led in hitting by Eldemar Vargas, and he will just lead them to the promised land. And obviously, when he needs help, Jose Fernandez, their 27th rated prospect, will come up and just be a beast as well. And yeah, he's a shortstop, but he'll play third and first, too, because why not? This all makes sense. This is insane, dude.
It is.
Eldemar Vargas is hitting .367 with a 1.104 OPS, 6 home runs. He's 34. He's 9 months younger than Nolan Arenado.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence, have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Let's talk about the Ford F-150, because look closely. You see hard work, great adventure. Paul Calvisi here, considering the bloodline. It's no surprise F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. The F-150 has us covered. And now take the 2026 Ford F-150 truck. Whether you're looking for the perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get 4.9% APR financing for 60 months plus $2,500 in bonus cash. And Ford owners get an additional $500 in owner loyalty cash on a 2026 Ford F-150 STX. But hurry, it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com and start saving.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns' surprising season came to an end last night, 131-122 in Game 4, and via a 4-game sweep by the number 1 seed Thunder. What started as a feel-good story in the NBA turned to a lack of consistency post-All-Star break and ultimately left fans wondering where the Suns will go from here. For more on the Phoenix Suns, head to ArizonaSports.com today. On the diamond, the Diamondbacks are in Milwaukee for 3 starting today. Merrill Kelly will get the ball for the Snakes, looking for a much better outing after giving up 8 runs his last time out. Brewers and Diamondbacks will get going at 4:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after the Arizona Cardinals drafted Carson Beck, the question remains: what will they do with Jacoby Brissett as he looks for a new contract? And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Daily and Mulatto mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, good morning. It is 7:30. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. Sammy Sabolka here to get you guys caught up on the big stories going on in sports. And let's start with the team we've been talking about all morning long, the Phoenix Suns. Got swept by the Thunder last night, but just how important was a playoff series for this group?
I think for a handful of people, it was very important. The younger players, the coaching staff, I think Jordan not going through it. I think there should be residual benefits pretty much for everybody. Devin Booker even told some of the younger players, stay engaged, watch all of these games, continue to see what the best teams have that we do not. So I think that it's, you get thrown into the fire. And that's what it was for me.
Yeah, they didn't just get thrown into the fire; they got thrown into the hottest fire against this team. And again, I've been mixing my praise and criticism of Oklahoma City all morning.
Yeah.
One of the things that just I marvel at is if you looked at Oklahoma City's roster, and you can do this. I mean, break it down. They have more second-round picks and undrafted players than they do lottery picks. This is a fact. But the way they coach up these players, that if you saw them on their own, like if I said A.J. Mitchell to you before this series, you'd be like, second-round pick.
Exactly.
Yeah, didn't play a role he was hurt last year, didn't play a role in the championship team. He's a hell of a player.
He's so good.
Cason Wallace is a hell of a player. Aaron Wiggins can't get into the rotation. He's a hell of a player. Like the way they coach these marginal type players up to their standard. But there's my praise. I know the question wasn't about Oklahoma City, but that's what you aspire to be as a team. The culture is just so evident everywhere, and it was a good first step in that direction this year.
If you showed the roster to a casual sports fan, they would probably only know SGA.
Yes. I think hindsight for Suns fans when it comes to the Thunder, they're going to realize they ran into an absolute all-time team.
That's why you got to beat Portland.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, we've talked
But at the same time, maybe it's better to face the hard truth than get false hope.
That's true.
Who said that to us? One of our listeners.
It's true. Let's suppose you lose 4-2 to the Spurs or something like that.
Oh, we're so close.
We're not that far away.
Right.
You're right.
Mm-hmm. And so we've talked question marks in the offseason since 6 o'clock this morning, but what is your own biggest question mark for the Suns as they head into the offseason? Just one, the biggest one for you guys.
It's overarching for me, and we kind of hit on it in the last segment, is massive changes needed. How much potential do they have to make the massive necessary change?
Okay.
To me, it's the foundational question. Does Dylan Brooks plus Jalen Green plus Devin Booker work as a trio? And was the sample size so small that you should run it back with those three again? My thought on that is no. I don't think this works.
That's a good question. All right, let's hit some NBA quick hitters. Who's more likely to come back down 3-1? Is it the Pistons, Cade Cunningham, or is it the Rockets and maybe Kevin Durant?
The Pistons are a massive disappointment and look broken. And I didn't trust them as a championship contender. I certainly didn't trust Orlando as a team that could pull this kind of upset off. But I'm still leaning toward the Pistons.
Okay.
I think the Rockets are...
Dead man walking.
Yeah, and now there's reports Kevin Durant's probably not going to play the rest of the series.
And that Austin Reeves will be back tomorrow.
Austin Reeves is going to come back. So I think the Lakers just allowed them to extend their own misery. I would still side with the Pistons, but I don't feel great about it.
Listen,
they look broken,
yeah,
too.
Yeah, there are reports now that the Rockets are going to look to trade Kevin Durant.
Did you see that report yesterday that listed 22 different teams that might have varying levels of interest?
Buyer beware, my
I
friend.
laughed out loud when I saw that.
Yeah. I suppose he could end up in Miami with Pat Riley, who still's looking for that, that big presence.
Yeah.
But, I mean, come on. What team would look at that and go, talk about buyer beware?
I know, seriously. All right, let's jump to the Arizona Cardinals real quick. We'll have Kurt Warner on next, but let's talk about Carson Beck. What would he have to do to deter you or the Cardinals from not taking a quarterback next year? What would that have to look like?
I've heard this question run from the Burns and Gamble promo, and I've thought about it. I think I don't know if you can really quantify it. I think it's just something that you would know with your eyes if this kid has got it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You look at quarterbacks and you go, that guy's got it.
Here, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say Carson Beck put up the same win-loss record and same statistical output as Jacoby Brissett did last year.
Wow.
He went 1-11 as a starter.
But he threw for his kind of numbers. Wow.
It's a good question.
I think this is the question that Sammy asked it's a deep question. I don't know if it's answerable.
But it's a question that has to get answered, which means at some point in time they're going to give him the job.
I know.
Well, it's hard. It's unanswerable now. It's like the Supreme Court definition of obscenity.
Mm-hmm.
Or
pornography.
When you know it, when you see it, you know it.
Yes, and believe me, I know it.
All right. Let's now talk about the Diamondbacks. Ildemaro Vargas has a 23-game
Who?
Trip.
I don't know this guy.
He has a 23-game hit streak, and let's do a little Sammy Lee trivia for you, all right? Can you name the 6 men with hit streaks 40 games or longer?
Joe DiMaggio.
Pete Rose.
Yep, there's 2.
Willie Keeler.
Yep, there you go. There's 3. Got the.
Oh boy.
I'm guessing Ty Cobb probably did it.
There you go. There's 4.
I'm sure that are they all from that era?
Heine Manouche.
Yeah,
Heine Manouche.
Big Heine. Onus Wagner or somebody like that.
The 2 left, Chicago Cubs, and again, this is 1894.
Then.
Yeah,
Who would it be?
Cap Anson,
Bill Dolan, and the
Handsome Freddie Ferguson.
St. Louis Browns in 1922.
George Sisler.
George Sisler.
Oh, good guess,
There
Vinnie.
you go. So,
wow.
At what point does a hit streak
I had him on my fantasy team.
There you go. Sure. At what point does a hit streak become like almost must-watch?
30.
Yeah,
30?
Just what I was going to say.
Yep.
He's 7 more games.
I know, he's
30
getting
in
close.
the same season.
So in a week, we'll be talking about it.
I hope. And so real quick, lastly, Merrill Kelly on the bump tonight. Gave up 8 runs his last time out. How big? It's only April, but how big is this Merrill Kelly start for him?
I think it's big. I mean, this is his 3rd start back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the first 2 have not gone well.
No.
I think he needs to show a step forward tonight.
I totally agree with that. Big game for Merrill Kelly in Milwaukee today.
All right, let's go Snakes, and there you guys go. All rebooted. Happy Tuesday for all you guys out there.
Yep, thank you, Sammy. We're all rebooted, as he said. And as Sammy said, we will talk to Pro Football Hall of Famer Kurt Warner. He joins Bickley and Murata mornings next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks Dbacks baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Matt from Ready Services came to my house first thing on Saturday morning to take care of a floor drain that was blocked and was on the verge of flooding. He was friendly and provided excellent service.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money. A lot. And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come see us in store. Shane Company engagement rings are crafted with care from our hands to yours. Because a friend wants your ring to be nothing short of perfect. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Mets, Dbacks, starting May 8th. Get tickets now.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Now that the NFL draft is in the rearview mirror, what stands out from the Cardinals rookie class? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Yeah, the NFL draft is in the rearview. Lots of people talking about what the Arizona Cardinals did last week and the proceedings in Pittsburgh. And here to talk about all of it with us, the Hall of Famer, number 13, Kurt Warner, joining us via video this morning. Kurt, good morning.
Kurt! Morning. How you doing?
Good. Your background has changed. It was a jersey before. Now I dig the classic Sports Illustrated cover.
Who
Very
is
cool.
this guy?
Always changing. Always changing.
Yeah. Kurt, I wanted to ask you a non-quarterback question first because, as you know, the Cardinals made a bold pick at number 3 overall. They took Jeremiah Love, the running back, out of Notre Dame. Dynamic offensive weapon. People say, hey, they're not built to have a running back like that right now. There's other needs that they should have addressed. But for a quarterback who had as much success as you did early in your career with the Rams, with an in-prime running back and a weapon of that ilk like Marshall Faulk, was that the right pick for the Arizona Cardinals to kind of kickstart their offense?
You know, guys, I'm a guy that doesn't like to react 3 days after a draft and say it was great or it was terrible. Like, let's let these guys play. Let's see what this offense looks like. Let's see what Jeremiah Love becomes. But I think the bottom line is you don't get very many opportunities to get guys that you think can be that guy. You look at the league now and you look at guys like Christian McCaffrey and Bijan Robinson and those types of guys. And the running back position is as much about catching the ball or getting the ball to those guys in space as it is putting them in the I formation and running them downhill and running for 2,000 yards. So, everything that I've heard, I actually talked to Coach Freeman, at the draft, about what Jeremiah Love can be beyond just, I'll use a running back, beyond just handing it to him out of the backfield, to me is where you gain value, right? We're seeing wide receivers get paid more and more and running backs be devalued, but not the guys that can be a part of the pass game because it's become a pass first league. And so that's the interesting piece to me is maybe you're not built up front to be, that run first type team. Can you create opportunities for Jeremiah Love? Can he be explosive in other ways early in the process while you build the offensive line and build it up so he can be a more typical running back? Those are the questions that I have more than anything else. And still, even if you aren't built there this year and, this first year, to me, I use the example of an Ashton Jeanty last year. When you pop on the tape, a lot of people might say, maybe he wasn't that good, or you pop on the tape and you go, well, we have no idea because the offensive line wasn't any good. And so there was nowhere to run. So you couldn't see how good he was. And I think that's the concern, with Jeremiah Love coming into this season. But again, Ashton Jeanty's not a guy that you put out on the edge and throw him the football and get him 50 touches outside to be able to create opportunities for your offense. Jeremiah Love can be one of those guys. So that to me is what I'm looking at as they go into the first year and what they can do with him while they continue to build the rest of the structure around him.
Kurt, the Cardinals were blessed to be part of your story. I guess we all were. They were lucky to get Carson Palmer, but their luck or their success finding a real franchise quarterback on their own, things haven't gone that well. So let's go to this year. They were reportedly interested in Ty Simpson. Rams get him real early in the first round. Then they pivot to Carson Beck, who's got a different skill set or a different level of experience. There's different things between those guys. Help us make sense. What do you think of the Cardinals' plan, and what do you think of Carson Beck as a prospect?
Well, I think the tough thing about this class this year of quarterbacks is, I'm not sure how many guys, teams really projected as starting quarterbacks. Obviously, you had Fernando. Seems like teams were 50-50 on Ty Simpson, with the size and the body of work, even though you saw some glimpses of, some special stuff on tape. But, guys were, kind of 50-50 on whether he could be that guy. And then I believe everybody else in this draft were guys that teams saw and said, we're not drafting him as the starter, as the guy to come in and we believe we can build around. But, the good college quarterbacks that maybe can be that guy that need to show us a little bit more. And I think Carson Beck falls into that category. I really liked Carson's tape. He played in a lot of big games. He understands how to play the position. He actually was working out with my son, EJ, during this process. And EJ was telling me how smart he was, how good he was in the room and a student of the game, which to me is just as important as anything else. So there's a lot to like about Carson Beck. To me, the question just becomes, does he have that something extra? It's kind of like a Brock Purdy that, when Brock Purdy comes on the scene and still to this day, we're not blown away by the physical traits or the things that he does, with his cannon arm or anything like that. But he's shown us that he's got something to him, that moxie, that ability to make big throws, that ability to understand how to make different throws and come up with big plays in the moment. And that to me is what the rest of this class has to prove. Whether it's Carson or Drew Aller or any of the other guys along the way, they've got to prove they've got something that makes them a starter in the National Football League. So I don't think this was a bad pick, trying to find that next guy when you've got, guys on your roster that, I think we all look at as good players, but backup, quarterback type players, to take a shot and say, maybe he can be that guy. We really liked his tape. We really liked what we saw in college. He's a really good college quarterback. Maybe he's got that something that, can help us turn the corner and he can become that guy.
Kurt Warner, our guest this morning here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Ty Simpson came up. There was interest reported that the Cardinals had, wanted to explore. They didn't get the chance to. Your other former team, the Rams, snapped them up at number 13. And I'm like you, Kurt. I think this whole analysis of who won the draft, who lost the draft 3 days after was just silly. Let's look at it down the road. But the other part that people are talking about with the Rams, with that pick, is obviously Sean McVay's reaction at the press conference, which he explained later on. But does that send a message? When you're in win-now mode like the Rams are, they're very close to being a Super Bowl contender. They are a Super Bowl contender. Does that send a message to the guys that, hey, did the front office do enough to help us in our journey to get to a Super Bowl? Do you buy into that at all?
No, I don't buy into that. Although, as a player, you have to look at things, or you do look at things different than an organization does, right? I mean, when I used to watch the draft as a player, that's exactly what I thought was, who are you going to get me? Get me another weapon. Get me, a defensive end that can shut down the game at the end. Like, I was looking for the guys that could help us right now. That was my perspective, because I didn't care when I was gone. Like, if I'm Matthew Stafford, it's like, I don't care what happens when I'm gone. And again, obviously that's a big picture look. And I'm sure Matthew's not thinking, hey, I don't care what happens, but he's more worried about the now. As an organization, you have to do both. You have to make sure you're ready to win now, which I believe the Rams feel they are. They didn't feel like, hey, there was one guy there at 13 that if we draft him, boom, that guy puts us over the top. The Rams are in great shape, and I think they took the approach like the Packers have done and said, here's the bottom line, is we know in this business, if you don't have a quarterback, you don't have a chance. And we obviously have one now, but we don't want to be the team that goes through a 10-year period like we've seen a number of teams in this league that are trying to find the next guy. So because we're in good shape, because we feel like we've got a really good roster, let's get the guy, knowing Matthew Stafford's going to be here for another year or two, a guy that we really like, that we think needs a little bit of time. Let's groom him so when Matthew Stafford decides to move on, we're ready to pick up, maybe not where we left off, because, to be a Matthew Stafford is obviously rare, but we can pick up and be successful right away. And again, we saw that with the Packers, and everybody talks about that, right? I mean, we're saying, no, don't draft that guy, but everybody talks about the Packers as the model organization in terms of quarterbacks. Hey, do it like them. You've had a great quarterback for 40 straight years because you draft the guy and you usually draft him early. So how do you argue with that? Other than, again, if we look 2 years down the road and we say the Rams were close and they never got over the top again, I guess we could have that speculation. But if they're good for another 10 years because of Ty Simpson, everybody's going to look back and go, yeah, they did it just like the Packers. They did it right, while they're still trying to search for that next guy.
Yep. Kurt, thanks so much, as always, for making time for us today. We appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
You got it, guys. Take care.
Thank you, Kurt Warner, Pro Football Hall of Famer, breaking it down this morning as only he can, as he joined us via video. Coming up next, breaking it down like only he can.
Who?
Dan Bickley.
Fire!
With the blast to kick off the 8 o'clock hour. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Save $10 on a pair of Bosch Focus wiper blades. Our professional parts people will even install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's the tale of Tina, searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Tail good RX Road, and hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I'd put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
7.7 million people. That's how many student loan borrowers are currently in default across the country. And if you're one of them and your debt is private, you need to know about Y-Refi, because they are experts at helping people struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loans. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi has helped thousands of people in this exact situation, people just like you. And here's what makes Y-Refi different. They don't start the whole process by examining your credit score. They start with your life, and they ask questions like, what can you realistically afford? What does a payment need to look like for you to actually make it every month? Then they start the process of building a low fixed rate plan around that number. Once you're in, there's no surprises, no rate jumps, steady, predictable payments that let you start moving forward again. I've heard from people who called Y-Refi thinking there was no other option left to try, and they walked away with a real plan for the first time in years. That could be you. Give Y-Refi a call today at 888-YREFI85 or visit their website, yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns season came to an end last night at the hands of the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 4, 131-122. The Suns surprised the rest of the league this year, going 45-37 and grabbing the 8th seed in the West, but the Thunder were simply too much for this Suns team. The question for the Suns this offseason is now what? The Arizona Diamondbacks are in Milwaukee for 3 games starting today. Merrill Kelly will look to bounce back after his last start. And keep an eye on if Geraldo Perdomo and Adrian Del Castillo are in the lineup after they got banged up in the Padres series. Snakes and Brewers, first pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Suns played their best game in a long time on Monday night, and it wasn't nearly enough. The end of a very positive season also featured arguably the worst half of Devin Booker's career. And as we all turn the page and look forward to the next chapter of Suns basketball, these are questions that must be reconciled. Namely, how do the Suns capitalize on Booker after 11 years in the NBA? And can they find the right mix of players that will open the floor around a player who hasn't won a playoff game since May of 2023. Yes, Booker has failed the Suns on the biggest of stages over the past 5 years, and the unforgivable sin over the past few months was that play-in loss to the Blazers that dropped the Suns into a hellacious first-round matchup. But the Suns have also failed him, passing on a generational playmaker in Luka Doncic and doing the same with Tyrese Halliburton 2 years later. And if Book is ever to be the ringleader of the greatest parade in Arizona history, those kind of mistakes can never happen again. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I did my best, but I guess my best wasn't good enough. 'Cause here we are back where we were.
Couldn't resist.
Perfect. When the very short times we were healthy, we were a new team. I think Jalen missed 50 games. I missed 20. Dylan missed 20. And people had us projected at 28, 29 wins on the season, and ended with 45. And I still feel like we dropped 5 to 10. So going into next season, with the same core, we have a better understanding that those games in October, November, December actually matter, and they matter a lot going into seeding later in the season. So it was a good building block season for us.
That's Devin Booker talking about the expectations of the season. I just realized this song got played every morning on the radio station that my mom listened to when I was a kid getting ready for. I just realized Quincy Jones wrote this about a playoff team. This wasn't about a relationship. This was about the Phoenix Suns. Just once, can we figure out what we keep doing wrong?
Yeah, isn't that great?
How do we find a way to make the magic last for more than one night?
All right, so I think we can all speak unanimously about this, that it would be poetic justice for there to be a happy ending for Devin Booker's career. That championship parade I mentioned in the blast, if it ever happens, it'll be the greatest day in the history of Phoenix. If it happens for the Suns, if it happens for Devin Booker. The worst thing that could happen is if his career devolves into trolls versus stans, anger, this and that, because the truth of the matter, Devin Booker going forward, $57.1 million next year, $61 million the year after, $69.9 million the year after that, and in 2029, 2030, $75.5 million. There's $263.5 million over the next 4 years owed to Devin Booker, and which will make it impossible for Devin Booker to be able to play the way he has played in the postseason the last few years. Now, we don't know if Devin Booker was marginalized by injuries. Kellen Olsson asked him outright. He said no, but Devin Booker never admits to any of that stuff. Never.
I mean, you watched the game last night. You were in the building. Even when he was not really doing much at all in the first half, but did he look marginalized?
No.
He didn't. And then when he had that, I described it as a microburst in the third quarter, he didn't look affected at all.
No, he didn't. I think that what the Suns are going to have to do if they are committed to Devin Booker, and they are. We've already laid that out. So all the people yapping about trading Devin Booker, you need to put that to bed because you're just making superfluous noise that's creating a lot of angst. It's not happening going into next season.
It's not happening.
But after next year, there might be a change in the way everybody feels. You don't know. But I don't think Matt Ishbia, as I said earlier, the backlash that he endured for trading Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson, he knows that this is Phoenix's favorite son. He is 100% committed to Devin Booker. So what has to happen going forward is the Suns are going to have to do him a solid and give him a team that brings out the best in him and doesn't allow him vulnerable to the kind of defenses he's now facing against really good teams. Yeah. What that looks like, I don't know.
Also easier said than done.
Yeah, exactly. But I had jotted that down, what you said, in talking about what is owed to Devin Booker financially. Mm-hmm. Well, what else is owed to Devin Booker? I was going to make the same exact point. If you're going to keep him here and he's going to be the centerpiece of your franchise, you do owe him something else.
Yes,
you
do.
owe him the right pieces around.
Exactly.
And there might be people rolling their eyes as we have this discussion right now. The people that are convinced that he is done, he's not the same player, he's on the decline of his career. And I'm not going to use the term broken, even though he looked broken at times, but I think what Oklahoma City did to Devin Booker was he got bent.
Yeah.
His shape got changed in this series because it was eye-opening when a team, I guess the saving grace is you're not going to find teams that are that good defensively. This is an elite defensive team, mm-hmm. one of the all-time great teams of the last quarter century. So, you want to talk about a measuring stick. That was maybe not a measuring stick moving forward for this group of Suns, which shouldn't be kept together, as I pointed out. That was a Devin Booker measuring stick. All right, teams are going to gear their defense to me. What do I have to do to get above it? Not to necessarily score 35 to 40 points, but to be effective enough so my team can win. And a lot of that has to do with the pieces around him. So I think that's owed to Devin Booker as well.
I'm going to say this as well. And I mentioned this earlier, but in conversations at the arena last night, this was a topic on a lot of people's mind. What is going on with Devin Booker? And this is before the first half, where he had 2 free throws, no field goals made, only 3 attempted, and 5 turnovers. Mm-hmm. People have asked, okay, are the minutes catching up to him? Is he an old 29 by NBA standards, given the fact that he's not the most athletic of players? He's sort of a self-made player in a lot of different ways. He's had to carry real heavy loads. He's been carrying really bad teams for a good chunk of his career. Is he begun to slide down the mountain a little bit? Nobody wants to believe that. People have asked, does he still have the same hunger level that he once did? Because he was once insatiable. Is he still that guy? Is he still firing or have that fire where he's going through you no matter who you are? Because he once was that guy. Now the NBA might have gone, okay, we know how to break this guy down now. And so the better defensive teams have put him in jail over the last few years in high leverage basketball games. The Suns have got to do him a solid, as you said. They have got to put the right mix around this guy and then see what it looks like next year. And that's why I agree with Vinnie that something major has to be done here.
And all the credit to, an historically great Oklahoma City defense. That doesn't explain his very mediocre performances against Golden State and Portland also in this postseason.
No, and the clutch time minutes this year. And there are any number of things. Now, the greatness is still in him occasionally, but it's not at the level that you expect from an NBA superstar when you get to the postseason. So, and as he said after the game, there are ways in his mind that the team can alleviate pressure for him. He's given a clear signal to the team, we need to have some bigger guys that can score around the rim, that can get these people out of my face.
DeAndre Ayton, I hear you.
Yeah, DeAndre Ayton. And I don't mean to bring up the Luka Doncic and the Tyrese Halliburton thing. And the Halliburton thing, to me, was more egregious, even though Luka's the better player, because everybody knew it was sitting right there. And James Jones, for whatever reason...
They don't like him.
They don't like him.
They're not going to take him.
Doesn't have glasses. That's who we like.
That might have been the
guys like
gaffiest thing James Jones has ever done. But these are mistakes you can't go back and undo. These are mistakes that Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia and everybody over there can no longer make.
Yeah, and with the season being what it was, promising, satisfying, unexpected, all of those things, they showed an ability to put together a team that can work as a unit. That was charge number one, and they checked that box. I think this season is way more challenging for Brian Gregory and company.
I agree with you.
Because,
this offseason?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did I say?
This season.
This offseason, I'm sorry. They have work to do. As Jared said, it's not like just going to the grocery store with unlimited money in your pocket and a list of what you need. It's not that kind of shopping.
It's not like being able to bring Jalen Green back to the store and say, I want to exchange this for somebody else.
For some cabbage. Yeah, some shredded cabbage.
What's wrong with him? It didn't fit.
That's funny. That's pretty good. So,
although there are certain stores that'll take anything back. We just need to find one of those in the NBA.
Amazon's pretty good like that.
What do you think Jalen Green's trade market is? What do you think Dillon Brooks' trade market is? Way more for Dillon Brooks than Jalen Green?
In terms of interest?
Yeah.
Yes.
Contract mixed with
interest, yes.
Jalen Green has the youth.
And
but
the potential.
What else does he have?
He's got a lot of untapped stuff there, whether he gets to it or not.
I've been thinking about that all morning of which execs would the Suns call if they were trying to fleece a Jalen Green deal. And my answer is the Bulls and the Kings. Let's pick up those phones.
Stupid Washington already traded for Trae Young and Anthony Davis.
I was going to say Washington. I mean, Jalen Green seems like a Washington-type player.
Hey, we'll take Trae Young? Trae Young?
No.
Trae Young. So how many times are we going to do this?
I'd rather have Jalen Green than Trae Young. 7 out of 7 days of the week.
Trae Young might be the worst defender in the NBA.
Yeah.
From Beal to Green to Young. And it's the folding chair. He'll be the next trade we'll get for.
Y'all got to move on.
Y'all got to move on.
That was crazy.
And we'll move on next. We're going to open up the phone lines now that it's over. The post-mortem edition of Open Phone, 602-260-9870. Your thoughts on the series, the direction moving forward for the Phoenix Suns. Want to hear what you got to say. We'll do it next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Carson Beck. Why not run this kid out there week one? I mean, it's not like Jacoby Brissett is your franchise quarterback going forward. This is a situation where Jacoby has been a backup his entire career for the most part. And, hey, by the way, we've got this kid who checks all the boxes. What do you say we throw this 6-year senior who's 23 years old? What do you say we throw him out on the field week one and let him show us what he's got, Mike LaFleur?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. Not that long ago, I played a round of golf with their founder, Shane O'Grady. During a round of golf, he got a text from one of his clients. She told him she was doing her happy dance because she had just paid off her mortgage in 41 months. That's less than 4 years. That is insane, and that is what people get from Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. In fact, all of your income goes to paying off all of your debt, and you do it without changing a dime of your spending habits. You do it without any apprehension whatsoever because you have 24/7 access to your equity. And as a result, they always say it gets real addictive. People start paying down that principal and it gets addictive and they want to get their house paid off sooner and quicker and quicker. And if you pay off your house in 5 years, which is the average length of time for a Life Changer Loan client, you now got decades to build personal wealth, and that is how you get ahead. One last thing, in times of financial uncertainty, having that access to your equity can come in real handy because you've got the power to pay down or pay off really quickly, or you can borrow back from yourself whatever you want. Find out more if you're a good fit, because if you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
It was a normal day. I loaded up my twins in the stroller 6 a.m. and we walked to the park. Odin loved the swings. After that, we went home, and a family member of mine had recently moved to Arizona, so I asked if she would mind watching the boys while my husband and I went out for dinner. I said goodbye and we left. Not long after that, I got a call from my neighbor who said Odin had been found in our backyard pool. We rushed to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com. Hello?
Hey sis, got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsburg.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the ultimate man cave sports lodge where you can keep up with all the baseball, basketball, hockey, and everything else going on right now. If it's on, it's here. And they've got massive screens and perfect sightlines so you can catch every single memorable moment right as it happens. Game day watch parties, event nights. You couldn't ask for a better spot than Twin Peaks with their entire menu made for MVPs as well, and the great scenery and environment that they're known for at 5 convenient Phoenix locations now. There's one nearby wherever you are in the valley. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble? Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay, calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry, I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Hey, it's Luke. What's next for the Phoenix Suns after Game 4 of their first-round series against the Oklahoma City Thunder? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, man, it's the foundation. From day one, since the hire, he's came in 100% locked in. We've been aligned. We've been on the same page. And I think this is the first step forward. This is a building block to some stability and some chemistry. So something that's been much needed around here.
Leave it to Devin Booker, nicknamed Book, to be the bookend voice of the Phoenix Suns. It all started with the talk of alignment. It ends with the talk of alignment. Yes, it still ended in a sweep last night at the hands of the Oklahoma City Thunder, but they're talking about Jordan Knott getting everything in order for the Phoenix Suns after there was chaos and disorder for a couple of years. Want to take your phone calls on what you saw, what you want to see moving forward, what you think you need to see moving forward for the Suns. 602-260-9870 is the phone number, as it's now a done deal. Suns get swept out of the playoffs again. We start with Tony in Chandler here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tony, what's going on?
I wanted to say the Thunder was a varsity team. The Suns are a JV team. They're going to be a JV team for a while. That's just the way it is. Going back, I saw the Cinderella Suns at the Madhouse on McDowell back in 1975-76. Mm-hmm. I mean, that was a series. And that team, with Westfall and Adams, Ben Arsdale, Garherd, Ricky Sobers, coached by John McLeod, the most exciting Suns team I ever saw, even better than the Barkley team.
Wow!
And the Game 5 in Boston is still talked about, the triple overtime game.
Sure.
So in any event, the Suns, they just need some help to become a varsity team. They did really well They outperform for a JV team, in my opinion. And by the way, you guys have a terrific show. The four of you do a great job every morning. The best radio show I've ever heard.
Oh, thank you, brother. Appreciate the kind
Very
words.
nice of you to say.
I obviously I'm aware of that Cinderella Suns team. That's quite something to claim them more exciting than
I guess it's also
Barkley Suns.
Which one you grew up as a fan with, you know?
And again, if you lived in Phoenix at that time, that was like your coming out party to the whole world, right?
Yeah, I mean,
had to have been.
That was 7 years into the Suns, 8 years into the Suns' existence.
Wow.
So, I mean, and this city was a much different place at that time.
But he's right. He's right,
though. It was a 42-win team, but imagine capturing. I mean, they beat the defending champions going into the finals, and then they went toe-to-toe with the Celtics. I could imagine. I mean, I wasn't here for that, but.
And he's right. And if not varsity and JV, it did feel like this is a real championship contender, and this is a playoff contender.
Yeah, I mean, after what, and maybe the Suns are not the best gauge to what Oklahoma City is, but right now, I feel like they're one of the strongest teams we've seen in like 25 years. We saw them for 2.5 games without their second best player, and they're not even affected by it.
How about that?
We'll keep it going in Phoenix. Paul's up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. What's up, Paul?
998, 999, 1,000. Oh, paper cuts. Ow, damn it. You know what? Guys, this season, I enjoyed the season, okay? Don't get me wrong. There was something, though, that I thought from the beginning that this whole us getting hot three-point shooting, and we have our moments of, wow, look at what this team could do. But like I explained to Jarrett, I think, and unfortunately, this team is going to be in quicksand. They're not dead, okay, but they're stuck, and they'll be stuck like this for a couple of years because something has to change. But when you don't really have decent or any draft picks that can get you some new blood in here, I don't see it changing. Next year is going to be pretty much the same. The year after that, maybe some of this will cycle out, and Oklahoma City will get older. But right now, I don't know. And I love Tony's call. That team, 75-76, if we can focus on that today and think of that as that was, 50 years ago? Those were some good basketball teams.
Yeah, we need the time machine.
Yeah, how about it?
Let's go out to Gilbert. Jonesy is up next here on Arizona Sports. Good morning, Jonesy.
I can't focus on that team as I was not alive for the next 10 years.
Fair.
So
fair.
I'll focus on what we have now. That was a fun ride this season with a terrible crash ending. That's okay. The problem is, kind of like the last caller mentioned, it is going to be tough when you're not tanking, you're not getting top talent in the draft. It's player development at this point. They got to figure out what the heck happened with Ryan Dunn, if he's part of the equation going forward. You got to develop Fleming and get him into the lineup. Man's got to hit the weight room all summer long.
Yes.
Like you got to nail your player development at this point to be able to kind of stack around. I know we say bring in talent around Booker. We've done that. We've swung for the fences on that. You've got to develop your core right now.
Yeah, it's almost like the NBA version of Pilates. Go in there, work on the core. And that's exactly what I'm thinking. Ryan Dunn is an interesting case in this whole process because, he did take a step back this year. I think it's unequivocal that he took a step back this year. But is he a guy that you can develop to the next level where he becomes a reliable 30-minute a game kind of player with his lockdown defense and hopefully improved offense? I don't know. That's up. Player development is exactly the case. Jonesy hit the nail on the head. Let's go out to Scott in Scottsdale up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Morning, Scott.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I think that the coaching staff really made a lot of mistakes in the playoffs, especially against Portland and this great team that we just played, which they were absolutely fantastic. You can't beat a big team by playing 6'5" forwards and a center that's not a rim protector and doesn't really rebound unless the ball comes right to him. They really should have played Fleming. They should have played Dunn. And, yes, Dunn took a step backward, but how much of that was the coaching staff? Malawat should have played. He is a rim protector. Yeah, he may have made mistakes here and there, but I'm not buying anybody saying, well, he didn't know the offense. He didn't know the defense. He's been there a whole year. I just think that they really didn't match up well. And this was a great opportunity to get these guys experience. We weren't winning the NBA title this year. So why they didn't play these guys is beyond me. And I'd like to hear your opinions on that.
Yeah, I think Scott brings up some interesting points there, too. Ryan Dunn, you could pin it on the coaching staff. And, look, that's fair. When a player takes a step back, you can certainly point the finger there. But we talked about it during the course of the year. Ryan Dunn is very much a player. At this point of his career, he feeds on confidence. And when he has confidence, he is a difference maker. The problem is he doesn't consistently have confidence. I don't disagree with Scott on the Malawat Fleming deal either. And it was almost frustrating to see Rasheer Fleming take the sweats off with 3.5 minutes to go in the third quarter of Game 4 when you're facing elimination last night.
And the fact that, especially if you'd have played him in in Game 3, you see the kind of juice the crowd. They love the kid, and they instantly erupted when he came in the game.
Yep. Good phone calls.
Yeah.
Appreciate all the activity on the phones. Coming up next, we'll continue our Suns discussion as the season comes to an end last night. Suns radio color commentator Tim Kempton, our guest in the next segment here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And it's the Thunder winning for the 12th straight time in the first round. 3 straight sweeps under head coach Mark Daigneault, and it sends the Suns home 4-0. The final tonight, 131-122. Again, the Suns were more competitive than they had been in the previous 3 games. They just could not find a way to knock off the defending champ.
What's next for the Suns? We discuss, and you can watch it on YouTube. Read about it on ArizonaSports.com and listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
So we just added a new member to our family, our Ford family. Yep, a new Bronco Sport. Paul Calvisier went down to our Desert Ford dealers. We're like, you know what? The Bronco Sport has everything you need. Style, tech, an adventurous spirit. Like Ford says, the Bronco Sport is savagely civilized. One weekend, it's a ruddy trail. The next, a 2-track incline. With 4 models available, Ford lets us write our own story. And now, with new available packages, you can customize your favorite Bronco Sport SUV even more. And even better, right now, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. Again, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back right now. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. But it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. An engagement ring might be one of life's biggest purchases. That's why our rings come with an all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that gives you peace of mind without any fine print. How can we offer such an incredible warranty? We take pride in crafting our rings with care and stand behind our quality craftsmanship. After all, this is a family heirloom you'll own forever. Bring in your ring for cleaning, resizing, and repairs anytime you want. We'll make sure it's as sparkly and secure as the day you bought it, fixing prongs, replacing side stones, and so much more. This type of maintenance could cost you $2,000 or more somewhere else. Under our warranty, it's all free. We even protect your diamond. Other warranties don't. Our rings are crafted to last. But in the rare case you lose your diamond, we'll replace it. At Shane Company, your engagement ring purchase isn't just a one-time transaction. We're here to be your jeweler for life, because a friend always has your back. Come by to learn more in store or visit shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, taxes. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
Hey, if you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns' surprising season came to an end last night, 131-122, and via a 4-game sweep by the number 1 seed Thunder. What started as a feel-good story in the NBA turned to a lack of consistency post-All-Star break and ultimately left Suns fans wondering where they'll go from here. For more on the Phoenix Suns, head to ArizonaSports.com today. On the diamond, the Diamondbacks are in Milwaukee for 3 starting today. Merrill Kelly will get the ball for the Snakes, looking for a much better outing after giving up 8 runs his last time out. Brewers and Diamondbacks will get going at 4:40 today, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And after the Arizona Cardinals drafted Carson Beck, the question remains, what will they do with Jacoby Brissett as he looks for a new contract? This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. The proof is in their reviews. If you have any AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at ReadyServices.com. Proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Luke. What's next for the Phoenix Suns after Game 4 of their first-round series against the Oklahoma City Thunder? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, Suns season did come to an end last night. They lose by 9 in Game 4 to the Oklahoma City Thunder. A promising season ends in a 4-game sweep. And here to talk about the series and the season that just completed, Suns radio color commentator and former Phoenix Sun, Tim Kempton, joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. TK, how are you, man?
TK, what's up?
Good morning, boys. How are you?
Doing good. We've spent a lot of time, not just this morning, but all season long, kind of basking in the glow of Suns basketball, which certainly shined a little bit brighter at the beginning of the season. But, you know, they just finished up 88 games. You saw them all. How would you characterize this season as a starting point, Tim?
Yeah, I think it's a step in the right direction. You know, you come out of the doldrums of the last couple of years. You have a new front office, a new coaching staff, a new roster, and they put it together as you have to on the fly, rolled it out there, and really looked good. You know, obviously the injuries midway through the season took a lot of sting out of them. You know, they seemed to be rolling. Then they had a couple of injuries that took that that consistency away from them, and they just weren't able to rebound later. But overall, you look at where this team started. No one expected them to be in the playoffs. They get there, they get to the first round, and obviously they run into the Oklahoma City Thunder. So, The morning after, you're frustrated, you're disappointed by getting swept and not being able to win a game in the playoffs. But even quickly this morning, while I was sitting here waiting for you guys to call, thinking about the season, it's like, wow, if we said we were going to be here at the beginning of the year, I think a lot of people would have signed up for it. And the steps that they took, you see the leadership and what they were able to do. I think they're going in the right direction, and I like what they've done. So, disappointed that they couldn't be a little bit more competitive in winning games, but really like what the overall season has gotten them. Young players that they drafted got some experience and have shown a lot of upside. Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming probably the most. Don't sleep on Kobe Brea. I don't know how much you guys got to watch him, over with the Valley Suns or on film. Kobe Brea didn't show a lot this year with the Phoenix Suns, but do not be surprised if all of a sudden Kobe Brea jumps up into the picture next year.
Tim, is there anything that you learned or that we learned from the series about the Suns and what they need to do that we didn't know going into the postseason? That is to say, going up against the defending champs, was there anything that was further clarified in your mind about what this team needs to address?
Yeah, without a doubt. You look at the Oklahoma City Thunder, and they just keep coming. 48 minutes. We even said it during the broadcast quite a few times throughout the season. The Suns, would play a solid 38 minutes, a solid 42 minutes, but it's those little chunks in time where they slipped. At this level, especially in the Western Conference, and seeing how good Oklahoma City is, you've got to be consistent for longer periods of time and get to 48 minutes, as close to 48 minutes as you possibly can.
Tim Kempton, Suns radio color commentator, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. On the Devin Booker front, obviously he's going to be the most talked about player all the time with the Suns because he is the face of the franchise, Tim, as you well know. But it was a tough series for him, as it was tough for a lot of players in this series. But when you break down this series, do you think the reason for Devin Booker's backslide was Oklahoma City's defensive scheme, Book himself? People had questioned the aggression that he showed in this series, or just the surrounding pieces and how it worked together, or a combination of all of those things?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with all three. Listen, first and foremost, Mark Daigneault and his staff said Devin Booker's not going to beat us in this series. It's going to have to be other guys to step up and really help him out, create space for him, because, if those other guys, if you have Grayson Allen healthy, if you have Jordan Goodwin healthy, and they're making plays when the ball comes out of Devin's hands, now when it comes back to Devin's hands, he can be more aggressive. He's playing against one defender as opposed to seeing double teams and getting that plethora of one after another, Lugans, Dort, and just all those guys that they were running at him defensively. So I think it was a combination of everything. Mark Daigneault and the staff not saying you're not going to beat us. Obviously, the Suns a little shorthanded. Grayson Allen and Jordan Goodwin, two guys that have played particularly well for the Suns all year, weren't available. And at times, the Suns just didn't make enough shots. So, yeah, at the times they needed other people to step up. When Devin would make the right play, make the right pass and set his teammate up, they weren't capitalizing on that.
I think the Suns need a big, talented, big, angry, physical dude like you once were, TK, down on the blocks. Where are they going to find that guy?
Yeah, how are your legs, Tim?
How are your legs, TK? I know your golf swing's good, but how are your legs?
Toby Keith, I'm as good once as I ever was. but that's the problem. They need someone for 82 games a year, not one game a year. But no, yeah, John and I even talked about it late last night in the post game. Is it seemed to be a glaring hole, rebounding and another big. But in saying that, is it already there with Rasheer Fleming? We saw how good he was in certain spots. Kaman Malawach. Now, I know Kaman is only 19. I'm not expecting him to be the savior next year. I still think it's, 2, maybe 3 years away where we see the best Kaman Malawach in his development. But he sure looks good going forward. But yeah, if they could find some interior rebounding, interior defense, I think that would help a lot for sure.
We only got to see Jalen Green play 38 games, including the postseason, Tim, and very little of that time, all told, was with Devin Booker and Dylan Brooks on the floor at the same time. Bick has identified that as the biggest question moving forward. Is that threesome feasible moving forward? Do you believe that threesome is the building block for future Suns teams?
Now listen, we're sitting here. We don't know what the front office is thinking in regards to trades and free agents and everything. But yes, I think if you take the best of all those guys, I think it is feasible. I think, listen, Dylan Brooks is a heck of a basketball player, but I think his strength is being the third guy on the offensive end. I think if you can get him focused on the defensive end and then being the complementary piece. I thought there were too many times this year where the Suns had to rely on him offensively. Now, he stepped up phenomenally. I thought he had a great year, but you have the explosiveness of Jalen Green and the consistency of Devin Booker. If you can get those two guys really clicking on the offensive end and having Dylan Brooks be that third guy, not having to put him out there in isolation and ask him to go make a bucket for himself and the team. I think if you could massage the roles a little bit, I think those guys could definitely be, a triple threat in essence. I think they could be a solid three guys on this team.
Well, the postseason is over. It's off season for you, Tim. Are you hitting the pickleball court or the golf course first?
Well, today I'm just relaxing, but a lot of pickleball and golf in the future, especially golf before it gets too hot. I've gotten soft in my old age. It gets too hot.
We all have, Tim.
Thank you for joining us, TK. We appreciate you.
Great talking to you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Tim Kempton, Suns radio analyst, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Are you hungry for a win? Well, text Smasher to 620-620 for your shot at $25 Sonic gift cards and an autographed Diamondbacks baseball. One grand prize winner is going to take home a $500 gift card to Sonic. Once again, Smasher to 620-620. Coming up, everyone is excited about the Cardinals' new running back, except for maybe the team's other new running back. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
What percentage chance do you think he could be the game one starter for the Arizona Cardinals?
5 to 10%.
Okay, but not zero.
Not zero.
Not zero, but not
You
high.
got an impasse right now with Jacoby. I think Jacoby Brissett's your starter. I always say this about, even with basketball players with Malawach and Fleming, he's played a lot of football games, Carson Beck, but 17 games is a long season. It's the NFL. You're going to take a beating out there. If you can take some of those games off his schedule, I think it helps.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so not that long ago, I had an outrageous electric bill running my air conditioning all month long during the heat of the summer, $666. I thought that is insane. What my deal was, my windows were shot, and if you've been living in your home 15 or more years, chances are you need your windows replaced as well, because the Arizona sun does a lot of damage to our homes, particularly our windows, leads to warping, leads to condensation, and in my case, huge spike in your energy bills. My friends at Advanced Window Products, a great solution for you. Let me start with my experience. They replaced all of my windows. I was super impressed at the installation process. I was watching them put my windows in, and I'm like, these guys really know what they're doing, and that is because at Advanced Window Products, all employees are vetted, and they're full-time crews, never random subcontractors. All their installers are lead-safe certified, which many competitors cannot claim. This is why reviewers consistently praise their installers for cleanliness, for communication, and craftsmanship. Advanced Window Products, a local and window and door manufacturing company. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. That warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home, and it also adds value to your home. Here's my buddy Joe from Advanced Window Products to tell you of a great special they have got going on right now.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, I'm going to up the Bickley special to $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more, but you must call now. Call us at 480-764-2110. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom-made windows for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. Installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call me right now, 480-764-2110 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
Hey, Phoenix, let's huddle up and talk about your smile. If your teeth hurt, you're missing teeth, or you're tired of fumbling with dentures, it's time to get your life back. I did, and it was a game changer. My good friend, Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center, is the real deal. He's helped more than 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants. That's not theory, those are reps. And with all-on 4 full-mouth implants, experience is everything. You want to choose steak again, crunch apples, smile in photos? Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center, that's where I'm going to send you. Aria isn't some big corporate chain calling plays from out of state. They're locally owned, and they treat you like a person, not a number on a depth chart. Go to Aria Dental Implant Center now, or go online at ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to earnhardtbuickgmc.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Now that the NFL draft is in the rearview mirror, what stands out from the Cardinals rookie class? It's the Bernsey and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Pretty tough, pretty physical, I would say. Yeah.
There's certain things you take the most pride in?
Not getting tackled by one guy. I think falling forward, getting those yak yards, being able to do that. I think I take a lot of pride in that. Just not being like, if it's a one-on-one, just make sure we're going forward, not getting stallmated for a 0-yard gain. Whether it's if there's a D lineman who breaks through and he's free, just being able to get back at the line of scrimmage at least instead of taking negative. I think that's the biggest one.
Going back to March 12th for that one, Tyler Algier, after he signed a contract with the Arizona Cardinals, the former Atlanta Falcon, the former BYU Cougar, talking about his running style, which has been effective. He's been a good back, and there was some excitement about the signing of Tyler Algier when free agency started. Has that changed a little bit with the Arizona Cardinals drafting number 3 overall, Jeremiah Love out of Notre Dame, one of the top running back prospects we've seen come into the league in quite some time. It got people to thinking, including Adam Schefter of ESPN, who's more really of a newsbreaker than an opinion giver on the NFL. But
yes.
He had an opinion because everybody, and I got a kick out of Kurt Warner saying, grading these drafts 3 days after, it doesn't make any sense. So these winners and losers thing,
right?
Probably
take it with a grain of salt.
Probably an effort and futility. But Adam Schefter was asked to participate. His biggest loser of the draft is Tyler Algier.
My draft loser, if you will call him that, would be the Cardinals running back, Tyler Algier. Yeah. Tyler Algier was in Atlanta and wanted a larger role and left Atlanta in free agency to go to Arizona which paid him $7 million for the upcoming season. He thought he was going to be the lead back there in Arizona, or at least get more work than he got in Atlanta. And he goes to Arizona, which he did not expect at the time would be the team that ultimately would pick Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love at number 3. But that's exactly what happens on the first night of the draft. The Cardinals coaches loved Jeremiah Love. The Cardinals owner, we believe, loved Jeremiah Love. This is an organization that needed a little bit of pizzazz, and they went ahead and took him, I think, to the surprise and disappointment of Tyler Algier, who chose that spot because he thought he would have a bigger opportunity that now, of course, will be shrinking, much as it did in Atlanta, behind Bijan Robinson. He would be my draft loser.
So,
wow.
It's speculation.
Yeah.
It brings up an interesting point, what Tyler Algier must be thinking.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? I mean, I think there's a chance for both of them to be productive.
I would think so too, but if you're Tyler Algier and you've been recruited by the Cardinals to sign with the Cardinals, they probably presented to you what your role is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if they can make good on that right now. Now, I would assume they could, because I think that Tyler Algier has got a great skill set, and he would be I've never thought Tyler Algier was necessarily coming here to be a 1, to be honest with you. I always thought he was more of a change of pace kind of guy.
With James Conner, though.
Right, but a much heavier workload. So the question becomes, what that kind of does to me. It kind of paints the picture that the idea to draft Jeremiah Love and create this new future with Jeremiah Love was sort of a more recent phenomenon.
Right. At what point in the offseason did they go all in on Jeremiah Love?
Yeah, I mean, March 12th. Let's go back. We talked about the signing of Tyler Algier. Was Jeremiah Love even a possibility in people's minds at that point? No.
I doubt it. And as you pointed out prior, it seemed to be about 2 weeks before the NFL draft where the name kept coming up. And I think you and I were both, okay, smokescreen. That's what they're doing. Trying to kind of raise awareness, raise interest so they can trade out at number 3. And that didn't happen. So I can understand what Tyler Algier is thinking. But this is something that's like the inner dangers of running a football team. Is you bring in guys and you tell them this is what you're going to do for us, and then the calculus changes. And then they bring in somebody else, and suddenly your room is a little more crowded than you thought. I think Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew, I wonder what Gardner Minshew thinks about all of this. When he was signed to be backup to Jacoby Brissett, and now at some point in time they're going to give the football to Carson Beck. They're going to find out what this kid has.
Yeah, but on the flip side of that, with all due respect to these players, if you're Gardner Minshew or Tyler Algier, what do you expect the Cardinals to do? Not upgrade their position?
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
And look, there's been a lot of comparisons between Jeremiah Love and a guy like Jahmyr Gibbs.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the differential in carries last year. Jahmyr Gibbs got 243 carries. David Montgomery, who's moved on to Houston, 158 carries. I think that's a pretty good, if the offense is operating the way that it should be. And I still think, even with their ability to throw the ball, the season started, they wanted to be a run-first team.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the goal, probably, still, of a Mike LaFleur offense. More, diverse running game. That would be a good differential that I think both players could be happy with. Now, James Conner might not be very happy about it.
Again, I think I mentioned it yesterday. Look at the Rams' offense from last year. 2 very productive running backs, Kyron Williams and Blake Corum.
Look at the Seahawks.
Exactly. Jeremiah Love is, we all think, going to be very good, uber talented, both out of the backfield and catching the ball. But if you're a good football team in today's game, you need more than one good running back.
Sure. And last year the Cardinals needed 5.
Yes.
And let's just hope 2026 isn't another case where all of these guys are hurt, and it ends up being Michael Carter as the leading rusher again.
Although,
and we love Michael Carter, but
just to play devil's advocate and to counter your point, Sammy, the truly elite special guys like Christian McCaffrey and Saquon Barkley, who Jeremiah Love is supposed to be, those aren't guys who are splitting carries, though.
Bijan Robinson did.
Yeah, and then his backup got so mad he left.
Jahmyr Gibbs does.
The funny thing is that if we ended last season, going into the offseason, we thought we could come into this season with James Conner and Trey Benson being the two guys that would be the 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Well, to counter, because this is fascinating, because Kenneth Walker during the playoffs shined as the exclusive bell cow back for the Seahawks because of injury.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll raise questions. Did we do the right thing? Did we not maximize this guy while having, two running backs? They did the same thing in Detroit. They came to the realization Jahmyr Gibbs is too special to kind of be a 1A and a 1B guy. But I think the biggest thing
they went out and got Isaiah Pacheco.
That is true.
So, I mean, I don't think he's going to have that big of a role, but...
I don't think he's going to have a David Montgomery
No, I
kind
don't
of
think
role.
so, but...
I think that in the case of this story here, you said it first as you introduced the story. The fact that this came from Adam Schefter's mouth would suggest this came from the mouth of an agent who expressed his client's deep unhappiness.
And he
with
used
the
words like
developments in
disappointed
Arizona.
and surprised.
Yeah, and so that's the kind of thing that you hate to see happen to a new coach trying to install a new culture, but I guess it's probably just another day in the NFL.
Yeah, but also, what's your goal as a player? Is it to contribute to a winning organization, or is it to get a lot of carries on a 3-win football team? I mean...
You would hope it'd be the former.
You would hope. Coming up next, we roll into the 9 o'clock hour on this Tuesday. Sammy's going to take us through social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Suns season ends with head and heart telling different stories, writes Dan Bickley. This offseason will have to be dynamic to properly reshape Phoenix's roster, and which Suns players exit 2025-26 as sure things. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you are carrying private student loan debt, the student loan landscape is shifting very fast, but none of the changes that are happening actually help you. Private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that's exactly why there's Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is their whole focus. They look at where you are financially, and they build a low fixed rate payment plan around it. It's not a temporary patch. It's a real long-term solution and a way forward. They even work with you if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for years, even if every other lender has turned you away. Y-Refi operates with no judgment, no shame. They've seen everything that's out there, and they just want to help you get back on solid ground. With one call, you'll know exactly where you stand and what is possible. Give Y-Refi a call today at 888-Y-REFI-85. That is Y, or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. I And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
It's Desert Wind Harley's pre-owned red tag sale this week. Hundreds of Harleys under the Big Tent, tagged with liquidation pricing. Save $2,000, $4,000, even $6,000 at Desert Wind Harley's pre-owned red tag sale. Good credit, bad credit, no credit, no problem. Desert Wind Harley is accepting 100% of all credit applications. Desert Wind Harley's owner says 50 used bikes must go this week. You don't need perfect credit, don't need a cash down payment. Desert Wind Harley-Davidson is the largest volume Harley dealer in the state. Pre-owned red tag sale ends this Sunday.
No payments for 7 months, no interest for 90 days with approved credit.
Hey homeowners, if you're thinking about moving this spring, you've probably run into this problem. You can't buy your next home until you sell your current one, but you don't want to sell until you know where you're going. So you wait and miss out, or you rush and lose money. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has your solution. With Carol's Buy Before You Sell program, you can buy your next home, then sell your current home the right way for top dollar without carrying 2 mortgages. Don't miss this opportunity. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here. I am with Brian Griffiths, who is a captain of Moving Team 6. Brian, how are you doing?
Not too bad, Wolf. How about yourself?
I'm doing great, brother. Tell me why you got involved with Moving Team 6.
I used to be in the Navy, had gotten out, doing a couple other things, and wanted to get back into something that actually helped people again.
How did being in the Navy actually help you with Moving Team 6?
It helps out a lot. It gives you the discipline, big things, showing up on time, work ethic, show up, you get the job done, get it done the right way the first time, makes everything much smoother and easier.
How much did it matter to you that Moving Team 6, they proudly support and hire veterans?
Oh, it mattered a lot. That's one of the reasons why I started working here.
So, Brian, if there's another veteran that is listening right now, what would you tell them about Moving Team 6?
First of all, it's a great place to work. Similar kind of brotherhood you had while you were in with the guys and the other veterans that we have here.
Thank you, Brian. Go to movingteam6.com.
Where your move is our mission.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns season came to an end last night at the hands of the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 4 in a 131-122 loss. The Suns surprised the rest of the league, going 45-37 and grabbing the 8th seed in the West this season, but the Thunder were simply too much for this Suns team. The question for Phoenix now is what is next? The Arizona Diamondbacks are in Milwaukee for 3 games starting today. Merrill Kelly will look to bounce back after his last start and keep an eye on if Geraldo Perdomo and Adrian Del Castillo are in the lineup after both of them got banged up in the Padres series. The Snakes and Brewers' first pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In other Diamondback news, Ildemaro Drip Vargas was named National League Player of the Week for the first time in his career. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort. Rates from just $129 and no resort fee for locals. Book stays May 15th through September 13th at TalkingStickResort.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Yes, the 9 o'clock hour. That means it is time for Social Studies. You can find us on social media at Bickley_Murata on X. We are at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and on YouTube. If you want to tune in and watch the show, we are at Arizona Sports over there. And our first question on Social Studies today, something we posed earlier in the show. But for Suns fans, fill in this blank. The Suns just had a blank season.
I got a response, or maybe we all did. I think the good word is successful.
Yeah.
I'll go nice.
Nice season,
It was
Jared.
nice.
It was nice.
Not noise.
Noise.
But nice.
Was it the nice?
Noise.
Like they say at the arena.
And
After you do your 1, 2, 3.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. That is a good
That's
nice.
not. That's I don't. Do they do that after 1, 2, 3?
Not all the time.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Just
right?
sometimes I've noticed it.
It's
yeah.
random buckets that shows up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Got it.
And my word was a head scratching for both the good and the bad.
Right.
And we also
You might want
posed
to get your scalp checked there,
Right.
Sammy.
No, we're good. I don't personally scratch my head a lot, but when I watch the Suns over the season, sometimes, a little head
I
scratch.
have very dry scalp.
Conditioner, Jared?
Yes.
A lot of it.
I also posed
Get
this.
yourself some tea tree shampoo, Ferry.
Oh, I got it. I got all the teas and trees you could want.
Doesn't that stuff smell so good?
I love it.
I love it.
I also posed this question on Facebook and Instagram, so you can respond on that if you're not on X.
Yes, and a couple
Why don't we throw a bone to some of those users?
Because sometimes those take a little bit longer to gain the responses.
Well, I'll give you a couple. Christopher said overachieving. Pits and Giggles said important. Our old friend Seebacher said competent. That's a good one. Competent.
Yeah.
Not exceptional, but competent.
Respectable like.
Sir John said better than expected.
Yep.
Colton solid yet underwhelming.
Okay.
I got a kick out of this response from Marco. He said, fine, we were only supposed to win 20 games, so this is pretty wild. Now give us Ja Morant. Dude.
Oh,
Another one.
That's what
Do you guys want Ja Morant?
That's what this summer is going to be littered with.
It is,
until we get to it.
absolutely.
It's going to be Rumor Mill City for the Phoenix Suns. All right, so on the Social Studies Suns-themed edition, the next question we had is, what is the biggest difference between the Suns and the Thunder right now, and why?
Level of cohesion for me. Like, I just marveled at the Thunder. Like, I don't know if they identify Thunder-type players in their scouting, or they just draft these guys and turn them into Thunder-like players.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've got a type.
They've got their vibes right.
Yeah.
And there's a great spirit about that basketball team. And I think the Suns have a little bit of that as well.
I agree with that.
I think that comes from Jordan Knott primarily. I think a coach creates the spirit of a group through authenticity, through making it fun for guys, through equality, just all sorts of things. I think Oklahoma City has really honed in on that, and it's remarkable. I mean, they've got total buy-in.
I think the biggest one, and it was in a bunch of these responses, but from Alex, he said talent. I think the talent disparity on the Suns and the Thunder is wider than many people want to give it credit for.
But it's not a team full of super duper stars and all stars.
No.
The Thunder. It's just a well put together team.
And Adam kind of went on this. He said the answer is the depth on the bench. The Thunder bench put up 35 last night. Suns put up 22. Thunder bench scored, proved why they are crucial for this Thunder team. All right, our last question to wrap up Social Studies. Suns fans, write your eulogy for the 2025-26 season.
I didn't get this assignment till late, so I apologize. My dog ate mine.
You don't have a dog.
Just shut up, man.
Well, he ate his dog after he ate the dog.
I would just say that I would say thank you to this Phoenix Suns basketball team for turning the page on the most unlikable team in franchise history. Coming out of the Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal era, that might have been a low watermark for a lot of people, and that's saying something after going through the Robert Sarver years. But in terms of failed expectations and just utter disappointment in the lack of caring, the care factor, how about that for a phrase? For the previous iteration of the Phoenix Suns was atrocious. Not atrocious. And so
I like atrocious.
that
is
too.
like atrocious with a capital A.
Exactly.
I like it.
So to me, I thank the team for turning the page and fulfilling promise number one from Matt Ishbia.
I'm going to read my favorite one. Good old reliable from Tom Foss, who writes us in every day. His was my favorite. He said, "Here lies the 2025-26 Suns. They were fun, but now they are done." Bookmark this post, as this may be the last time you'll see it. The Suns were better than we ought, but they were so young and green. They trickle away like a brook. They were good, but they were not always going to win. I think pretty good. Incorporated some Suns names in there. I like it. And then Lawrence was pretty good as well. He said, "As we go through the vast space of somberness and sadness, knowing this end was inevitable, let's be thankful for this team and celebrate as they brought this Suns community back together and reignited that love and raw emotion we had lost. Be well, my friend, until we meet again."
Like that.
Like that a lot. So there you guys go. Lots of Suns questions today on Social Studies. We're at Bickley_Murata on X. And like Jarrett mentioned, we'll post most of these, or at least one a day, on Instagram and Facebook at Bickley and Murata, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports for you guys.
All right. Thank you, Sammy. 4 Peaks and the Dbacks, a perfect combo. Text the word seats to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets and catch the action at Chase Field. Coming up next, I don't know if it'll qualify as a eulogy, but we'll tell you what the Suns owner had to say about the season that just wrapped up. And a lot more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And it's the Thunder winning for the 12th straight time in the first round. 3 straight sweeps under head coach Mark Daigneault, and it sends the Suns home 4-0. The final tonight, 131-122. Again, the Suns were more competitive than they had been in the previous 3 games. They just could not find a way to knock off the defending champ.
What's next for the Suns? We discuss, and you can watch it on YouTube. Read about it on ArizonaSports.com and listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about your chance to either take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. When you're ready for your next vehicle, the dealership you choose makes all the difference. At Earnhardt Ford, here's what you get. 75 years of Arizona trust. Earnhardt is a name that has earned trust since 1951. No bull upfront pricing, no games, no runaround ever. A zero-pressure team committed to finding the right fit for you, and a full online shopping experience which puts the power in your hands. And right now, a 2025 Ford Maverick is an absolute steal. You can save up to $8,000 off MSRP, or choose a $2,000 Fuel Your Ford gas card instead. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford, I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler. Noble for 75 years and going. Or check them out online at EarnhardtFord.com.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life's sleep.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Baseball fans know a rally is one of the game's greatest moments. But in real life, some comebacks take more than determination. After a brain injury, the road back can feel like the longest inning. That's where Barrow Neurological Institute steps in. With advanced neurorehabilitation, Barrow specialists help patients rebuild strength, regain independence, and return to the life they love. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey, this is Dave Burns and John Gambadoro. And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water. Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last. Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620. And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
This is the way. It's Star Wars Night at Chase Field on Saturday, May 9th, featuring the Gabby Moreno Mandalorian Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit Dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What's next for the Phoenix Suns after Game 4 of their first-round series against the Oklahoma City Thunder? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
In the season, we covered out. We were supposed to be a laughing stock, losing the team from all media and whoever else said it. And we proved a lot of people wrong. And that's just because, we had heart. We came together, we played with each other, and we believed in each other. So even though, it sucks that you get swept in the playoffs by a great team, but, it doesn't go against, our season and what we're building here.
Yeah, maybe that's the solace. They got swept by a great team, the defending champs. That makes it a little bit easier. That was Dylan Brooks talking about the season and proving everybody wrong, which the Suns did. I believe today is the day Matt Ishbia can collect on his bet with Bill Simmons from earlier in the year.
Wow.
When Bill Simmons on his podcast said the Suns are going to have the worst defense known to mankind, or however he phrased it. And early on, it looked like that might be the case, but then the light bulb went on, and the Suns were formidable to better than formidable all season long defensively. Matt Ishbia also put out a post this morning, and it reads, "Losing is never easy, but I feel really good today about our team, and I'm already thinking about where we go from here. I'm so proud of this season and want to thank every single person who made this year possible. First, thank you to the fans who supported our team every single day, and the players, coaches, front office, and entire organization who worked so hard to give our community a team to be proud of," which was laid out very plainly by Matt Ishbia last year. "So many fans have told me how much they love cheering on this team, and we're proud of how we competed for 48 minutes every game. This season introduced a new era of Suns basketball, and we have a lot more work to do, which I'm truly excited about, and we are just getting started."
Okay, so you can argue about what adjective to use to describe the quality of the Suns season in some. Great in spurts, magical at the beginning, kind of struggled to get to the finish line. There's no denying this was a great year of redemption for Matt Ishbia. For what people were saying about him this time last year to what his team accomplished this year, I mentioned that he made a promise to Suns fans that a lot of people thought he couldn't cash, that he was going to turn that dreck of last year into a team that we were going to be proud of on the nightly, that he was going to instill a culture. And I remember many, many times coming on here and saying, you just can't speak this into existence. You can't just make this so because you want it to be so. And then the Brian Gregory press conference and the alignment, we all had a good laugh at that. And they made it happen. To their credit, they made it all happen. So part of me is very excited about what Matt Ishbia is going to do here, because with this guy, I'm sure everything is on the table. I know that a lot of people are like, yeah, don't go do anything big like get Giannis. And I'm just saying that Matt Ishbia is the thing that I like about him is if you were going to make a list of traits you wanted your owner to have, he checks the box at the very top of the list, and that is willing to spend whatever it takes to win. And he is. Nobody doubts that.
No.
And we know how rare that is, better than anybody. We know how rare that is. So I'm real excited what they're going to do with this and how they're going to evaluate this and what they think is the solution for next year.
No, and you hit on something big there. The willingness to spend has to intersect at some point with the ability or the resistance of the shiny object, which I'm not sure we're past yet. When he says in his statement about where our team, I'm already thinking about where we go from here, just getting started. Look, change needs to happen, but I hope there was still a good the hangover from years prior has to be the pain of going for it and flailing wildly and missing on it. They can't repeat that.
No.
So I know we kind of joked about it in social studies. This summer is going to be attached to all kinds of big ticket items in the NBA, big name players. That's not the way to go. Not right now.
No. I agree with that. Now you do have to get yourself a big in some way, some form, some fashion, in my opinion.
If that's the big ticket item is a big player, yes.
Yeah, that's it. Now, I was worried for a minute before the game yesterday that because somebody put into my ear that the reason they weren't playing Rasheer Fleming is they were planning on trading Rasheer Fleming. And I thought, and I asked around a couple people, like, no, that's not happening. And I'm glad about that because the player development angle is going to be very, very important going forward. And I think you've got a real good coach and a real good staff to get guys elevated.
No, that's the other part we didn't talk about is the continuity and the coaching staff, having the same coach working with the players, but also the staff underneath Jordan Ott, the player development staff, staying the same for more than 1 year. I mean, talk about young players coming in and learning different things from different player development coaches every single year. Can't be the easiest thing.
No.
That might have had an effect on Ryan Dunn this year, which we talked about earlier. I thought this year, Bick, was early on, especially with the way the Suns started the season, we'd be able to completely wash away the pain, especially of last year. Just a wildly disappointing season for the Suns, which spurred all this change and talk of alignment, which was achieved. It's not so easy. I found myself going back to last year as a measuring stick, a comparison point to this year. I think we're past that now, but I do want to just bring this up because I found this interesting. Bradley Beal last night, pretty active on Twitter. Apparently, I don't know what he was watching. Some people assumed he was watching the Suns game.
Yeah.
Bradley Beal tweeted, gave him the warning and still said, F it. Got a lot of reaction.
Oh.
He then apparently responded to those people, not individually, but as a group with a Russell Westbrook what face? The famous GIF. I don't know how I was referring to Phoenix, but okay, let's run with that, LOL. Finally followed on, y'all got to move on, champ.
Okay.
Let this be the last day we talk about last season.
I'm down with that.
I agree with Bradley Beal on that. We all got to move on from that. It sucked, but we can have fun with it today.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I don't know whether what would Bradley Beal have been talking about other than the Phoenix Suns at 9:22 p.m. last night?
I don't know. I mean, I could read some of the responses, maybe, but
maybe. Keyword.
The second one is from somebody with Bradley Beal wearing a PTO suit.
Oh boy.
Bradley Beal, revenge game versus Suns, 5 points, 2 turnovers, 2 for 14.
There's somebody who did a meme or a picture of Bradley Beal in like the old Wilt Chamberlain thing where Wilt's holding up the 100 sign.
Yeah.
It's a black and white, and he's holding up a sign that has the number 1 on it. As in 1 point.
Look, I know he is, and will go down and will remain in Suns history as one of the more frustrating figures. I find it very hard to dislike Bradley Beal.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
When I was around him and when I listened to him, he was a likable guy. But again, the care factor and the vibe and the fight, man, was that missing. Man, was that missing. Kendrick Perkins came out this morning, by the way, and said no team's going to be interested in Kevin Durant at this point going forward. And his stands are going crazy. Not Kendrick Perkins stands. I don't think he has any. KD stands are going crazy. Oh, yeah? A top 10 player?
He's top 5 all time.
Yeah, I know.
Well, the Bradley Beal thing's interesting. The Twitter stuff is what it is. But you had mentioned Brian Gregory's task this offseason to be able to put the puzzle pieces correctly. Bradley Beal is still having an effect on this team this offseason.
Yeah, and will for quite some time.
Exactly.
For the next 4 off seasons, he'll have an effect on this team and what they can do. But better that way than the alternative.
Yeah.
Yeah. And look, Bradley Beal's got an interesting future in his own right because he signed the small deal with the Clippers. Obviously, that didn't work out. He only played a handful of games. He's not coming back from the nagging stuff that plagued him in Phoenix. He's coming back from a fractured hip.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's some serious stuff.
Yeah, it is. You're absolutely right about that.
Coming up next on this Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. So it's time for this week's edition of Mustache. It's next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Never in a billion years would I have thought, well, yeah, they would be led in hitting by Eldemar Vargas, and he will just lead them to the promised land. And obviously, when he needs help, Jose Fernandez, their 27th rated prospect, will come up and just be a beast as well. And yeah, he's a shortstop, but he'll play third and first, too, because why not? This all makes sense. This is insane, dude.
It is.
Eldemar Vargas is hitting .367 with a 1.104 OPS, 6 home runs. He's 34. He's 9 months younger than Nolan Arenado.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Generations of Arizonans have been shopping at Walt's ever since they opened their doors way back in 1957. They are a Valley institution. But have you seen them lately? If not, it is a great time to go and take a look. Walt's is Arizona's #1 TV surround sound and appliance dealer, winners of the prestigious Retail Platinum Elite Dealer Award. They are the experts. They are local. They give you 7 decades of experience. Here's what else makes them special. They offer great prices on major name brands, and to prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Walt's, watch them match it. They offer speedy delivery or in-store pickup options, same-day delivery 7 days a week, free in-home consultations if you're looking to upgrade to a smart home. Whatever you want, however you want, Walt's makes it easy. And if you're a sports fan, now is a great time to ramp up your viewing experience. At Walt's, you're going to find everything you need, all the major name brands, inventory you will not find anywhere else. Big screen televisions all the way to 115 inches. Great selection of outdoor TVs. Great selection of audio components. You put the right audio component together with the right television built for live action sports, you will have magic. Waltz has an extremely knowledgeable staff that can get you into the merchandise and the electronics you are looking for that perfect immersive viewing experience. Go check out Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. Super cool showroom. While you're there, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can always check them out online at waltz.com. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Hello?
Hey, sis. Got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsburg.com.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 5-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns' surprising season came to an end last night in a 131-122 loss and via a 4-game sweep by the number 1 seed Oklahoma City Thunder. And what started out as a feel-good story in the NBA turned to a lack of consistency post-All-Star break and ultimately left Suns fans wondering where they will go from here. For more on the Phoenix Suns, head to ArizonaSports.com. On the diamond today, the Snakes are in Milwaukee for 3 games starting today. Merrill Kelly will get the ball for the Diamondbacks, looking for a much better outing after giving up 8 runs his last time out. Brewers and Diamondbacks will get going at 4:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, May 9th Diamondbacks home game versus the New York Mets, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is what are your expectations for the Phoenix Suns next season? Is it to win a playoff series, miss the postseason, or host a playoff series?
They've been out of the playoffs for 12 hours. We have to have expectations for next season.
Move on, Vinnie, come on.
I'm not ready to move on just yet, champ.
I don't host a playoff. You mean just to be the higher seed in the playoff series?
Be a top 4.
I would say win a playoff series is a reasonable goal.
Okay, that's where I would.
But again, we don't know what we're doing here. We
Right.
don't know what we're looking at here. We don't know if this Thunder team is going to go 2-peat, 3-peat. You know, we don't know what they're threatening with here.
Yep.
We're looking at a minimum of a 5-peat, Bob.
Win a playoff series, 55% of the vote. Miss the postseason, 29. Host a playoff series, 17.
Why didn't we have not get swept in a playoff series as one of the choices?
I don't know. I don't know.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage, ArizonaSports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you've only got a mustache.
He shaved his mustache? No, I wasn't. Actually, I didn't even know that. No, I didn't know that. Sorry. Got by me.
Oh, but nothing gets by this crew when we're talking about mustaches, because we're about to play America's fastest growing facial-related quiz sensation, Mustache. Well, I'll be presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song. Bickley and Murata will have to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person first. 1 to 10 points wins. And today's topic, we've been talking so much about the sweep. Talking so much about getting swept. All things having to do with cleaning.
Oh.
Cleaning-themed edition.
Something I know little about.
Yes. Believe me, I know. I neither do. Do you neither? Neither do I. Okay. Dan, would you like to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first.
Would you like to go first?
Sure.
Well, then how about this?
I'ma make you look so ridiculous now. I'm sorry, mama. I never meant to hurt you. I never meant to make you cry. But tonight, I'm cleaning out my closet.
Marshall Mathers, Eminem, not a mustache.
That is correct. All right. Vince Murata.
A lot of people gathered outside the studio today for this edition of Mustache.
Close the door here.
Yes, they did.
All right, I'll play the clue and then I'll close the door here. All right, next clue.
I was gonna clean my room until I got high. I was gonna get up and find the broom, but then I got high. My room is still messed up, and I know why.
Why, man?
Yeah, 'cause I got high. Because I got high. Because I got high.
I would say that song's going to be stuck in my head all day, but it won't be. It'll be stuck in my head until 10:01 when I go use the bathroom in the hallway, and I have to listen to Build Me Up Buttercup again, which played twice. We got evidence. It played twice in 2 hours. 90 minutes yesterday.
Yeah, 90 minutes, yeah.
That is Afro Man. I don't know his real name. I'm going to guess he's got a mustache.
That is correct. That's a good guess. All right. Good start for both of you. Dan Bickley.
Yeah.
And shout out to all the trainers also. To have and the guys who do all the uniforms, to get these uniforms cleaned up and everything. 'Cause, I mean, I'm so old. We used to take a shower in our uniforms.
Charles Barkley, not a mustache.
And that was followed by saying, "What the hell are you talking about?"
The reaction to that, because he would not let it go. I was like, yeah, we used to do that. No, we didn't.
I gotta be honest with you, man. I was swearing at Vinnie yesterday. He sent that clip of Build Me Up Buttercup, and I don't know what it is about that song, but that is an earworm for me. I hear it, I can't get it out of my head, and I hate it.
Isn't that the sign of a good song, though? Eventually, obviously, anything gets annoying like that, but
it's just a certain song that, like other songs I can block out, annoying songs, but that one I can't. It's just whatever.
All right. We won't record this next time we go to the bathroom. All right. Whose turn is it?
Vinny.
Shampoo is better. I go on first and clean the hair. Conditioner is better. I leave the hair silky and smooth. Oh, really, fool?
Really? Stop looking at me, Swan. That is Adam Sandler from Billy Madison. Not a mustache.
That is correct. The height of his Sandlerness, perhaps, there. All right, there's a cleaning edition of Mustache, Not a Mustache.
Yes.
Dan Bickley.
Yes.
That's the time you get me running, and you know I'll be around. I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Oh yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work.
That is Steely Dan. I don't know if that's Donald Fagen on the vocals, but Donald Fagen, I'm sure, is in those vocals, not a mustache.
That is correct.
Wow.
Nobody here really loves Steely Dan,
I do.
right? You do?
I adore Steely Dan.
Okay, excellent. It proves my point then. All middle-aged white guy sports writers either are Bruce Springsteen guys
and
or Steely Dan guys.
Yeah, I'm a Steely Dan guy.
Right. And Vince, you are actually neither of those, right? Do you like Steely Dan or Bruce Springsteen?
I
like either, but
I'm
neither.
not a fan of either, but I respect the craftsmanship of Steely Dan.
How about it?
All right. Vince Marotta.
What's the documentary on? Yacht Rock. Go bleep yourself.
All right, Vince.
Yes. That is, I believe, George Harrison, Beatles, Mustache.
That is correct.
Well done.
One of
Look
the
at that.
very few George Harrison songs. Also a great song. All right, Dan Bickley.
6-6.
Well, for starters, you have to purify yourself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka.
What?
You have to purify yourself in Lake Minnetonka.
That's fantastic. That is Prince with a little wispy mustache.
That is correct. From Purple Rain, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I'm surprised my copy of Purple Rain didn't break from being paused.
You like
So
the
much on
dialogue
that
on that
scene.
one? That scene?
The acting was,
The acting was fantastic.
top
was
notch. I had to rewind it
unbelievable.
over and over again to watch the acting.
The acting. Okay.
Over and over again.
Vince Marotta.
You stole fizzy lifting drinks. You bumped into the ceiling, which now has to be washed and sterilized, so you get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
You knew Jared had to get one in. That is Gene Wilder as Willy Wonka, not a mustache.
That is correct. Okay, perfect score going into the last round of the cleaning edition. Dan Bickley.
Yeah. I believe that is Outkast, Andre 3000, and that's a mustache.
That is correct. Okay.
Well,
Vince Marotta.
done.
Thank you.
For the tie, Vince.
You're not going to play Clean by Depeche Mode, are you?
Vinnie wins. Give it to him.
Not a mustache.
Wow.
That's wild.
That is...
I don't even know that song. I just found it and thought Vinny would probably know this Depeche Mode.
I don't think the clean he's speaking of is the clean you're referencing in this game.
Yes, it was.
Was it? Nothing to do with the heroin?
Dave Gahan, fastidious.
There are many ways to be clean.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say Depeche Mode?
Depeche Mode, Dave Gahan, not a mustache.
No, that's correct. So that means it's a tie.
I didn't even think, because when you go down my genre of music, it's usually like bass level stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Look at you doing the research.
I can't
on the
believe
questions
you guessed that. That's unbelievable. Well, that is a tie
'Cause I thought you
game.
were going to play classic rock again, so I was kind of being a smart aleck.
It's a tie game, which means that we will be cleaning up this edition of Mustache Not a Mustache right after the break.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
Look at you, maestro. I shouldn't have even talked after that. We should have just went right to break. But yeah, Jared is right. We will clean it up next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And it's the Thunder winning for the 12th straight time in the first round. 3 straight sweeps under head coach Mark Daigneault, and it sends the Suns home 4-0. The final tonight, 131-122. Again, the Suns were more competitive than they had been in the previous 3 games. They just could not find a way to knock off the defending champ.
What's next for the Suns? We discuss, and you can watch it on YouTube. Read about it on ArizonaSports.com and listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and if you've spent a lifetime grinding and working and providing, you deserve a little peace of mind, especially when it comes to your retirement. That is why I highly recommend you schedule a free appointment with the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth. Get a second opinion on what you've got going, see what they can do for you. Let me tell you about my experience. When I met with them, super impressed with their knowledge, their transparency. There were no sales pitches. There was no financial jargon. It was just straight, honest talk the way I like it. They asked the right questions, showed me things I never knew existed, like ways to potentially earn higher returns, showed me the benefits of comprehensive and personalized strategies from wealth management to taxes to estate plannings. At Trajan Wealth, they understand no two retirements plans are the same, and as an individual firm, they are not bound to one line of products or portfolios, and as fiduciaries, their advice is built around what is best for you. I walked out knowing I was in really good hands, and that's a really good feeling. Plan smart, dream bigger by calling Trajan Wealth today at 1-855-855-TRAJAN1. That's 855-TRAJAN1, online at TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, Phoenix, let's huddle up and talk about your smile. If your teeth hurt, you're missing teeth, or you're tired of fumbling with dentures, it's time to get your life back. I did, and it was a game changer. My good friend, Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center, is the real deal. He's helped more than 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants. That's not theory, those are reps. And with all-on 4 full-mouth implants, experience is everything. You want to choose steak again, crunch apples, smile in photos? Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center, that's where I'm going to send you. Aria isn't some big corporate chain calling plays from out of state. They're locally owned, and they treat you like a person, not a number on a depth chart. Go to Aria Dental Implant Center now, or go online at ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. An engagement ring might be one of life's biggest purchases. That's why our rings come with an all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that gives you peace of mind without any fine print. How can we offer such an incredible warranty? We take pride in crafting our rings with care and stand behind our quality craftsmanship. After all, this is a family heirloom you'll own forever. Bring in your ring for cleaning, resizing, and repairs anytime you want. We'll make sure it's as sparkly and secure as the day you bought it, fixing prongs, replacing side stones, and so much more. This type of maintenance could cost you $2,000 or more somewhere else. Under our warranty, it's all free. We even protect your diamond. Other warranties don't. Our rings are crafted to last. But in the rare case you lose your diamond, we'll replace it. At Shane Company, your engagement ring purchase isn't just a one-time transaction. We're here to be your jeweler for life, because a friend always has your back. Come by to learn more in store or visit shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Before you can clean, you gotta get dirty, right? At least that's the way I attack it. First dirty song that came to mind. And a guilty pleasure personal favorite of mine. Dirty Little Secret, All-American Rejects.
Yeah, it's a good little...
Yeah, why dirty secret? Little secret. This is not a...
This is another song that when I did karaoke, this was in my repertoire.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a good song.
Doesn't seem like this would be in my range.
No, well...
Well, more so than that other one you said. It was really high-pitched. I believe in a thing called love.
I can't pull that one off. This one, yeah, I could do this one.
And Teenage Dirtbag, right?
Yeah.
Is that your other one?
Yeah.
Well, we got to get Mike Soroka into his repertoire now.
Yes, must.
Yeah, don't we?
I don't want to get canceled for singing that song in its entirety.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. That's a real good point.
All-American Rejects, who were just at Chase Field not long ago, doing today's Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, we got to pay off the mustache, not a mustache tie. The theme was cleaning edition via the Thunder sweep over the Suns. And so Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had 13 playoff sweeps. That leads all NBA players ever.
Wow.
So he played in 227 playoff games. How many career playoff points? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
I will put my guess in 227. I'm going to check to see if my math works out. I might be high here. I mean, high with my guess. All right, my guess.
Okay, Afro Man.
I was going to guess my figure, but then I got high. My guess is in.
Okay, Vinny's guess is in.
All right, so
My guess, 7,020.
7,020. What's Vinny's guess?
Vinny's guess is 5,500.
And the actual answer is
5,762.
Wow. Good job, Vinny.
Congrats, Vinny.
Good job, Vinny.
My math was good. I was going to do some math.
And I believe second all time. I'd have to double check in playoff scoring.
Yeah,
So
he's
Kareem.
been surpassed by LeBron, I'm sure.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because I saw the patch on LeBron's jersey.
There you go. LeBron's second behind Kareem, though, in playoff sweeps, only 12.
Pretty soon, LeBron is going to look like Ricky Bobby.
Hey, there was some news in baseball today. Another manager fired, a prominent manager. The Phillies, off to a terrible start, fired Rob Thompson. These stories are related because over the weekend, the Red Sox very controversially fired Alex Cora. Their players were all pissed. They got off to a terrible start, too. So the Phillies fired Thompson. They end up naming Don Mattingly as the interim manager, but they offered the job to Alex Cora first, and he said no.
That's wild.
Imagine getting fired and getting a job in Major League Baseball like 2 days later.
Doesn't Don Mattingly's son?
He's the general manager.
He's the general manager for the Phillies. That's reverse
crazy.
nepotism, isn't it?
Oh, wow, yeah. Has any manager ever coached and if any manager ever managed two different teams in the same season?
Oh, that's a good
I mean,
question.
that would have been really strange.
That would have been wild.
And how about that? The Red Sox and the Phillies, two super major big market teams firing their managers this early
and
in the year.
we're not even May yet. We're right there, but still.
No,
April,
I know. Yeah.
April 28th, and we've had two big market managers axed.
But also, inexplicably, both of those teams
Stink.
awful.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to the Phillies.
They had some losses that they obviously went through, but they should be way better than that. And can we close out by reading another Bradley Beal tweet today?
Oh, sure. I'd love to.
Earlier today, Bradley Beal, he posted, "Get up and win the day." And then after that, within the last hour or so, he tweeted, "Top 5 hoop movies of all time." He's doing his own version of Social Studies in the offseason. Have we ever had this discussion?
Top of the head, top 5.
Ooh, yeah, bringing it back.
Yeah.
Top 5 basketball movies?
For me,
Probably the worst genre of sports movie, I would say.
It's a tough one.
White Men Can't Jump.
Great one, yes.
Classic.
It has to be.
Hoosiers.
Yes.
Two classics.
Glory Road.
I love Blue Chips.
I haven't seen Blue Chips.
Blue Chips will seem ridiculous now
Glory
in the
Road
era
was
of NIL.
The Texas Western
Texas
Yeah.
Western.
one. I watched that once. It was good. Coach Carter, I watched once. It was
I haven't
good.
seen
Hoop
Coach
Dreams.
Hoop Dreams
Hoop
is
Dreams is a great
Yeah.
documentary, though.
An amazing piece of filmmaking.
Love and Basketball.
It was okay.
It was all right.
He
The
got
fish
game.
that saved Pittsburgh.
Air Bud.
He got game.
Oh, Air
Fish
Bud,
that
sure.
saved Pittsburgh. I remember seeing that when I was a small child, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is the coolest movie
Coolest
ever."
thing I've ever seen.
And then, like in the late '90s, early 2000s, worked with a guy, and that was his favorite basketball movie of all time.
Yeah.
And then I went back and watched it after that. It is so horrible. Now, Dr. J's in it, which raises the cool level of it.
Right,
Same
exactly.
thing with Fast Break. Do you remember Fast Break with Bernard King and Gabe Kaplan?
I do.
Slept
do remember
slept
that.
On one. Like Mike, the first one.
Decent movie.
Decent, not bad. There are worse, for sure.
Space Jam.
Oh, Space Jam, yeah.
The original.
I never got all the way through the original Space
Yeah,
Jam.
it never. And I'm a Michael Jordan guy, but I never quite.
And tangentially, there's not basketball in it really, but the Air, was that what it was called?
Oh,
the Ben
yes.
Affleck, Matt Damon movie
Yeah.
about the Air Jordans.
Yeah, it's more
I thought
about
that was a good movie.
Sports, but I enjoyed the heck
too.
out of that movie. I was thinking, how are they going to make a movie about the creation of a shoe? But they did it. Have you seen that one, Vic?
I have not.
Really, really
probably
well done.
should.
Yeah, you would like it.
All right, that's going to do it for us today.
All right, we made it.
Fun show. Thanks to Kurt Warner, Tim Kempton, and you for hanging out with us. We'll do it again tomorrow morning starting at 6. Attendance is mandatory. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, YRefi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. YRefi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. YRefi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Hey, it's Gambo, and every single year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns' surprising season came to an end last night, 131-122, and via a 4-game sweep by the 1-seed Thunder. What started as a feel-good story in the NBA turned to a lack of consistency post-All-Star break and ultimately left Suns fans wondering where they will go from here. For more on the Phoenix Suns, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today. On the diamond today, the Snakes are in Milwaukee for 3 against the Brewers. Merrill Kelly will get the ball for the Diamondbacks, looking for a much better outing after giving up 8 runs his last time out. Brewers and Diamondbacks will get going at 4:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In other Diamondback news, Ildemaro Drip Vargas was named National League Player of the Week for the first time in his career. And after the Arizona Cardinals drafted Carson Beck, the question remains, what will they do with Jacoby Brissett as he looks for a new contract? And that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
Yeah, what's going on, Luke? How you doing?
I'm all right.
Yeah.
How you doing?
All right. So, you know what? It could be better, no doubt.
All right.
Could be better.
Could be.
But you know what, honestly, based on I'm not going to let the Phoenix Suns getting swept by the OKC Thunder. I'm not going to let that bring me down, Luke. I'm not.
That's good.
I'm going to rise up. I'm going to rise above it all. Maybe I'll wallow a little bit in this first hour.
Probably
Maybe
for the next 4 hours.
A little bit, but at the same time, no way, man. Overall, I can't let that bring me down. They've had a great season, in my opinion.
We are going to do a listeners-only meeting in an hour and a half. Just kind of get the thoughts of Suns fans. The season is over now. It almost kind of felt like mercifully because of that series, but if we can take a step back, big picture now, and look at the whole season, I just kind of want to get how people feel about that. So we're going to do that at 11:30.
Okay, cool.
We're also going to talk to Kellen Olsson because the Suns are cleaning out their lockers, doing the exit interviews today. So he's out there, and then after that happens, he's going to talk to us in the 1 o'clock hour.
All right, killer in the corner.
That's right. Put him, yes.
In the shade, in the corner. You know, yeah, okay.
Is that what we're calling the show
Kind
today?
of like Paulie. Paulie's walking around the corners of the locker room.
Just moving salad around on a plate. Tyler Drake will join us in about an hour to talk Cardinals draft. Jody Jackson's going to join us this hour to talk about the Diamondbacks getting back in action in Milwaukee today. Wolf, let's start with the Suns, though.
Okay.
Let's just kind of work through this now. You know, they were projected 29.5 wins by Vegas at the start of the year. If you count the play-in, they ended up winning 46 games this season. But they have also been swept the last 2 times they've been in the postseason. We were playing that game yesterday in the final segment, and Rick and Jamal just nailed it, where I was reading off. Well, I gave you guys the list of 10 players who played for the Suns the last time they won a playoff game. So we're going back to early May of 23, and it was Devin Booker and 9 guys who aren't on the team. And you guys got 7 of the 9, I think, right? Like you got Torrey Craig and Terrence Ross and Landry Shamet. I don't even know who you missed, to be honest. So it's been too long since they've won a playoff game.
Yeah, you know, this is a situation, though, where it's not about the playoff game. It's been too long for them. But they were been swept the last 2 times they were in the playoffs. For me, I Everything has changed. This is a brand new year. This is a brand new year. This is a brand new team. It's a brand new paradigm for the Phoenix Suns. This version of the Phoenix Suns has no relation whatsoever to the last time they were in the playoffs and got swept by the T-Wolves. To me, it has no comparison. This is a brand new version of the Phoenix Suns, and because of that, man, I'm looking at a 1-year run for the Phoenix Suns, and I think they did great.
There's a lot of truth to what you just said. The only reason I'm bringing up how long it's been, and you're right, it's an entirely different era, except Devin Booker's the same.
Yeah, an entirely different team, too.
But the fans are the same. The fans haven't experienced a playoff win, like a game since 2023 against Denver, and even that wasn't a series win. They did win a series that year against the Clippers, but so I say that because I'm guessing when we talk to the listeners at 11:30, there's going to be some frustration.
Yeah,
I think it's always fair to have some frustration after you get swept. Even this is the most extreme circumstances because you weren't supposed to be here, and Oklahoma City looks unstoppable, and I venture to say they're going to look unstoppable against most teams in these playoffs. It wasn't just against the Suns, but it is still a sweep. You still got swept. And so it's hard. There's nothing tangible to point to and say, yeah, man, we got blown out in game 1, but did you see how we bounced back in game 2 and won that one? You didn't bounce back and win any of the games.
Yeah.
I would argue the Suns got better in each of the 4 games.
I thought this was their best game, game 4.
It just didn't matter against that team.
It just doesn't matter because, once again, the Thunder are that much better than the Phoenix Suns. And the respect that I have, too, for OKC based audience to go out and handle, because the Suns balled, especially in this last game, man. Yeah, you could see it. They went out there and they balled. They were down by 4 after the first quarter, of course, and they were down by 8 at the half, yet at the same time, you could see it. It was a competitive game, and it was a competitive game all the way through for the most part. Having said that, once again, the respect that I have for the Thunder to go out and do what they did and play as well as they did to beat a desperate Phoenix Suns team, I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
Special.
You have to dig a little. I don't know that many people that don't follow the Suns closely are going to look at this stuff. But if you're a Suns fan, you're probably well aware of it. I mean, the first game of this series, the Suns just got dominated. It wasn't just the points. It was the rebounding was extremely lopsided. The points off turnovers were extremely lopsided. Like every single stat was just, wow, okay, Oklahoma City's going to win this best of 7 in like 2 games. As the series went on, the Suns turned the ball over less. Overall, they still turned it over too much. I get that. There was a game in there where they actually won the rebounding battle. The points off turnovers last night were even. They got significantly better in these categories that aren't easy to get better in against Oklahoma City. Like they did. We're always going to wonder. I'm always going to wonder what they would have done if they had played sort of a normal playoff team. Like if the Suns were playing the Rockets right now, what would this look like? I know the Rockets don't have KD, so maybe, I don't know, the Suns, Lakers, just any team that isn't Oklahoma City, would they have won games? Would they have made this into a series? Because I was impressed with how they got better each game, but it was also kind of alarming that they're nowhere near Oklahoma City. And ultimately, your goal is to be winning championships.
Yeah. No, you're right about that, Luca. What do you think was the difference? What do you think it was when you look at OKC? And again, based on our names, everybody looks at OKC and goes, "Oh my goodness, who are these guys? Bunch of aliens." They are incredible to watch because, of course, of the talent they have, but the toughness they play with. That's what makes them so special.
I mean, there's not one thing. I'm trying to figure out and I have been trying to figure out what kind of team could beat Oklahoma City in a 7-game series. I don't think it'll happen this year, but I don't think anybody really thinks it'll happen this year. But it would either have to be a team that has like 5 or 6 legitimate scoring threats where, hey, this guy's off, but they can't key on one guy. OKC keyed so much on Booker, and they did. They basically shut him down except the second half of last night. And so it was like, okay, Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks have to step up. But even if they stepped up, that's still not enough. You need more than 3 scorers against Oklahoma City. So it's going to have to be a team that has 5 or 6 guys or a team that just has Wembanyama, who's so unusual that you even as Oklahoma City can't necessarily defend him. But that said, does anybody think the Thunder aren't winning the title this year?
Yeah, no. I think they're winning the title. They are incredible, no doubt. I think we're looking at history I really do. I think this is going to be one of the best teams ever in the association.
Then where's that barf
when
bag
they're
you always
done?
talk
When
about?
they're done with this dynasty, and that's what I'm willing to call it. I think by the end of it, we're going to be looking at this going, that's one of the best teams ever in the association. I think the Suns. Listen, comparing them to the Thunder, of course, I think the Suns have the requisite toughness on this team. It's not going to be a surprise to anybody. We know the culture shift they've gone through. I think they have the requisite toughness on this team, and that matters to me, Basinonians. And now they need more talent. Ron Wolfley reporting.
That's it.
Specifically a point guard.
My source
I would say some wing length, and I would say a big.
Yeah, power forward,
And
whatever.
they've got some candidates that might actually step up next year.
To me, you're looking at two teams in the NBA. If you're any team that's rebuilding or on the way up or whatever you want to call the Suns. I mean, you can't call them rebuilding because they just made the playoffs. But if you're a team that's trying, certainly 8 months ago, you would have called them rebuilding. You're trying to model what you are going to do, and it's going to take some time. It took Oklahoma City some time, and it took the Clippers giving them every draft pick they ever have, and Jalen Williams and SGA for them to get to this point. But you're trying to model yourself, I believe, either after Oklahoma City or San Antonio. You can't really model yourself after San Antonio unless you are guaranteed to get the first pick when an alien comes into the draft. So you have to model yourself after Oklahoma City, and even if you could be Oklahoma City light in a couple years, that will make you a contender at least. But this series was a brutal reminder of how big the gap is. All right, when we come back, what type of person are the Cardinals getting with their new quarterback, Carson Beck? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think it would be malfeasance if you don't give Carson Beck at least 7 starts at quarterback.
What does he have to do to make you not take a quarterback?
Oh, gosh.
What does he have to do to make you be like, you know what? This could be our guy.
Is it a number? Is it a completion percentage? Is it a yards per game? Is it a touchdown to interception ratio? Or is it just the eye test that comes with knowing?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax-efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
The greatest 2 minutes in sports is coming this Saturday, May 2nd at the Trophy Bar in downtown El Catillo in Chandler. Come early to enjoy the breakfast, tacos, drink specials, and Shady Ray sunglasses giveaways during Bunker to Bunkers Live broadcast from 7 to 9 a.m. from the Big Derby Day Bash presented by Santan Ford. Catch the action all day on the 16-foot HD TV and lay down a wager at Trophy Bar's brand new OTB facility. Come run for the roses at the Trophy Bar this Saturday.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Suns season ends with head and heart telling different stories, writes Dan Bickley. This offseason will have to be dynamic to properly reshape Phoenix's roster, and which Suns players exit 2025-26 as sure things. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Yeah, there's some real important questions that need to be asked now of and for the Phoenix Suns, and we'll get into some of them today. So we got the whole offseason. Like I said, Kellen's going to join us. So we're going to grill him on some of those as well. And, you know, there's Devin Booker conversations we got to have too. Let's talk football, though, right now, Wolf. Carson Beck was introduced, actually, over the weekend. We just didn't really get to any of the audio yesterday because there was so much going on. So I'm going to fire off some of these cuts from Carson Beck, okay?
Okay.
And we're not going to sit here and, like, judge the person he is based on a few audio cuts, but at least kind of give you a sense.
But you know what, Basinarians? You might.
You might. We're going to give you the opportunity to, if you would like. Instead of hearing us or
not judging
other people talk about Carson Beck, you can hear Carson Beck talk. Yeah, this is here we go. Here's his thoughts on being a Cardinal.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm super excited, super grateful, super blessed. I mean, I took a visit out there. Absolutely loved the staff. Loved Coach LaFleur. Again, I'm just super blessed and grateful for this opportunity. 100%.
Oh, you know what? Honestly, once again, for the record, I think I'm going to have to say this all the time. Yet at the same time, I might have to put out a disclaimer.
I was going to say, you're going to need disclaimer on disclaimer for Carson Beck.
On Carson Beck, Basinonians. Yeah, you know what? I wasn't excited when they drafted him, and then I thought about it, and I can tell you right now, I think it makes an awful lot of sense because now all of a sudden you've got a guy who has the skill to play in the National Football League. Why not draft him and just find out? Why not start him, as a matter of fact? This is just me. Why not go ahead and run the kid out there, the rookie out there, provided, of course, that he understands the offense and knows what to do. And Mike LaFleur is going to have a big part of him understanding the offense and knowing what to do. Why not run him out there, Basinonians? Why not just go ahead and find out what you have in Carson Beck? It's the Beck or bust year for the Arizona Cardinals. Why not find out? Well, you know what, to me, put him in situations where he's going to have to develop. And maybe it's going to have to be by fire that he develops. Yet at the same time, this is your opportunity to find out what you have. I don't want to see week 9, they're going to start Carson Beck.
No, it doesn't
Seriously.
make a lot of sense to do that.
I just want to see them go right now. Hey, Carson, we think you have what it takes to play in this league, and we're going to run you out there in week 1 and see how you handle it, okay? At some point in time, we might come off you, Carson Beck. We might have to come off you, but we're going to give you every opportunity to prove that you are our guy going forward, or not.
Who is, of all the rookie quarterbacks, who's most likely to start first? I saw this question. I actually saw the odds on this yesterday, and they took Mendoza out of the conversation.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because the Raiders have kind of implied they don't want to start him right out of the gate. So you could argue one of these other guys might even start before him. The Vegas odds have Carson Beck as the most likely rookie quarterback to start first.
As they should.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that. Why? Because of his 6th year. This is a guy that's played an awful lot of ball. He's 23 years old. Once again, run him out there. Find out what you have. By the way, it's probably going to take him a while. You're going to lose games. Probably. But to me, you've got to find out about Carson Beck. That's why I say it's Beck or bust. Find out what you have. He might be your backup quarterback going forward. He might be that guy. But you've got to determine where this kid is, especially if you start him from the beginning, and see how much better he gets and develops.
Yeah, I'm trying to see who else was even on the list. I mean, because he was actually the heavy favorite. I'll find it during the break. But Beck was the heavy favorite to be the
Makes
first.
sense.
And it does. I mean, really, when you look at where other guys, the teams they got drafted to, Ty Simpson's not starting a game for the Rams next year. Matthew Stafford's head will explode, unless Stafford's hurt, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, any of these guys, probably Drew Aller, probably not. I mean, I would assume before the season starts, Aaron Rodgers will tell the Steelers if he's coming back next year, and that'll probably clear things up for them a little bit. Let's get some more here from Carson
What
Beck.
are they doing in Pittsburgh, by the way? What are they doing?
Here's Carson Beck. He was asked about his thoughts on his new head coach, Mike LaFleur.
Just very calm, cool, collected. Seemed like a competitor, someone that's a fierce competitor, but also a team guy. You know, seemed very relational. Something that it sounded like he stood on, and again, just talking ball with him, you can just tell the football knowledge, and obviously that's what I love. You know, I've played football for a long time, and you know, getting around guys that really understand the game and really care about their guys is really important to me. So again, it was really cool to obviously have that visit, get to meet with them, and then now ultimately, you know, have this opportunity.
Well, I got two things, Wolf.
Yeah.
One, I'm distracted because Stephen A. Smith's on TV right now and the audio's not up, but he's talking about how the Suns need to trade Devin Booker.
Okay.
I can't hear the audio, so I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'm assuming he's suggesting they trade him to the Knicks for like a late second-round pick, right?
Definitely.
Because he's done, so put him on the Knicks, right? And where he'll be amazing. So that was distracting. But, okay, going back to what Carson Beck was saying, I don't know that we've fully – when we're all talking about, like, oh, should they have drafted Jeremiah Love? Oh, did they do enough on the offensive line? You know, is Marv, is he just a lost cause? This and that. And all. I don't know that people are fully accounting for the fact that the offense is going to look significantly different with Mike LaFleur. That's not to say, oh, it's going to be amazing. And all of a sudden, oh, this is Sean McVay 2.0. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying the offense should look different. It should unlock some things. Now, who knows? Maybe it limits things. Maybe Trey McBride isn't as effective. That's crazy. Maybe Michael Wilson isn't as effective as he was in the second half. I don't know, but it should look significantly different with Mike LaFleur.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I would agree with that. It's going to look different with Mike LaFleur. That can only happen, of course, when you've got a guy, especially a head coach, who comes in with that background of being this offensive guy. From the McVay-Shanahan tree, it's definitely going to look different. For me, a lot of play action, a ton of play action.
Which you've wanted for a while.
Plays, oh my goodness, plays that look exactly the same. This is a Kyle Shanahan deal where he'll run 3 plays. And those 3 plays, man, they're good, fierce running plays. And then he'll have 3 protections, 3 play action plays. Run right off of those 3 plays that look exactly the same. You got to figure it out if you're at that second level. You got to figure it out. If you're a linebacker, a Mike or an inside, a weak side inside, you got to figure that out. And it's not easy to do. That's what I'm hoping, more than anything else, that we're going to see. We're going to see a lot of the Kyle Shanahan influence in terms of, especially in rundown situation. 1st and 10, 2nd and 1 to 6. You got 3 big running plays that you run, and you hammer the ball. Oh, and you got play action that comes right off of those 3 plays that looks exactly the same. Man, this is a hallmark of Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay, and I hope we see that more than anything else.
And you now have a running back that can be a monster out of the backfield as a receiver, too. Which and look, James Conner can catch. Tyler Algier is a different kind of back, but you didn't draft Jeremiah Love for him to be decent. You drafted him for him to be Jahmyr Gibbs or Christian McCaffrey or Bijan Robinson. I always laugh, and I said this to you even before the draft. I laugh, and people are like, yeah, well, how many Super Bowls has Christian McCaffrey won? 0. Most guys don't win Super Bowls by themselves. How much better has he made every team he's on? How much better? Like, Atlanta shouldn't be anything. Bijan made them a playoff contender last year. Jahmyr Gibbs is maybe the best running back in the NFL right now to have. So if I'm getting somebody in that class, I'm not going to hold against Jeremiah Love the fact that Christian McCaffrey wasn't winning Super Bowls with Carolina or the fact that the 49ers haven't been able to beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. I'll take the player that's going to make my team better.
By the way, tough guy that's out there on Twitter, of course. By the way, Kenneth Walker III, how big of an impact did he have on Seattle's offense last year?
Can you believe the fact that he's on the Chiefs now?
Just how big of an impact did he have on the Super Bowl champion brothers?
Here's more from Carson Beck. What makes him an NFL-ready quarterback? It'd be funny if he was like, well, I was just in college for the better part of a decade, so what else am I going to do? But that's not what he's going to say here.
I don't know the exact number of games I've started in. I think it's either like 42 or 43 games, but I think that in itself, holds weight, with the experience that, I've been able to, put under my belt. And not only experience, but the amount of big games that I've played in, the amount of big moments I've been in. And I think that'll really, really help as I head into, this next level. Obviously, it's super different, and I got to put my nose to the grindstone and work, and that's something that I've always done and something I'll continue to do, and make sure that I have the right approach. So, again, I think that experience really helps me. But again, we're starting from scratch. We're starting brand new, and I'm ready for this opportunity.
Yeah, everything is different, Carson. Everything is different. Oh, my goodness. The level, the difficulty of the National Football League from the college level Basinonians to the NFL. It is. I say this all the time. It's like going from checkers to chess. It truly is that different. And yet at the same time, this is a guy that loves this stuff by all accounts. He loves getting into the film. He loves getting into the playbook. He loves talking ball. And I could see Mike LaFleur and Carson Beck spending an awful lot of time together. I'm talking about hours a day together, just in a meeting room where they're greasing it up on the board.
Hours together, meeting like Ty Simpson and Sean McVay apparently did, even though they pretended they'd never talked before the draft. And now it's come out that they were actually having conversations for hours. That's probably something.
That was interesting.
The Rams are just being weird. Carson Beck, what do you say? He feels like he started about 42 or 43 games?
Yes.
So 3 times as many as Ty Simpson, basically?
That's what I'm talking about. Again, the experience that Carson Beck has.
That makes more sense for the Cardinals because either, hopefully, you'll know right away, this guy's got it. We found something here, or he doesn't. Let's move on. Whereas with Ty Simpson, it would have been like, well, we got to give him 5 years.
We got to have listeners-only meeting on this. We really do. Hey, Red Sea that is out there right now, are you ready to support this kid? Are you ready to support this kid? If the Cardinals are going to run him out there, let's even say week 1, they run him out there. You're going to be ready to support this kid, knowing he's a rookie and watching him develop. Are you okay with that? It fills me with, I get jacked up thinking about the possibility of running this kid out there to see if he's going to be your guy or not.
All due respect to Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew, it raises the stakes for this season.
Hey, those guys know what's what.
Yeah, I mean, you now potentially are watching your quarterback of the future, or you're not. We got to figure it out this year, all right? When we come back over to basketball, what was up with Devin Booker in the Oklahoma City series, or you can even maybe go back a couple weeks prior to that. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And it's the Thunder winning for the 12th straight time in the first round. 3 straight sweeps under head coach Mark Daigneault, and it sends the Suns home 4-0. The final tonight, 131-122. Again, the Suns were more competitive than they had been in the previous 3 games. They just could not find a way to knock off the defending champ.
What's next for the Suns? We discuss, and you can watch it on YouTube. Read about it on ArizonaSports.com and listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. If you're looking for somewhere to watch the basketball playoffs or the hockey playoffs or all the baseball that's going on or anything else in the world of sports, you can stop looking. You just found your place. You're not going to beat Twin Peaks with all these games going on right now. A lot of them, we're getting down to close to elimination games. You can't afford to miss any of the action. You need to be able to see everything at the same time. And Twin Peaks has wall-to-wall TVs with massive screens and perfect sight lines, so you'll be sure to catch every memorable moment right as it happens. It's why Twin Peaks really is the ultimate man cave sports lodge. And then while you're there, you can try some incredible food off their menu made for MVPs. They've got ribs, flatbreads, cheesesteaks, quesadilla tacos. I would suggest the burgers or the wings, maybe loaded fries to start out, chips and queso with brisket chili. You cannot go wrong. Plus, you'll get the great atmosphere, great scenery, just great all-around energy that Twin Peaks is known for. You don't even have to wait for the weekend. They're serving scratch food and pouring quality drinks every day after dark. Twin Peaks has you covered with 5 convenient Valley locations now. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
Homeowners, did your home expire on the market unsold? It happened to more than 30,000 sellers last year. Now, spring is here when homes can sell for more money, but you need the right agent. Call Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Carol has thousands of buyers in waiting and proven systems to create demand for your home. That's why she can guarantee in writing to sell your home at your agreed to price and time frame, or Carol will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree to price and possession.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get $1,000 in free survival gear for a limited time. You heard that right. Right now, when you order the powerful Grid Doctor 3300 solar generator from MyPatriotSupply.com, we'll send you over $1,000 in life-saving preparedness supplies, including a 4-week survival food kit, water filtration system, an off-grid cook stove, and much more, absolutely free. This offer won't last long, so get your generator and free survival gear now at MyPatriotSupply.com. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns were swept last night by the Oklahoma City Thunder. For analysis of the Suns season, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight. They take on the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch is at 4:40 with pregame coverage starting at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what is trending now.
Yeah. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks step up and fill the void for the Phoenix Suns? We'll talk about our baseball teams. First game in Milwaukee. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We took a trip, now we on your block.
Oh man, I missed it.
Oh, you missed it again.
Missed it. It just kills me. Based on audience. You can't say it.
No, you're not going to get it for a while.
Yeah.
All right. Let's have this potentially uncomfortable conversation.
Oh, no. What?
Okay. Although I have a stat. I told you before the show I have a stat I want to throw at you. I didn't tell you what it was yet, okay? So let's have the conversation about Devin Booker.
Oh, no.
All right? I'm not going to sit here and pretend that was vintage Devin Booker against Oklahoma City. We discussed this yesterday, even before that game. reading through his numbers in the postseason, that year when they played the Clippers and Denver, and he was putting up 30, 35 a game and then was going off for 47 in some of the games, right?
Yes.
Even the Minnesota series where they got swept a couple years ago, at least in the last game, he put up 49. Like there was a moment where he's like, you know what? If we're going down, I'm putting up 49. And he did, and they went down. In this series against Oklahoma City, and I think, to be fair, we got to count the play-in too, he didn't look like an elite scorer by any means.
Indeed.
I think we have to acknowledge all that and start there, because it doesn't sound like he was hurt. Maybe we'll hear something different today when they're cleaning out the lockers, but
I love the fact, I just got to jump in here and say that. I love the fact Killer asked him.
Yeah.
Hey, Devin, are you okay?
I have the audio.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Listen, play this cut, Luke, and based on earnings, listen to Buck and how he answers this question.
Look, what's been going on with you physically the last couple of weeks? Is it the right ankle or something else right now?
No, I'm fine.
You're fine? Nothing?
No.
No excuses.
There it is. I mean, honestly.
Could have made one.
He easily could have said at that point in time, because there's no gamesmanship anymore based on it. When you're eliminated.
This is usually when everything comes out.
This is when stuff starts coming out. He could have easily said, yeah, I've been dealing with something, but look, it's not been that big a deal. Okay? It didn't impact how he could have said that. He didn't.
Yeah.
He literally said nothing. Nothing. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I got no issues whatsoever. I'm paraphrasing what he said. That, to me, I love that. That's accountability. That's who Devin Booker is. So what is the issue? Because we know what we saw in this series is really not Devin Booker. We know that based on it. So what were we watching? What do you think it was? Why did he look the way that he did?
I don't have an answer there. I'm hoping. I mean, nobody seems to have an answer. I'm hoping maybe more of one comes out today, and that's why we're going to talk to Kellen, and we'll get you audio from the locker clean out and everything today before the end of our show. So hopefully maybe there's a little more clarity. I can give you my theories, Wolf. Look, this, for whatever reason, seems to be polarizing to the fan base, because you have the fans that are like, nah, you're just making excuses for Devin Booker. And then you have the other, and I would say this is the majority, are like, you're crazy. It's Devin Booker. He had a bad couple weeks. I think no matter what side you land on, you first have to acknowledge they just played Oklahoma City. It's the best defense in the basketball world, and it was geared at stopping Devin Booker.
True.
Now, we all want Devin Booker to be one of the truly elite that can fight through that. I would hope he would have fought through it if it was against any other team, and we would have seen those 30, 35, 40-point games, even if they lost. He didn't give us any of those. The bigger concern to me was that he didn't look like himself as a scorer in the play-in round, because if they just beat Portland, they wouldn't have to play Oklahoma City. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But we have to start the conversation acknowledging the fact they just faced Oklahoma City.
Yeah, you know what? He looked like he was thinking about playing the game as opposed to just playing the game. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It looked like he was thinking about playing the game as opposed to just going out there and being Devin Booker and balling out. I think the responsibility that he feels for not just being the player he is, but to involve others is detrimental to his aggressiveness. That's what I think. I think he's trying to be something basically based on earnings that he really isn't. They need a point guard.
Yeah, I feel like they... And by they, I don't mean Jordan Ott, right? And this is leading into my stat. I feel like the Suns over the years have sort of trained him to be less aggressive, if that makes sense. Because they've, and I'm not talking about this year, but even last year with Mike Budenholzer, it seemed like he was flat out telling him to be less aggressive and less of a leader. But just over the years,
Thank you for that, Mike.
It feels like it was like, well, we
kidding me?
We don't believe in point guards. We're going to rewrite basketball. Okay, well maybe you don't need a traditional point guard anymore. Well, okay, but we're deficient. We're missing basically 3 players. So Book, you be those 3 players in addition to yourself. And
Sure.
I just feel like over time they have sort of taught him weird habits. Now, he's making millions upon millions of dollars. I get it. He's being paid like one of the truly elite, and ultimately this falls on him to fix it. I totally get all that. But here's the stat I want to throw at you, Wolf.
Okay.
And he kind of mentioned it, which is what led me down this path. So he comes into the league in 2015. So next year will be his 12th season in the NBA. It'll be the second time in his NBA career he's had the same coach for 2 straight years.
Okay, that's a good place to start.
That's embarrassing.
Wow.
And that's not on Matt Ishbia. I get it. Like, Matt Ishbia has only been here a couple of years, and Brian Gregory's only been the GM for not even a full year. But, I mean, if you think about it, he gets here, and he has had Jeff Hornacek, Earl Watson, Jay Triano, Igor Kokoshkov. Monty Williams is the only one he actually had as, like, a lengthy coach. Frank Vogel, Mike Budenholzer, and now Jordan Ott. You have, it feels weird to say stunted his development because he's going to be 30 next year, but you certainly haven't helped his development over the years.
Yes. Can I also say, too, Basin Reigns, this is just me, the biggest fear of the Jalen Green deal is coming home to roost as well. What was the biggest fear of the Jalen Green deal when they were saying, oh, you know what, they're acquiring Jalen Green? There were a lot of people saying what?
Maybe it doesn't fit.
You got the same player. You got Book and you got Jalen Green. Well, Jalen Green can play some points as well. Remember that?
Yeah.
We heard that. Jalen Green is an awesome talent base in Orleans, and I absolutely love watching him play. I'm talking about laugh out loud watching him go out and play, but nobody is going to confuse him with a point guard. I mean, that's
not with those turnovers.
That's the way I feel. Yes, not with those turnovers. Exactly. He's a 2. He's a shooting guard. Book needs to be that guy. It's not that Book can't facilitate. He can. Yeah. We know that he can.
But then you are giving up some scoring when you do that.
It changes who he is as a player and as a person. It changes your responsibilities. Man, I know what that is like. I really do know what that is like when they took me and they moved me from fullback to an H-back. Now, all of a sudden, they were trying to actually, Cleveland was doing this, or trying to move me and get me some reps where I was more of a tight end than I was a fullback.
Wow.
Bro, what are you doing? You're taking all of my intensity away. It was what I brought to the field in terms of being a fullback that helped me be the player that I am. It changed my mindset. And I think, honestly, just watching Book, I think he's thinking about playing the game of basketball as opposed to just playing the game of basketball. I think this team needs a point guard going forward.
It's when you're talking about somebody not playing on instinct, that's where you and I are kind of agreeing on. We're definitely agreeing on this part of it, where you've changed the environment around him so many times over the years, and you've asked him to do different things over the years. And again, it's weird because most of the people that have asked him to do that aren't with the organization anymore, but that's sort of the path he's taken, to the point where it's like, no, don't go play to your strengths necessarily. Yeah. You're great at this, but we need you to do these other things first. And then if you get to that, and so when you're talking about a player that's not playing on instinct, and that's what it looked like.
Yes.
And it wasn't just the Oklahoma City series, to be fair. It's been a few weeks now. It's hard to not think that's part of it. Now, I just want to be clear. I'm not saying that the Suns lost because Jay Triano was Devin Booker's coach 6 years. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the lack of continuity for people that are like, you got to trade Devin Booker. A, what are you getting back? You never get the fair return on that. B, look at what this guy has done for this organization over the last decade plus. But C, you haven't seen him with continuity. I'm assuming Devin Booker's going to be better next year with Jordan Ott. I mean, he might. I'm not saying he's going to be the best player in the NBA, but I'm assuming he's going to be better.
Agreed.
All right. You want to see Daniel Tosh in Arizona? Don't miss your chance to see him live at Arizona Financial Theater Friday, November 6th. It is the Daniel Tosh My First Farewell Tour. For ticket information or to enter your name to win, go to the contest page on arizonasports.com. When we come back, Diamondbacks dealing with more injuries. How big of a deal is this? That's next. We're going to talk to Jody Jackson. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
What percentage chance do you think he could be the game one starter for the Arizona Cardinals?
5 to 10%.
Okay, but
I
not,
don't think
not zero.
Not zero.
Not zero, but not
You
high.
got an impasse right now with Jacoby. I think Jacoby Brissett's your starter. I always say this about, like, even with basketball players with Malawach and Fleming, he's played a lot of football games, Carson Beck, but 17 games is a long season. It's the NFL. You're going to take a beating out there. If you can take some of those games off his schedule, I think it helps.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Let's talk about the Ford F-150, because look closely, you see hard work,
great adventure. Paul Calvisi here. Considering the bloodline, it's no surprise F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. The F-150 has us covered. And now take the 2026 Ford F-150 truck. Whether you're looking for the perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get 4.9% APR financing for 60 months plus $2,500 in bonus cash. And Ford owners get an additional $500 in owner loyalty cash on a 2026 Ford F-150 STX. But hurry, it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler at Chain Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, never with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, YRefi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. YRefi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. YRefi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
And Lawler swings and crushes one. High and deep to left field.
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call YRefi today.
The Diamondbacks are back at it this afternoon in Milwaukee against the Brewers. Merrill Kelly on the mound. Jody Jackson is joining us right now to talk some Dbacks baseball on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Jody?
What's up, guys?
You tell us.
I know it's a sad day for the Suns, but, that's a tough matchup. I think we knew that going in. So the good news is we have some great things to talk about with the Arizona Diamondbacks, like really, really good stuff.
Jody, let's start with that. Where do you begin then? Where do you want to focus today?
Well, I want to take a moment just because I know they got the Brewers and the Cubs, so very important road trip, but I just think what we've seen in this first 27 games, 15-12, what we saw Sunday is emblematic of what this team is about and the comeback. I mean, granted, the Padres did it to the Dbacks on Saturday in that first game in Mexico City. And I just thought, just being able to do the pre and post game shows from Chase Field, it was what Todd did, Todd, Steve Berthiaume, Tom Candyotti bringing us the flavor of what was going on there. I thought it was fantastic. I thought the guys really embraced it. It was cool to see all that they did. A lot of it was on social media. A lot of it was on our broadcast, but I think it was amazing. I think the good news is I don't love like 16 to 15 games. So even though the D-backs did score 12 on Sunday, I thought they were kind of relatively normal games. So I'll say that. But yeah, what they did on Sunday though, 6 runs in the 7th, 4 runs in the 8th. I thought it was terrific. And no surprise that Vargas was in the middle of it. Congrats to him, National League Player of the Week. what he's doing is incredible. I think, and it's lifting everyone up because he's such a joyful guy that's worked so hard, 34 years of age. I read that, 6 of his 26 home runs have come this year. The guy's been in the league almost, in and out of the league almost a decade. But I want to go through like the 7th and 8th inning were amazing to me because this, David Morgan comes in, they've got a 7-2 lead. This guy's throwing 99-mile-an-hour sinkers. And I just want to point out, McCann flied out to start. Jose Fernandez started it off in both those innings. He singled on a 99-mile-an-hour sinker to get it going. Arenado and Thomas followed up. Thomas was the one that was like that weird play. Both innings in the 7th over the weekend had the weird play. The Padres took advantage of Perdomo not making that play, and he kind of rolled his ankle. And then the next day, it was that weird play where Cronenworth kind of collided. So, the D-backs, though, that bottom of the order, Fernandez, Arenado, Thomas, they were key. And then Tawa hits a grand slam. So, I mean, that's kind of what I'm not going to go through every play, but then Vargas doubled, and then Corbin Carroll walked. I do want to point that out. Huge walk to keep the inning going. And then Gurriel, so you got Tawa coming out of his 5 for 39, hitting grand slam. You've got Gurriel coming out of his mini slump, coming back from the ACL, doubling down the line. So I just wanted to go through that because I thought it was just so magical to watch. And then they tacked on 4 runs in the 8th. So you got to love it. And the bullpen did their job. Ryan Thompson had a big pickoff in the top of the 7th. I just thought, it was really impressive. They had to love being able to sit on that as far as the flight to Milwaukee and just the day. And now they can go into this series feeling pretty good.
And Jody, that pickoff too, I just want to jump in here. That was at second.
Yes.
That's
Ryan
an
Thompson was
incredible
really good at
move.
that. Yeah. And Torey Lovullo said that, Jeff Bannister called for that. They have a great system there where, Torey's running the show in there, but Jeff Bannister's calling for the bunts. He's calling for pickoffs. He's got those guys trained and ready pregame to do that stuff in the game, and they're doing it. And he's good at that. Yeah. And I know that a lot of, there was Padres, I guess just being at the stadium doing the shows, I was kind of on social media looking. Padres fans were crying that it was a balk. It was not a balk. In fact, it was textbook. It was a great job by Ryan Thompson.
The Padres.
Big.
Yeah, they don't want it all on there. I don't want to say anything. They might be the worst. And I love my San Diego friends, but they might be the worst at crying on social media.
You would think living in San Diego where it's 73 degrees every single day, you'd be the happiest fan base. Jody, I want to go back to 2 names you brought up in there. There's no way we can not talk more about Jose Fernandez and Ildemaro Vargas. 2 guys at very different points in their career, obviously. Jose Fernandez just breaking in. Ildemaro Vargas is apparently just breaking in at age 34. It's easy, and I fall into this trap too, or at least I have. I'm trying to get out of it, to look at what they're doing, probably more so with Vargas, and say, okay, this is great, ride the wave, but you can't expect this all season. Fernandez, at least, you can always kind of go to we don't know what he's capable of. He's just breaking in, but Vargas has been in the Diamondback system off and on for over a decade. But at a certain point now, we're a month into the season. I'm not saying Vargas is going to be hitting 380 or whatever all year, but when can you start to count on these 2 in particular as just guys who are going to be staples in your lineup for the better part of 162 games?
I think we're not really asking a lot of questions here, Luke. We're just enjoying the ride.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm stealing from Todd there. Todd Walsh, he loves enjoy the ride, and it's so true. Like, Vargas, he's been around for so long. I remember joking around with this guy. I used to use him in the pregame a lot because, back in 2019, 2020, because he was so much fun to talk to. And now he's, he was a single shy of the cycle the other day. And it is really incredible. And he's just, right now, I feel like when he comes up to the plate, the best way I can describe it is I feel like he's in control. And I know pitchers tell themselves, I'm in control. But I feel like he is waiting for that pitch, and he might be swinging first pitch. He might be setting up the pitcher. He's feeling so confident that he's going to get something to hit. And, he's not taking a ton of walks. He's hitting the ball. It's a 23-game hit streak. So, it's really fun to watch. And then you're right on Fernandez. I mean, this guy is so toolsy. He looks like a gazelle out there when he's running, when he's snagging the ball at shortstop or third base or first base. This guy it's hard to believe that coming into the season, the 27th ranked prospect in the Dbacks system, not in the country, in the Dbacks system.
Yes.
And this guy is you look at him and I think what surprises you is just the instincts and the knowledge for a young guy, because physically, I mean, you see why he's compared to Correa and some of these guys and A-Rod, because he looks the part, and but more importantly than anything right now, he's just doing it. And how many times do we see him just lead a 1-out single, a 2-out single, lead off with a single, hit a home run?
Yeah.
He's pulled a couple of home runs, and no doubt he hit that. They were down 6-0, 7-1. He hit a homer, and then Vargas hit a home run. They were down 7-2. So Fernandez and Vargas played a huge role in that comeback, just getting those 2 runs on the board.
How is his English, Jody? Do you know how his English is? Because I wonder about his impact on a lot of the guys around him as well. And I know they have translators and everything else, but is he learning the language?
You're talking about, Fernandez. Yeah, it's funny because I'll walk up to him in the clubhouse. I think it was on the road trip in New York, and I was just I didn't really know him very well. And I was able to talk to him a little bit off camera. I think on camera, the biggest thing is, and people ask me this a lot when they have the mound visits and everything, how do they not understand? And they understand. It's just, I think, guys, and you can understand in the media, they don't want to be put in a situation where they're not, really understanding correctly or saying the wrong thing or saying something misconstrued. And I think what's cool is he's definitely learning, and he can communicate with the guys really well. He's a great kid. He's a guy, it just kind of cracked me up because he was just sitting at his locker a lot, and because a lot of guys already had their routine. And I think he has a routine for sure, but some of it was just, I was like just chatting with him. He was very open to just kind of chatting. I was asking he had that amazing game at home, and then we were on the road, and I said, "Where's the ball? And what are you going to do with that ball? Did you get it back?" And he said, "Roger Riley has it. I'm going to put it in my house." So, it's just, he's a great kid, and that English is going to get better and better. But yeah, I think a lot of guys, they understand and can speak a little better than you think. Just when they get into those interview situations, they want to make sure they're saying the right things.
Right.
So that's why you do see the translator.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually, when you're talking to the entire public.
Officially.
Yeah. Jody, thank you so much. We'll talk to you again later this week,
Jody.
All right?
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right,
see you later.
That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of the start of Dbacks Brewers later this afternoon/evening, 4:40 first pitch. All right, when we come back, let's get back to basketball. The season is over. What were the best and worst parts of this Sun season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Oh, man, maybe you're in the market for a newer pre-owned Ford. How about a newer pre-owned Ford truck? Basinonians, yeah, I'm in the market, as a matter of fact. In the next couple of months, Timmy, little shout out to Tim Hovick right now over at Santan Ford. Timmy, I'm going to be coming in and buying probably a pre-owned. That's what I'm looking at right now. Son of a truck driver, Basinonians. But when I buy that Ford, I'm going to buy that Ford from Santan Ford. Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Maybe you're out there, you're driving a Ram, a Chevy, a GMC, a Toyota. Well, this might be your moment right now for you to be able to step up to America's best-selling truck. Talking about the Ford F-150, Basinonians. Yeah, maybe you're into downsizing. Well, they're loaded with Rangers and Mavericks as well. All you need to do is jump in your vehicle, drive on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Ready!
My technician let me know everything he was doing and finally found the problem. He took his time and he made sure everything was working perfectly before he left. Thank you, Ready Services.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Ready.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns were swept last night by the Oklahoma City Thunder. For analysis of the Suns season, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight. They take on the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch is at 4:40 with pregame coverage starting at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's the Trunk Month Spring Sale going on now through April 30th. Stop by Freeway Chevrolet today. Together, let's drive.
Hey, it's Gambo. How will the Diamondbacks fare in Game 1 against the Milwaukee Brewers? We'll get you ready for Game 1 of the series on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. 11 o'clock on a Tuesday. Tyler Drake's going to join us in 15 minutes to talk about the Cardinals draft now that it's complete. We're going to have a listeners-only meeting in a half hour, Wolf.
Oh, that's cool, man.
To get Suns fans' thoughts on this season, where this is all going. And just kind of, that series, whatever. You can just talk about whatever you want as long as it's the Phoenix Suns. We'll get to that in a half hour. And we're going to talk to Kellen Olsson after the lockers get cleaned out and the exit interviews are conducted later in the show today. So right now, let's just kind of run through. And I know it's still fresh. I know they just lost. They just got eliminated, 13 hours ago, roughly. But maybe that's the best time to talk about it. The best and worst of this season for the Phoenix Suns. And I can throw a couple at you right off if you want.
Okay, yeah.
Off the top of my head, the best thing is just that this was all so unexpected, and there's a lot of ways to go with that. They ended up winning 46 games if you count the play-in. They were expected to win around 30, and they won 46. The worst to me is, and I want to phrase this right, they trailed off certainly in the second half of the season, or maybe the final third of the season, and I don't know what that means for where this is all going. I mean, that's obviously something that's going to get ironed out this offseason. But the best was certainly the fact to exceed expectations by that much. They exceeded expectations more than any team in the NBA. Maybe the Pistons, but other than that, it was definitely the Suns.
Yeah, man, so much of what you just said I could totally agree with, Luke. I would say the high point of the season for me was January 30th. January 30th when they played Cleveland. 30-19 Basinonians. 30-19. They won that game. And remember, Cleveland, too, this is a team that won 52 games this year.
And got better as the season went on.
And got better as the season went on. And January 30th, they beat them, and 30-19 was their record at that point in time. And, man, I was thinking to myself, 49 games. They've almost played 50 games, and they're 30-19. Man, that was the high point for me. That was, wow, that was really something in regard to the culture and how culture matters, how important it truly is. And I think Basinoni's immediately back to the cultures that we had, not only in the NFL, of course, but also cultures that I experienced in college as well, and how strong it was. This is who we are, and this is how we do things around here, and just how important that was for you in your day, every day, to go to work and know exactly what was expected of you and what your job was. And the Phoenix Suns had a clear-cut, well-defined culture, and I think it came to a point, January 30th, when they beat the Cleveland Cavaliers, of course.
Yeah, if you're
that was the high point.
If you're going to go with specific moments, I'll throw two at you, okay?
Okay.
Two other ones. One, I guess this is a little bit spread out, but the fact that they beat the Lakers 3 times this season. I think that's the next step for the Suns when you go into next year. You don't just make the jump of you're in Oklahoma City's tier. You don't, because right now Oklahoma City's the only team in that tier. But I think the next step realistically for this team that wins 45 games and then wins a play-in and gets into the playoff is, all right, can you start to get in the range where you can beat the Lakers in a 7-game series? Can you beat Houston? Can you beat Minnesota? Like, get into that spot. You're going to have to get back there. I don't think there's a guarantee of anything next year, but can you get in where you're in the playoffs, where you're the 5 or the 6 seed? And if so, then can you hang with those teams? They won the season series against the Lakers. We all remember the first game they won where J.J. Redick was, like, distraught after the game. Like, he sounded like, I told these guys you can't take the Suns lightly, and look what happens. And then they still beat them 2 more times.
Yes.
As far as one specific game, the one that still stands out to me, they beat the Spurs twice this year. They split with the Spurs. One of those games, though, Wembanyama played, and they completely shut him down, which is something I haven't really seen any NBA team do this year. So that might still be the moment for me, is that game.
Okay, so what? The worst moment? No,
the
that
best.
Was definitely
I haven't given you the worst moment.
For me, can I give you my worst?
Yeah,
the worst moment for me was the playing game.
Yeah, the Portland
No
one.
doubt.
Yes.
Losing to the Trailblazers, losing the 7th seed. That was the proverbial kick to the cradle, especially after everything they experienced, especially over the last 10 games. I would say the way they just appeared to be a little tepid. That was very, very difficult to watch the Trailblazers. Portland, man. The Trailblazers come in and take the 7th seed.
Yeah.
That was brutal.
Because it sent you down yes, most frustrating moment, worst moment probably of the year. It also sent you down this, aside from like Jalen Green coming back and then really re-injuring the hamstring, that wasn't great either, obviously. But if you're talking about the actual results.
I don't even want to remember that.
Yeah. But no, the Portland thing, it puts you on this path, and I don't want to be delusional here and be like, if they played San Antonio, well, they split with them in the regular season, so it was going 7 games. No, they probably would have lost San Antonio too. But I do think they would have won a game or two against the Spurs. And this puts you in this different path where I'm not going to be hypocritical. I said all season, if they make the playoffs, I'm going to be happy. Big picture, They made the playoffs. But I think you would have gotten more out of a series against the Spurs because I think there would have been some back and forth with the Spurs. The Spurs are still clearly better. I don't think they win that series. But against Oklahoma City, and we talked about this earlier, every time the Suns improved, the Spurs or the Thunder were just like, okay, that's fine. We have an answer for that. Like, oh, cool, you're getting better? Okay, here, I'll just pat you on the head and send you on your way. We already know how to beat that. I think with San Antonio, we might have seen more drama in the actual series, but probably the same result in that the Suns were going out in the first round either way.
Yeah, how many games did the Phoenix Suns win base earnings? 45. 45 games. Oh, my goodness. That is just, to think that was going to be the case at the beginning of the season is... It warms the soul. It really does. This is something you were talking about earlier, Luke, and I'm right there with you. I'm a positive guy. I cannot look at what the Phoenix Suns actually accomplished this year, what they did compared to the expectation. And it wasn't just my expectation. I'm talking about NBA analysts all over the world and their opinion of where the Phoenix Suns were going to be. Nobody had them winning 45 games. Nobody. And to see them go out and do that, man, it is such a testament to competition and what competition is all about. It's not assuming who's going to win and who isn't going to win. It's about doing. It's about finding out who is going to win, who's better, and who is not. That's what I love. It's competition, and you never know. And the Suns won 45 games, largely because of culture. We all know how it finished, and that is a little disappointing. There's no doubt about that. But to your point, they got into the postseason. They got into the postseason. I got over the fact that they lost the 7th seed. That was really, really tough for me at the Wolfley compound, walking around. Because the thought of losing to the Trailblazers in the play-in game and then having to win the next game to actually make it in and play OKC, that really bummed me out. Yet at the same time, again, when I look big picture and zoom out, come on, man. Come on. Alignment matters.
Here's Devin Booker after the game yesterday talking about Jordan Ott's impact on this season.
Yeah, man, it's the foundation. From day one, since the hire, he's came in 100% locked in. We've been aligned. We've been on the same page. And I think this is the first step forward. This is a building block to some stability and some chemistry. So something that's been much needed around here.
And I thought this was interesting, too.
We stuck together as a unit through injuries. I just wish we could get 50 games healthy together before coming into this to, learn in the fire and learn from mistakes. But we kind of had to learn on the fly. And, there's still some good in there.
I do think the continuity thing is going to be big for this team going forward. We'll get back into this in a little bit, just because they haven't had it. They really haven't had it.
Are we going to listen to more book?
I got a lot more book we can play, yeah.
Let's do that.
The warm weather is here, and KTR and Fulton Homes remind you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids around water. To learn about the 5 layers of protection, text SWIM to 620-620. All right, when we come back... Now that it's done, how do you feel about the Cardinals draft? We're going to talk to Arizona Sports Cardinals reporter Tyler. We're calling him Scoops Drake now, Rick? Is that what you wrote this over here?
Yeah, because he gets all the scoops.
Okay. Tyler's going to come in here with a bunch of scoops then. I'm not going to be calling him Scoops. But Tyler Scoops Drake will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Drip.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And it's the Thunder winning for the 12th straight time in the first round. 3 straight sweeps under head coach Mark Daigneault, and it sends the Suns home 4-0. The final tonight, 131-122. Again, the Suns were more competitive than they had been in the previous 3 games. They just could not find a way to knock off the defending champ.
What's next for the Suns? We discuss, and you can watch it on YouTube. Read about it on ArizonaSports.com and listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team.
Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Check it out. When it's time to get a new ride, the dealership matters as much as the vehicle. At Earnhardt Ford, you get 75 years of trust built right here in Arizona. No bull, transparent pricing. What you see is what you pay. Zero pressure from a team focused entirely on finding your perfect fit. And full online buying, putting the power in your hands. And their new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport, save up to $8,000 off MSRP, or grab a $2,500 Fuel Your Ford gas card, plus $1,000 in BFG cash. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Lots of work for the Phoenix Suns to do this offseason, which starts now. We'll get into it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Tyler Drake is joining us right now on the Arizona Sport. There he is. What's going on?
What's up, guys?
How we doing?
What up? Doing all right. Hey, it was funny. Scoops and Boom Boom. It seems like those are the two nicknames. Somebody's got to figure out which way we're going. I actually had somebody hit me up and like, why do they call you Scoops? So shout out to Johnny. At least he's listening.
Scoops and Boom Boom sounds like a cartoon strip from like the 50s or something. And they're just both
No
Tyler
kidding.
Drake.
Yes, and one nickname is due to Jesse and one nickname is due to Jarrett. So, that's where we're at.
Yeah, so there's going to be a ceiling on your nicknames.
I mean, it's TD, of course.
TD makes a lot more sense since you cover football, but whatever. Tyler, I thought since you're on camera right now, I thought we were going to see you like on the deck of a cruise ship or something right now since the NFL draft is over, like on your way to the Caribbean.
I wish.
All right, big picture. Let's start big picture. Just overall, draft's done. You know what the Cardinals did in each round. Do you like, dislike, or what are your thoughts on just how the pieces fit together and what they did?
So the fitting together, I think that's a good way to say it because Jeremiah Love, there was some concerns there, not necessarily on Jeremiah Love, but more about who's blocking in front of him and the price that you're paying for a first round running back. But when I saw Chase Bazantes get picked, a lot of those issues were very quickly alleviated because of this dude is going to bring the absolute juice along the interior. I think he is going to be one of Wolf's favorite interviews to have just because of the intense nastiness, meanness, smartness that this guy is going to bring to the table. So those two picks put together, I was really all for that. I would have loved to see an offensive tackle go off the board earlier than the 7th round, but hey, that's what's going to happen. And yes, the Cardinals did take a flyer in the 3rd round with Carson Beck. I'm not opposed to taking a quarterback. I would have liked to see it in the 4th rounder, maybe beyond. I just think you could have probably came away with another player that could help you at least on the depth side in the trenches. So we'll see. We'll have to see what it looks like. But for now, that's really a very interesting start to it. And then I think one of my favorite picks of the draft outside of Chase would have to be Caleb Proctor out of Southeastern Louisiana, because the guy, yes, he's got some measurements that might have some concerns there, but the way that he plays, I think he's going to bring an absolute motor and really bring some added competition to that defensive line room.
How do you process and evaluate the Carson Beck pick? Where do you end on it?
On one side, I look at it as, hey, are they sending a message to Jacoby Brissett? He wants to be paid as a starter. Is this saying, hey, we don't really need you? We could go with Gardner Minshew. We could go with the Carson Beck midway through the season and be just fine. That's one side that I look at it. The other side is, hey, go take your flyer. Go take your swing at the plate and see if you can hit a home run. I mean, that's what the Niners did, and they fell into Brock Purdy. And, hey, that's a completely different situation. I mean, you burned a 3rd-round pick for this guy. So he comes in, and yeah, he's got to have more expectations than I think anybody else going later in the rounds, because, yeah, that's a premium spot. I mean, when you look at the track record from this regime, you look at Garrett Williams came in the 3rd round. Michael Wilson came in the 3rd round. Like, there's some premium players that they have been able to find there. So you've got to see what you can get out of this guy really sooner than later, because if he can step in and really help you move the needle forward, that'll do wonders and really help you alleviate what you need to figure out in 2027, because I can already tell you right now, all the way too early mock drafts, most of them have the Cardinals going with an Arch Manning or a quarterback up at the top of the order.
We're talking to Tyler Drake. Yeah, you said about Jacoby Brissett. I'm looking back at the Ian Rappaport, like the original post about Jacoby Brissett, and at the very end it says Arizona seems willing to address it. But willing to address it might just be drafting Carson Beck.
Yes.
He didn't say they're willing to pay Jacoby Brissett.
Absolutely.
Tyler, I want to ask you about Jeremiah Love and, setting aside all the different things, running back early in the draft, whatever, all these different things. Individually, the different ways, Mike LaFleur must love this pick because, yeah, you got an elite running back, but you also have a pass catcher out of the backfield. Some people are saying he can play slot sometimes. I mean, you talk about giving your new offensive-minded head coach an offensive weapon to utilize in a bunch of different ways. With that crowded running back room, how do you think the carries, the touches, whatever, look the first few weeks of the season, assuming James Conner's healthy?
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say this because, I mean, James Conner, he's been the veteran, he's been the leader in that locker room, but I really start with Jeremiah Love and Tyler Algier as the 1-2 punch to start out the season, at least, because you just look at where you took Jeremiah Love. It's a similar situation with Marvin Harrison Jr. You're not going to let the guy who you picked in the top 5 just kind of sit behind in the background and kind of develop that way. You're throwing this guy into the fire right away. And what Jeremiah Love can do on the field is impressive. And not only just from what he can do as a pass catcher and a runner, the dude knows how to pass pro like anybody else that I've seen coming out of college. Like, he's going to get after it. He likes it. He talked about how he loves doing the dirty work. I know he joined you guys and talked about how he loves short yardage situations, which Tyler Algier on the table, I don't know how many of those he's going to get, but that's really where I start. I think it's going to be Jeremiah Love out the gates, and then you have Tyler Algier kind of complimenting him similar to what he did in Atlanta with Bijan Robinson, because you look at that, that's a really, really good running back tandem right there to start out with. And then, yeah, obviously you have James Conner. What happens with Trey Benson? That's going to be the bigger question for me, is because I don't really see a spot for him right now, because you don't want to get rid of a James Conner who brings that leadership. Bam Knight brings you some special teams reps too, but Trey Benson, that's not really the case. So how does he fit in? That's the bigger question that I want to see that gets asked as training camp.
Speaking of fitting in right now, when do you see Chase Bazantes getting a shot at starting? Do you see it right from week 1, right from the get-go, or do you think it's going to take a little bit of time?
I think we're going to see it right from the get-go. I mean, obviously Isaiah Adams is still in the equation and he's going to be in the conversation too, but I don't think you go after this guy in the second round when he's touted so highly as an interior guy. I think he was the second highest interior prospect of the draft. Like, that screams starter. That screams week one starter to me. Obviously, you've got to get through training camp. You've got to get through mini camp. You got to get through all the OTAs and all that other stuff and really get on board. But in my projection of where I see him, I think he's in the starting lineup week one.
Talking to Tyler Drake. Tyler, now moving forward from the drafts, when you start to look towards camp, and I know there's OTAs and other things before that, but what's your biggest question with this team between now and camp?
What's the right tackle situation? Is there any more upgrades coming to that side of the football? Because yes, the interior looks pretty set. Center looks pretty set. Left tackle looks set. And yes, they went out and got Elijah Wilkinson, who had 17 starts at Atlanta last year. But again, the first time he was in Arizona, he was a guard. So that I'm not fully on board there. I would love to see them go out and add another veteran or add somebody else to compete at least for that right tackle spot, because it really does seem like it's Elijah Wilkins to lose. So I would like to see another addition there. And that's going to be the big question is, like, yes, I think Jeremiah Love can be a generational guy, but he's got to have a line that can consistently block in front of him. And that was not the case last year. And I know injuries played a part of that. Some poor play along the line did as well. But when you look at that line now, you can kind of start seeing it get put together, and maybe you're 1 year away from adding that offensive tackle. But I really do think that's the next pressure point that really has to get figured out, is solidifying that spot to where it's not a Jonah Williams all over again with Elijah Wilkinson. I think that's where I start. And then I look on the defensive side. Who's going to be the guy opposite Josh Sweat? There has to be somebody else that can bring consistent pass rush on a consistent basis, and it's got to be figured out. And they obviously didn't address that position very well this offseason and through the draft. So they clearly are confident with the guys they have in the locker room. So who is it going to be? Is it going to be B.J. Ojulari? Is it going to be Baron Browning? Is it going to be Zaven Collins? Is it going to be somebody we don't know yet? Somebody not on the roster that maybe they're going to sign off somebody else's team? Like, those are two of the bigger questions that I still have for this team.
TD, I know that you follow this stuff very, very closely, but have you heard anything in regard to James Conner and his health and when they expect him to be 100%?
I haven't heard anything concrete. Okay. I think he's on the up and up. I don't think they would have revised his contract or really got back to the table with him if they weren't sure that he was on the right path. So I would say he's on the right. Yeah, he's on the right trajectory. I don't have anything concrete I don't want to go with yet. So, but I would say he's obviously, like, they want to keep him around. It's just, how does he fit into the scheme now, knowing that they've got two guys that they just paid for that have to play?
Tyler, Scoops, Boom Boom, TD, Drake.
Oh, my goodness.
We'll try to get you a fourth nickname before the next time you're on. Thanks, buddy.
No problem. Thanks, guys.
You, man.
All right, that's Tyler Drake joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. All right, when we come back, it is your turn. What did you make of the Suns season as a whole, now that it's done? The 82 games, the 2 play-in games, unfortunately just the 4 playoff games. 602-260-9870. There might not be a better day for a listeners-only meeting, Wolf. Give us your thoughts on the Phoenix Suns. Do you feel good about this year? Do you feel good about the direction? Are you frustrated by how it ended? Do you have questions now? Again, 602-260-9870. Listeners only meeting next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
What up, YouTube?
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Oh, brothers and sisters, do you have some back issues? Your back a little jacked up, maybe your neck? Well, if you do, you need to go see Desert Institute for Spine Care. They are the best. I can tell you, as a former professional football player, has suffered a lot of damage to my neck, to my back, and the spine surgeons at DISC have helped me in the past, and it's one of the reasons why I love to recommend them to you, brothers. DISC treats all patients, from professional athletes and weekend sports enthusiasts to those that are just trying to get their life back, just trying to get their life back to normal for the most part. You know what? DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures. They come from all over the world right here to DISC. Get back to living. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Hello?
Hey, sis. Got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsburg.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz, computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories, everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns were swept last night by the Oklahoma City Thunder. For analysis of the Suns season, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight. They take on the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch is at 4:40 with pregame coverage starting at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what is trending now.
The listeners only meeting with Wolf and Luke.
Well, 602-260-9870. I don't think any of us expected at the start of the season, Wolf, we'd be taking a listeners-only meeting at the end of the season where there was some good Rick is pointing to himself.
Yeah.
He did.
Yes, rightfully so.
Okay. All right, well.
You got to champion your victories and ignore your defeats, Rick.
You've taught Rick well on that one. All right, let's go out to the phones. Let's talk to Daryl in Glendale. Daryl, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey, guys. Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, I wanted to say that the team was a success. You know, I think we got some pieces that we need to move around. As far as the Dylan Brooks, I think it's not working. I think they kind of figured him out. He kind of hit a wall. I would prefer keeping Green because we still, you know, he has some things that, you know, that'll help us out going forward. And I'm excited to see the young guys play next year, getting Mullenwatch out there, getting the other guys out there, the young guys out there to run and gun. So I think we're at our best when that ball's popping around the perimeter. So that's my thought. Let me know what you guys think.
Thanks, Daryl. Appreciate the call.
Yeah,
good
love
stuff
that,
there.
man. Seriously, as far as the young guys go, yeah, I am wildly interested and just how much they can get better next year.
Yeah. We're going to have this conversation later with Kellen, too, when he joins us, but that's probably their fastest path to improving. I mean, they don't pick till pick 47.
That's right.
There's not a lot of wiggle room, where you can make a big trade to get the pieces you feel like you need. The pieces that the Suns need are not pieces that other teams are real happy to just let walk as free agents. So, to me, no doubt they got the right guy in Jordan Ott. That was proven, I think, a month into the season. With Brian Gregory, they may very well have the right guy too, but I think he's really going to show us what he's capable of this offseason because he's got some maneuvering to do and not a whole lot of wiggle room to do it. You know what I mean? So this could be his masterpiece, hopefully, this summer.
Yes. It's going to be interesting to watch what he does as magnum opus.
Let's talk to Danny in Scottsdale. Danny, what's going on?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
I thought that the season was great. Just like you guys have said, they were awesome at the beginning and then kind of flamed out at the end. But I don't know. I look at it and just go, should we be super pumped just to make the playoffs for the next however many years and that's good enough? Or if we're really going to try to compete for a championship, like what do you do? And my only thought would be, we could trade Green and Brooks. We really like those guys. Or, trade the $75 million a year player, Booker. Like, I love Book, but just seeing us against OKC and how far away we really are, I don't know. The only way I can see doing it is, trading Book, getting draft picks and blowing everything up and having some good players, around some younger players, or, just pick and popping and like getting little small pieces to hope get us over the hill. But I just don't see it happening with Book and having it in the next couple of years, I guess. So
all right.
That is it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Danny. Appreciate it.
Here's the whole thing with me right now, and Luke, you were the one who actually brought this up. The idea of Jalen Green possibly being moved. Okay, possibly being moved again. It's a situation when you think about it. I said already, what was the high point of the season for me? When the Phoenix Suns beat the Cleveland Cavaliers January 30th, they beat them, and suddenly they were 30-19. They were 11 games over 500, and we were all like, "This is real, man. This is they played 50 games almost here, 50 games." And the whole thing was they didn't have Jalen Green at that point in time. And I love Jalen Green. Oh, my goodness. His athleticism is just unbelievable. He is laugh out loud funny to watch just how gifted he truly is. And he's still developing. He's still a young guy. He hasn't come close to what his ceiling's going to be, in my opinion. Yet at the same time, he's the bright, shiny object that you could possibly wave around and get some draft capital for. Once again, when I think of the Phoenix Suns, 30-19, 11 games without Jalen Green. He could be the one guy that you could get some draft picks for.
Yeah, I got a lot of thoughts on that because I don't want to trade Jalen Green, but you're going to need picks. I think Danny brings up a good point. I'll give my thoughts later. Let's get back to the calls. Let's talk to Keith in Peoria. Keith, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey, Wolf. Hey, Luke.
What's up,
first
man?
of all, love the shows.
Thanks, Keith.
Hi. How you doing? I love the show. You guys are always great. I would say, obviously, the Suns made a huge step forward this year, so I would give them a solid B. I think we've got if I look at the personnel, we got a lot of the same type of player, kind of small forward, can shoot the three, and I think I actually agree with Wolf. I actually think we should look at maybe some of the players, including Jalen Green, the bright, shiny object, to maybe move. And one thing we have to do, we got to get bigger, and we have to play defense and rebound. This team, just like the year before, we think O all the time, but we don't think D. And what wins championships is D, and you could see it in that OKC team. So to me, I think we've got to get bigger. And in order to do that, we're going to have to reshuffle the personnel a bit. Now, we do have some young talent, and I do want to see what Mel Watch turns out to be. And Iguodala, as he continues to mature, I think we've got some good pieces, but there's some tweaks that need to be made. We have to get bigger. And I don't know how you do it with these guys, but you got to put a desire in their hearts to play defense and rebound. That's my thoughts. I'll take yours off air. Thanks for letting me on the call.
Right on, bro.
Appreciate it. Yeah. If the Suns just had their draft picks, I think you're on the right path. You don't have to really move a whole lot of anything. They just don't have their draft picks. So you don't want to just bang up against the ceiling now and just win 45 games for the next 3 years.
Their draft picks are going to be going into season 2. And that's the biggest improvement.
Yeah. Let's talk to Gene in Scottsdale. Gene, what's going on?
Hey, guys, long-time listener, first-time caller. I love your show, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Gene.
I had 2 comments, guys, one on the Suns and one on the Cardinals, if I may.
Okay.
Suns, I think what they did this year was nothing short of a miracle from what we saw the last couple of years. And in my opinion, the MVP of this year is the GM. And I just can't wait to see what this guy does over the summer for next year's team. So I've been watching these guys for 35 years, and this season was in my top 5 of enjoying what they did. So I'm just very bullish. Can't wait to see what they do next year. Regarding the Cardinals, I hate to take it off topic, guys, but regarding the Cardinals, a lot of talk about Carson Beck. I had the same questions, same reservations. So I did what I always do when I went to YouTube for all my answers. There's a lot of podcasts out there. There's 2 podcasts I want to draw the Valley's attention to. One is Kurt Warner talking about Carson Beck, and then he's very positive in his comments and analysis. And number 2, John Gruden does this quarterback, whatever, I'm going to call it a school, but it's a quarterback assessment, and where he gets the guys and he sits down with them.
Yes.
You have to watch this interview with Carson Beck. I mean, the kid literally blew me away. I was impressed with his talent, but didn't know exactly what he had upstairs and all that. I was absolutely blown away with his interview with Gruden, and then he took him out onto the field, and he did all kinds of interaction with him. Just absolutely blew me away. Everybody in the Valley has to watch this. I mean, I wanted to run out and buy season tickets because I honestly think this kid's going to get it done.
Yeah,
so
I saw that.
I'll leave it at that and listen to your comments. I'll be anxious to hear your comments off air.
Thanks, Gene.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Both
Appreciate
of those
it, bro.
actually were really good. And then Warner was on the morning show today too. So there's so much going on right now. we are certainly going to cut into that audio and react to some of that here as this week goes. Rick, do we have time to fit one more of these in? Okay, let's squeeze one more in. Let's talk to Kelly in Surprise. Kelly, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey, what's up? What's up, guys? Hope you're doing well.
Yeah,
what's up, Kel?
So real quick, I can't stand the officiating that OKC gets. The free throws SG gets is comparable to Shaquille O'Neal. It's laughable, but I digress. I'm so ecstatic about Jordan Ott, man. We really won on getting him as a head coach. I think his identity and our identity prior to Jalen Green, man, joining the team was defensive, right? Like the guy said a few calls ago. I think for a defensive-minded team, if we do try to get bigger, right, it seems like we took Beal when we're like, man, Bradley Beal's available. Let's take him, but we didn't need him. It wasn't a good fit for the team. Kind of like Jalen Green, right? We were forced to get him with the KD trade. I don't think he's a good fit, right? I'm over here playing, magical GM the day after, but if we can somehow get an actual, point guard or somebody that can distribute the ball instead of Booker. Booker's averaged 25 points per game over the last 8 seasons. He's amazing, but he should not be your best distributor. We need to get bigger, be defensive-minded, and find a freaking, somebody that can pass the ball besides Booker. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Kelly. Appreciate the call. Yeah.
Appreciate it, man.
Lots of good stuff there. Look, we're going to carry on the Suns conversation, not just today. It's not like they just disappear. So we're going to maybe we'll do this again.
Season.
Yeah, I mean, it's Going to be a real interesting offseason because, again, Brian Gregory has some maneuvering to do. He just doesn't have a whole lot of room to do it. But if you think back to what his first offseason was, it was, hey, hire a coach and trade Kevin Durant and do it quickly. So I would say, all things considered, he's done pretty well so far. You think back to where we were in June to where we are now.
He was right.
All right, we come back. Let's talk some baseball.
Right.
Who's been the Diamondbacks' most productive player so far? That's actually a debate. Let's get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Right.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think it would be malfeasance if you don't give Carson back at least 7 starts at quarterback.
What does he have to do to make you not take a quarterback?
Oh, gosh.
What does he have to do to make you be like, you know what? This could be our guy?
Is it a number? Is it a completion percentage? Is it a yards per game? Is it a touchdown to interception ratio? Or is it just the eye test that comes with knowing?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com, especially if you want a brand new smile. Maybe your teeth are a little jacked up, Basinonians. Don't worry about it. Aria will help you. Maybe your teeth hurt or you've got missing teeth. Well, don't worry about it. Aria Dental Implant Center, they can help you with the All-On-4. I have had the All-On-4, and I can tell you right now, it truly is a game changer. In Aria Dental Implant Center, my good friend Dr. Joe, he's helped over 2,500 full mouth patients and placed 20,000 plus implants, man. Think about that. And when it comes to the All-On-4 full mouth implants, experience is really everything. And Dr. Joe, he's got that for you, Basinonians. Maybe you want to bite into steak, crunch into an apple, smile for photos again. You can do that with Aria. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all May long. Then on May 28th, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize, a 2026 Audi Q8 55 TFSI Quattro. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Spend Mother's Day at Chase Field when the Dbacks take on the New York Mets. The first 15,000 moms get a Mother's Day jersey courtesy of Dignity Health. Visit dbacks.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I get those goosebumps every time you come around, yeah. You ease my mind, you make everything feel fine.
Hey, it's Gambo. How will the Diamondbacks fare in Game 1 against the Milwaukee Brewers? We'll get you ready for Game 1 of the series on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6, on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I get those goosebumps every time, yeah, when you're not around.
Bro.
I get those goosebumps every time, yeah, 713.
All right, Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning. D-backs back in action. Now, the kind of the weird part of their schedule is past, where they were playing a bunch of games in a row, but then they had like a couple days off because you had the Mexico City trip, so all of a sudden you were like, day off last Monday, day off last Friday, day off this Monday. That's not typical for a baseball team. So now things get back to normal. 3-game series in Milwaukee starting today, then 3 straight in Chicago against the Cubs starting Friday, and kind of get back on track. And then they'll be home for the Pirates and Mets next week.
You know what I think of, Luke? I'm going to jump in here.
Okay.
I know you had a really brilliant thought. You were going to just lay on the line right now, and I know it was. But I just want to jump in here. And Mexico City Game 2 might be a still point moment for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Okay. Explain.
To me, just winning that game the way that they did, coming back and winning that game the way that they did, once again, another comeback win for the comeback kids, the D-backs, to win it that way against that team, one of the best teams, Basinonians, in all of Major League Baseball, from a record perspective, the San Diego Padres. Mm-hmm. To come back and win that game in the fashion that they did, that's going to be, I've got a feeling we might look back at that and say that was a still point moment so far this season.
I think you're right. I mean, you're definitely right in the sense that it has the potential because the Padres are right there at the top. And it's kind of weird that, those are such meaningful games that those are the ones they pick to, hey, you're going to go play the Padres, and those are going to be the ones in Mexico City at elevation with weird travel and everything. It is what it is. It affects both teams equally, but you'd almost rather that series be against the Angels or something, right? Like, I get that you want it to be a team from the Southwest, but not like a divisional series. But whatever. They split, and they were a couple innings away from getting swept, and that would not have been great because now you have two teams that you're falling behind in the Dodgers and Padres. You can, like I said, you don't have to catch the Dodgers to make the playoffs. You got to be there with the Dodgers or the Padres, though. You can't let them both run away with the division. Instrumental in that win, couple names. Ildemaro Vargas and Jose Fernandez. Now, Ildemaro Vargas, National League Player of the Week, first time he's ever done that in his career. Obviously, he's rarely been a regular player in his career, and his career's been a long one. But Wolf, look, nobody questions that Corbin Carroll's the face of the Diamondbacks, correct?
Absolutely.
Indisputable. And by the way, Corbin Carroll's having a really good year.
Really good year.
He really is.
The Predator.
But Ildemaro Vargas actually has more hits. And he actually has more home runs.
That's right.
And he actually has more RBIs. And he actually has more total bases than not just than everybody else on the team, than Corbin Carroll, who has had like a MVP-ish start to the season for the Diamondbacks. The Predator.
That's right.
So I don't say any of this being like, Corbin Carroll's kind of off to a slow start. Corbin Carroll is off to a monster start. And Ildemaro Vargas is putting up better numbers across the board.
This is what is awesome about this right now. I kid you not. The surprise factor of this. I love this Basinonian so much. Just, Ildemaro Vargas especially, a guy who's 34 years old, has the light bulb gone on in the shed for Ildemaro. Right now, Basinonians, he's hitting 367. Guess what that is in all of baseball?
The best.
That's number one. He's literally got an OPS of 1.104. That's number 3 in all of baseball. We're talking about the best of the best.
Got the highest WAR on the team.
And he's number 3 in all of baseball. He's number 28, tied for number 28 in home runs, 6. on the season. He's number 17, tied for number 17 with 20 RBIs. 17. He's in the top 20 in all of baseball.
In all of baseball.
I'm just saying.
Yes.
This is what Ildemaro Vargas is doing right now. Brothers, this is one of the best stories, individual stories in all of baseball. A guy who is 34 years old, a 10-year veteran in the baseball universe, has found something. And it's undeniable right now that he has found something that he didn't have before. That is undeniable in how he's producing and playing right now. He is on fire like he has never been before. Oh, my goodness. Is this not intriguing?
It's crazy because when you say he's top 20 in Major League Baseball in RBIs, there was no guarantee he was going to be top 20 on the Diamondbacks in RBIs when this season started. So I'm looking through just tail of the tape between him and Corbin Carroll, okay? And again, I'm using Corbin Carroll as the standard because I believe, I'll double check this, but
It's
I
a good
believe
standard.
the odds in Vegas right now for National League MVP, Carroll, I think is second. I'll double check that.
Okay.
He was second last week. So either way.
I like this. Luke is big on the odds, basically.
Well,
He like the odds.
It kind of gives you perspective
does.
of where we're talking. If you're talking
Even though I
nationally,
don't understand the odds or anything like that,
that's
who
fine.
cares?
You don't need to know what it means. You don't
Right.
need to know the specifics. Just
Correct.
where roughly he's being viewed nationally. Okay.
Okay.
And Corbin Carroll last week, I can't pull it up right now, but last week he was second in the National League behind only Shohei in MVP odds. And yet here's how he compares to Ildemaro Vargas. Okay. Between the two, they're tied in doubles. Corbin's got more runs and triples and walks. Ildemaro's got more hits, RBIs, home runs, total bases, better average, better OPS than the guy who right now is number 2 in MVP odds.
Whoa. Think about it right now, Basinonians. Ildemaro Vargas.
And he's done it in less at bats. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, no, that was good. Less at bats, you say. Luke.
Yes.
I was just going to get to that. Ladies and gentlemen, he's played 20 games this year. Ildemaro Vargas, 20 games. So that puts him on pace for 162 RBIs. You think that might win him MVP? I think that possibly could. It's just,
He'd at least get some votes.
I love this story so much. I do. I love perseverance. I love patience. I love somebody who just refuses to stop, refuses to quit, always is trying to get better. And right now, I don't know where this is going to end, Basinonians. I do not know. None of us know where it's going to end for Ildemaro Vargas. But tell me right now, this isn't one of the best rides you've been on for a long time if you're a sports fan. And you, especially a local sports fan that loves the Diamondbacks, to see this guy emerge as a dynamo through 20 games.
You know, at first,
stunning.
At first, the sort of response is like, "Oh, that's cool." Like, you look at him; he had a great week. You know, or
That's
2
right.
weeks. Okay, that's cool. But you know, he's not going to really be a factor. Now it has ballooned to the point where it's like, well, okay, but he's not going to hit 367 all year. Sure, he's not. He's not Joe DiMaggio. I'm willing to say that. But he doesn't have to hit 367 for this to be a real impactful story for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
No.
I mean, they needed some guys, especially hitters, to sort of step up out of relative obscurity. Ildemaro Vargas and Jose Fernandez each lead the team in total hits. And actually, Nolan Arenado is third.
Yeah.
But the fact that Vargas and Fernandez are doing – that is the definition of out of obscurity. Two different doors out of the obscurity room.
What are you doing?
Here's Jose Fernandez is like, yeah, you didn't even know I was a prospect and I get hits every game. And then here's Ildemaro Vargas. Yeah, you wrote me off 9 years ago, and I literally get a hit every game.
I've been around forever. And now all of a sudden, boom!
I'm one of the oldest guys on the team, and I get a hit every single game.
Yes. And Jose Fernandez is like, who are you? To your point, you know, he was sitting in a dark room and suddenly walked out of it into the spotlight. Look, everybody, it's the Gazelle.
His breakout year, he's hitting 342 in his first 22 games, and he's being overshadowed by a guy who's bounced around between the majors and minors for 11 years.
I'm saying right now, Jose Fernandez, he's got to be in the running for Rookie of the Year, is he not?
I'll look that up during the break, too.
I promise you, if he hits 342 the rest of the way, he's going to be there.
Last thing on Vargas, his hitting streak.
Rookie of the year and the MVP.
His hitting streak's up to 23 games. The
Arizona Diamondbacks.
Diamondbacks' record is 30 with Luis Gonzalez. Second longest streak in franchise history is Paul Goldschmidt with 26. So he's knocking on the door of franchise records now. When we come back, we'll take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Warner, our guest this morning.
What do you think of the Cardinals' plan, and what do you think of Carson Beck as a prospect?
I really liked Carson's tape. He played in a lot of big games. He understands how to play the position. He actually was working out with my son, EJ, during this process, and EJ was telling me how smart he was, how good he was in the room and a student of the game, which to me is, just as important as anything else. So there's a lot to like about Carson Beck. To me, the question just becomes, does he have that something extra?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
At Freeway Chevrolet, buying a new vehicle is as easy as 1, 2, 3. And right now, you can get supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500s. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500 model. See dealer for details. Must take new retail delivery by April 30th, 2026.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns were swept last night by the Oklahoma City Thunder. For analysis of the Suns' season, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight. They take on the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch is at 4:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 4, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what is trending now.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
I don't really know how to follow that.
Just like doing it.
Was that because you just saw the number I wrote down, which is Ryan Nelson's ERA over his last 2 games?
No, I did not.
23.64.
Oh, man. Ow.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurt.
Now we're all making that sound. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
The Phoenix Suns were swept by the Oklahoma City Thunder last night at Mortgage Matchup Center. So the Suns are eliminated from the playoffs. How will you guys remember this Suns season?
I'm trying not to say alignment. That's kind of how I'm going to remember it, really. But alignment that worked. I don't know. There's. Yeah, there we go.
I'm sorry.
Massively exceeding expectations. That's how I'm going to remember it.
Joy, man. To see what they did, especially I know Baselonians. I know they were a different team. I know that they faded down the stretch. Yet at the same time, man, to go from the expectation that I had to them being at one point 30-19 on the season. 30-19 on the season. They were the surprise of the association, and I stand at the ready for Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia and Jordan Ott and the alignment of it all. I stand at the ready, man.
They hit their over-under on wins 49 games into the season. Let me add this, though, Rick. It's going to be different when we look back on it, like in 3 or 4 years. And so I want to look back on it as, a surprising start to something and not just a surprising flash in the pan. There was that year, I think it was the first year Jeff Hornacek was the head coach.
Yeah.
And it was just like, hey, this team out of nowhere won like 48 games, and then they just disappeared for another 7 years. I don't think they'll do that. But I want this to be the start of something.
Agreed.
Ricky there?
All right. I'm just a bit confused.
I'm a bit
confused by the poll question, but we'll ask it anyway. We'll stick with the Suns. Our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at arizonasports.com. It asks, what are your expectations for the Phoenix Suns next season? Win a playoff series, host a playoff series, or miss the postseason? I'm guessing the host a playoff series means that they're like the higher seed, or I guess the lower seed, and they would host the playoffs as like they'd get games 1 and 2 kind of deal.
This is okay. So this is like what we are expecting, or like where we're setting the bar of what it should be.
What are your expectations?
There's a lot that's got to happen.
Yeah, it's funny. This is the question.
Hard.
because I was going to throw a producer question at you later, Wolf. If the roster just stayed exactly the same, are they more likely to win a playoff series next year or miss the postseason entirely? I guess that's what this is getting at.
I think they're more likely to win a playoff series, even if the roster stays exactly where it is. I think Devin Booker alluded to it as well when he was talking about all the injuries and having to play together and wanting to play together more. In particular, I think Jalen Green.
I'm not going to say miss the postseason because I'm taking that as play-in and everything, and maybe I'm taking that too literally. So then it's win a playoff series or host a playoff series. I think it's more likely they win one than host one. I don't see them finishing in the top 4 in the West next year. So
I agree with that.
That would be the best outcome, and I guess that's what I'm voting for. Rick, I'm going to let you pick the answer on this one.
I'm going to say they win a playoff series.
Okay.
I think that's the most likely outcome of the 3 of those. So, yeah, I'll go win a playoff series because if they host a playoff series, I expect them to win one.
Yeah, and I just can't see them finishing top 4 over 82 games.
It's going to be great. The expectation going into next season is going to be playoffs.
Playoffs?
Playoffs?
All right. Win a playoff series is leading 53%.
Okay.
Miss the postseason 30%. Host a playoff series.
Okay.
Is last in 17%. But again, if they win a playoff series, I kind of expect them to host a playoff series. Confusing poll question.
How about we just avoid Oklahoma City in the first round next year? Can we do that?
I agree.
Rick, who do you got to go talk to at the web floor because of that? Who do you have to go talk to?
Kevin Zimmerman.
Zim!
Wow, attacking
Friend
Zim.
of the show.
Okay.
Much of the buzz surrounding the Arizona Cardinals draft was their selection of quarterback Carson Beck in the 3rd round. Legendary Cardinals quarterback Kurt Warner joined Bickley and Murata this morning and shared some insight on Beck.
I really liked Carson's tape. He played in a lot of big games. He understands how to play the position. He actually was working out with my son, EJ, during this process. And EJ was telling me how smart he was, how good he was in the room and a student of the game, which to me is just as important as anything else. So there's a lot to like about Carson Beck. To me, the question just becomes, does he have that something extra?
Do Graybeard's comments change your opinion at all about Carson Beck?
My opinion on what he can actually be, I would say I'm still pretty open on. So, yeah, I mean, what Kurt Warner says means something to me.
Yeah.
My overall opinion on the pick has been a lot more based on, are you going to handle this in sort of a middle-of-the-road sort of way that precludes you from taking your franchise quarterback a year from now? That's my concern with the pick. It doesn't really have much to do with Carson Beck, per se. I mean, just because I think we're going to get better answers on that throughout training camp and hopefully early in the season. But, yeah, when Kurt Warner talks about a quarterback, that I'm going to listen.
Yeah, I would agree with you. That changes my opinion, listening to Kurt Warner, of course. Yet at the same time, my opinion of Carson Beck is the fact he checks every box. He does. He checks every box in regard to a franchise quarterback. It's just the check of that box is not at an elite level for a lot of those boxes. But all the boxes for him to be successful in the NFL, they're right there. And he checks them. Now, what can Mike LaFleur do with him? Especially his rookie year. A wild card, an unknown. Get ready. We're all going to have a front row seat.
All right, quickly, one last one. The Arizona Diamondbacks and National League Player of the Week, Ildemaro Vargas, who thought we would be saying that, are back in action tonight at the Milwaukee Brewers after a series loss to the White Sox and a series split with the Padres. How important is a series win against Milwaukee?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to start going down the path where for the longest time they were winning every single series. Then you lose to the White Sox. Okay, that's weird. It's just weird. There's no other way around it. You split with the Padres, it's fine. Like if they lose to the Brewers or they sunk, no. But you're now starting to face teams again. These series hold more importance to me than a series, in a weird way, even against the Dodgers. And it's certainly a series against a bad team like the White Sox. Like it's these ones against teams like the Cubs and maybe even the Brewers, and then you got the Pirates coming up, where you're probably going to be competing with a couple of them for a wild card spot. And we saw firsthand brutally a couple years ago what it means when you lose the tiebreaker to those teams. So These are big games coming up. I'd say these next 3 series are all pretty big.
Yeah, for me, I think they're really, really big as well. Again, how important is it that they win this series against the Milwaukee Brewers? They're always important, right, Basinonians? They always are for the most part. I think it's more important that Merrill Kelly take the ball and look like Merrill Kelly. I think it's more important that we see Erod take the ball in Game 2 and go out and look like Erod early in the season. Michael Soroka, the same thing. And I think there are individuals that I'm looking at more at this point in the season right now. I'm looking for them to get better as opposed to the team must win this series.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back to basketball, what can the Suns tangibly build from this season and what needs to be fixed before next season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
What percentage chance do you think he could be the Game 1 starter for the Arizona Cardinals?
5 to 10%.
Okay, but not zero.
Not zero.
Not zero, but not
You
high.
got an impasse right now with Jacoby. I think Jacoby Brissett's your starter. I always say this about, even with basketball players with Malawach and Fleming, he's played a lot of football games, Carson Beck, but 17 games is a long season. It's the NFL. You're going to take a beating out there. If you can take some of those games off his schedule, I think it helps.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfliger from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Imagine talking to one team that knows your investments, your tax picture, and your estate plan. That's what you get with Trajan Wealth's family office. One big picture view of your financial life under one roof. Start at TrajanWealth.com. Life doesn't stand still, brothers. New jobs, grandkids, even new homes. Trajan Wealth's family office keeps your retirement, tax, and estate strategies working together as things change so your plan can move with you. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com. Pick up the phone and give them a call. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional service through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Water safety is a critical issue, especially in our community. We're here today with Rosaria Kane representing Fulton Homes, who's doing so much to support bringing awareness to this important cause.
My own son almost became a casualty. In the water, when they get over their head, they don't scream. They don't make a commotion. They don't splash. It's completely silent. If you're not watching them, you'll never know that something's happened until it's too late. And you hear that on the 911 tapes, that they just took their eyes off for, a few seconds, and next thing, the paramedics. So really important to make sure we have our eyes on the kids at every second, every day. The good news is these deaths are 100% preventable. Once you lose a kid, you'll never get them back. 2 seconds is too long.
KTAR News, Arizona Sports, and Fulton Homes want to remind you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Before you put your home on the market, know your options. Most agents bang a sign in the yard and pray the right buyer comes along. Not Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She has a proven system that works. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 12 cash offers on your home or choose her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol will sell your home at a price and time frame acceptable to you, or she'll buy it. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar, you'll know you're making the right decision. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must grant price and possession.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks step up and fill the void for the Phoenix Suns? We'll talk about our baseball teams. First game in Milwaukee. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
What is going on back there in command and control? I mean,
I think Rick is injured.
Rick and Jamal, basically, he's busting it behind the glass.
Rick looked like he had 2 injured arms there. I don't know. Is Rick okay, Jamal? Are we?
I had to check on him. I
Okay.
didn't know.
I'm doing great. Big X the plug. Love Big X the plug.
All right.
Best artist.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can't hear it now without seeing Rick dance.
The boys were behind the
Well,
glass.
the good thing is that Big X the plug is a terrible dancer, so
Okay.
that would it's fine. Any bad dancing is good.
So much for getting Big X
Big
plug
X
on the show now.
No, I think he understands.
Okay. Well, this has completely overshadowed the issue I was going to bring to the table.
No.
I needed to get something out of the vending machine.
I see.
And I don't have cash on me because it's not 1938.
I know.
So I had to use a credit card in a vending machine, which is kind of weird.
Man.
And either
Do that at your own risk. I'm just saying.
Where were you 10 minutes ago with this
Okay.
advice? I either just spent like $5 on this bag of pretzels, or everybody's back there still using my credit card on this. It's one of the two. The best case is I only spent $5 on a bag of
Cha-ching.
pretzels.
I'll be right back.
It's a good thing Jarrett's not here. He'd be running out of there with everything. Yeah. Well, Jamal, can you follow Rick? It's fine if we go off the air. Make sure he doesn't go back there and spend all my money on that thing.
Poor
Actually,
Luke.
all my money's only $7 anyway. So jokes on Rick. All right, let's talk Suns here, okay?
Okay, here we are, Basonians. Let's go.
Let's get serious. We're gonna have Kellen Olsson on the show in about an hour and 10 minutes and 6 seconds, okay? Roughly.
Yeah.
But he has a story up on ArizonaSports.com right now, kind of looking ahead to the offseason. And we're going to discuss it right now, Wolf. What's the biggest thing they can build on heading into this offseason? And what's one thing they really need to fix this offseason? I'm going to let you go first.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate that. Where in the world shall I begin? I think the great thing about this is they have their culture.
You took my answer. Well, I was going to say identity.
Yes.
They have that.
Okay, they have their culture. Yeah. This is the best thing about it. They know what they're doing, Basonians, and where they're going. They have a guide. They have the players that they brought into the locker room and their personalities and their skill set. They have a culture. They know where to go. Now, all of a sudden, they need talent. They have the toughness part of it. They have that. They have the defensive end of the floor. They have that figured out where they know how to play well. They were number 6 in the association. So to me, they know what they need. Now they just got to get more talented. They got to find the talent that is out there. A little length, a little whippy, some guy that is, oh, look, everybody, it's Rasheer Fleming. That's what they need.
Okay.
Come on, Malawach and Rasheer Fleming to develop in year 2. Both those guys.
So let me go back to you said culture, I said identity, similar. Kellen actually writes about that in this story, and he raises the question, and I'll ask him when he's on later, if they can afford to keep everything in place, to keep that identity, or is it something that resets next year? Like, are you looking for a different identity every year? Because if the question, and it is on the show sheet, is what's the biggest thing they can build on, I think that's it right there. Keep the same identity next year, the same culture. Like that can change from year to year, and sometimes that's a good thing if it can change. Look at last year to this year. I don't want that part to change next year. But I think everybody listening agrees with the second thing you said. And you kind of did 30,000 feet. We'll get more detailed over the course of the next 5 months or whatever. But as far as what's the biggest thing they need to fix, add more talent. Absolutely. How are they going to do that? They don't have draft picks. I mean, I'll go back to what I was talking about when we had the callers on earlier, and I kind of held on to this because I wanted to get as many calls as we could. Danny brought it up. He was like, look, this is great. I do want them to challenge for championships, though, at some point. So what kind of big moves do we have to make? I don't want to trade Jalen Green. I want to see what he can do in year two. But at the same time, if you're going to make a trade, that's the one that makes the most sense because you should be able to get significant pieces for Jalen Green. I don't want to trade him. I honestly, if you had draft picks, if you just had your normal picks going forward, I would keep this team together as much as I could and add a first-round pick and add a first-round pick the following year and have some flexibility to maybe trade up in the second round. They just don't have any of those. They gave them all away. They traded them all away. So that's why you're backed into this corner where you might have to make some uncomfortable moves.
Yeah, again, it's interesting to hear you say, specifically, we're going to be talking about this as the offseason really unfolds, and you're right about that, Luke. We definitely are going to do that, but I would say right now, specifically, they need to be more talented. They got to find a point. They got to find a point guard. They've got to get another wing player with length that's whippy and hyper athletic, and they need a big. Specifically, I think those three things, and all of them need to be long and whippy and hyper athletic. To me, that's what I want to see. Now, the whole league, of course, is looking for that. Okay?
You usually have to draft those guys.
The whole league is looking for that. And yet, at the same time, Basinonians, you can look at two of those things right now. The long, whippy wing, and, of course, the big. And you've got Kaman Malawach, and you've got Rasheer Fleming. Brothers, the biggest area of improvement is typically year one to year two. It really is. It's one of the reasons why we were so high on Ryan Dunn. One of the reasons why we were it didn't really materialize with Ryan Dunn. And that is one of the biggest disappointments I have of the season was Ryan Dunn.
Yeah, because the guys you've taken in this past draft and the year before, they basically all have to hit because you just don't have picks anymore. Right. That's the biggest thing. It's not, to me, it's not, well, is Jalen Green, is he going to fit? Is Devin Booker, is he the same player? If you had picks, you'd be fine going forward. I have a question for all. I'm going to bring command and control in on this too. Okay. And in fact, this might be an unanswerable question, so I don't have to answer it because I'm asking all three of you guys this, okay? Two guys that are free agents. You can bring one back.
Okay.
All right?
One.
Command and control, you guys in on this? Jordan Goodwin or Colin Gillespie? You can only bring one back. I'm not saying they definitely can. I know both those guys, but this is a question they may face this offseason.
I love Colin Gillespie, but I'm going with Jordan Goodwin.
Okay. That's one for Goodwin. Two for Goodwin. Okay.
Make it three.
Okay. Oh, that was...
You?
I don't have to answer because I asked.
Well, no, you do have to answer.
Goodwin.
Right now. Okay, good.
Yeah, but I don't want to lose Gillespie. I mean, because Gillespie's a huge part of the identity, but they're not right when they don't have Jordan Goodwin.
Yep.
Which is crazy. He's the last guy on the
Jordan
roster.
Goodwin.
He's the Oldemaro Vargas of the Phoenix Suns.
But once again, though, the needs, developing from year one to year two, the biggest jump, I think, in any sport, honestly. I think the biggest jump you're going to make, especially when you're 19, year one to year two, is going to be that jump. Because he's going to be able to sit there. Come on, Malawach, Rasheer Fleming. Now that the season is over, they can sit there and they can lay their head down at night and they can say to themselves, I belong here. I belong here. Now, how much better are you going to get once you really, truly get some time to know that you belong in the NBA? You belong in the league, the association. You belong in it, and you can play this at the highest level we can generate as a species. I'm telling you, the confidence that will bring. I just believe this 100%. I expected it out of Ryan Dunn, Basinonians, and I'm admitting it right now. I don't know what happened to Ryan Dunn. I almost would like to know, was there something personal that was going on in his life? that really derailed him.
I just think probably, I don't know the answer to that, but I think probably when you switch coaches, it works for some guys and it doesn't. And it just changes the whole paradigm. And I'm not writing off Ryan Dunn yet, but that was disappointing.
I think Rasheer Fleming and Kaman Malawach are going to be a huge part of what the Phoenix Suns do next year.
But you see what I'm saying with Gillespie and Goodwin, so we all said bring Goodwin back if you could only bring one. But you're developing Colin Gillespie into something. Where the Suns are, you're not in a spot to be developing players for other teams. So if there's a way to bring them both back, that's where Brian Gregory's going to have to get creative with stuff this offseason. All right, let's get to football when we come back. So the Cardinals this offseason have signed Gardner Minshew and now drafted Carson Beck. So what exactly does this all mean for Jacoby Brissett? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And it's the Thunder winning for the 12th straight time in the first round. 3 straight sweeps under head coach Mark Daigneault, and it sends the Suns home 4-0. The final tonight, 131-122. Again, the Suns were more competitive than they had been in the previous 3 games. They just could not find a way to knock off the defending champ.
What's next for the Suns? We discuss, and you can watch it on YouTube. Read about it on ArizonaSports.com and listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey, it's Gambo, and every single year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
Last year, we had 295 trials where we'd been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot, $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax relief advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns were swept last night by the Oklahoma City Thunder. For analysis of the Suns' season, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight. They take on the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch is at 4:40 with pregame coverage starting at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what is trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Lots of work for the Phoenix Suns to do this offseason, which starts now. We'll get into it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, back to football. So, basically had 3 significant quarterback moves for the Cardinals this offseason, Wolf. That's an eventful offseason because you let Kyler Murray go. Okay, that's pretty huge. Didn't take long. All of a sudden, Gardner Minshew's coming in. You and I were doing the show out at Salt River Fields when that news broke, and it was right at the end of the show. And we just kind of looked at each other like, wait, really? Like, did not see that coming. Then you have the Cardinals drafting Carson Beck with the first pick of the 3rd round over the weekend, or I guess Friday. So that's 3 significant moves. The constant has been Jacoby Brissett, who was your starter by the end of last season, who's signed for this season. You feel like, okay, that ended up being a pretty good deal for the Cardinals, right? You get him for 2 years at the price they had him at, and all of a sudden you're going to have him as a starter this year. He can be the bridge quarterback. Maybe he can mentor a young quarterback if you draft one, which they did. I know some people were even saying maybe he is this year's reclamation project at quarterback around the NFL.
Yeah.
Maybe he's this year. He's not. The Cardinals aren't winning the Super Bowl, but maybe he's this year's Sam Darnold or Daniel Jones or whatever. I'm not even sure he's going to be on the team now next season. Are you?
It's kind of a tough situation. I have so much regard and respect for Jacoby Brissett based on needs. I have to get that out of the way.
Okay.
First and foremost, this is a guy that, once again, has been a career backup for the most part. He started just over 100 games throughout his career, and he's had an excellent career. What a great career. A guy that has been around for a long time. He's been a backup quarterback. The vast majority of those games that he's played, he's a guy that has talent. We saw that last year. We saw what he did when suddenly Trey McBride started blossoming in the red zone when that was not part of what the Arizona Cardinals could do. And Michael Wilson, of course, took off and
had
became
like 1,000 yards in the second half of the season.
And, you know, he really, a lot of that was because of Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, before you say what you're about to say, let me just quickly jump in, too, and say I would like to have Jacoby Brissett back. I know people will look at that, some people look at that and say, yeah, well, how many games did they win? Their defense started giving up twice as many points a game. Jacoby Brissett's not the long-term answer, but he made Trey McBride and Michael Wilson better.
Yes.
They need to unlock the pieces they've already drafted, and he was doing that last year.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. You know, once again, though, he has been a career backup.
Yeah.
You are what you are for the most part. And I understand that Jacoby Brissett, maybe he was reading the tea leaves. Maybe he was reading them incorrectly. Maybe he was thinking to himself, you know what, I'm going to be the starter here. And because of that, I need to capitalize right now on my contract. You need to pay me more. I know I signed a contract, but I'm going to be your starter. At least it looks that way. And you need to pay me as a starting quarterback. And that may not really be the best thing for Jacoby Brissett. You are what you are for the most part. I'd love to have him mentor a young guy coming up like a Carson Beck. I would love that. Jacoby Brissett, I don't know if you could get a better mentor than Jacoby.
Yeah.
But the fact you went out and signed Gardner Minshew, another career backup who's got 63 games under his belt, that makes me think that maybe you had a little foresight as to what you were going to do in the draft, get a quarterback in the 3rd or 4th round, and suddenly, if Jacoby Brissett wasn't on board with that and still made the demand of I need a new contract, maybe you were going to part ways.
The Minshew one's the one that's more raises eyebrows. Right? I mean, you draft Carson Beck. Okay, cool. Like, Jacoby Brissett was never going to be the long-term answer.
Yeah,
like, we just went through it. I think he did a lot of really good things for this organization last year. I'd love to have him back this year. We saw him as kind of the bridge guy and mentor for Drake May in New England. It was great at that. He's been that in other places as well. I kind of assumed coming into the offseason, if they were really letting Kyler go, that if they were probably going to draft somebody, and then Jacoby Brissett would kind of be the mentor, but they were probably going to draft somebody later in the draft, which is essentially what they did, and 2027 is where you're getting your guy. But when you bring in Gardner Minshew, who has a very similar resume to Jacoby Brissett, and then a few weeks later, Jacoby Brissett's asking for more money, and then you're drafting a guy later, but not that late. I mean, pick 65 isn't like, it's not a throwaway pick.
No. Could you see him actually starting? Yes.
Yeah, and then you would just have Minshew mentor him.
Correct.
Monty Ossenfort talked about it on Thursday, the conversations with Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, have had good dialogue. Both Mike and I have had good dialogue with Jacoby. Obviously, this is the voluntary portion of everything. We'll continue to have conversations with Jacoby, but things are in a good spot.
And then on Friday, they drafted Carson Beck. So Monty was asked, okay, well, how does this impact Jacoby?
I don't think it really does. I think it's completely independent. Excited to add Carson in. He's going to have 2 veterans to work with that have played a lot of football. And really, I think those are 2 independent things.
But see, now I want to go back because Monty's so good at speaking media. And that wasn't to us. That was just to the media on Friday night after the draft. Now I want to go back and be like, how does signing Gardner Minshew impact Jacoby Brissett? Because that's the one that feels like it really might impact it.
Yeah, it's really, really odd. We, at the time, they signed Gardner Minshew. We were like, wow.
We were both looking at each other laughing.
Exactly. Like, really? Okay. They couldn't have known that Carson Beck was going to be there at 65 and that they were going to draft him.
There was a random report out back around then, though. I don't know if it was before or after. Do you remember this random report?
Do, about
the
Carson
Cardinals
Beck?
are all in on
Yes.
Carson Beck. It's like, well, how do you even know he'll be there when you draft?
You know what?
This is a lesson to trust every rando on the internet because one of them was right.
Yes. Typically, you don't really like having 2 grizzled backup quarterback veterans to mentor a young guy. I'm just saying, this is honest right now. I'm just being 100%
okay.
Typically, you've got that one veteran guy, the one veteran guy that, hey, you know what? He's been a career backup, and he's seen a lot of ball, and he's watched a lot of tape, and he's watched a lot of players and a lot of defense, and he's going to be able to mentor this young guy because you want one source for the most part. The Cardinals have 2.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
They have 2 guys that could possibly mentor Carson Beck. Which way are you going to go on that? I don't know, but it's an odd situation, to say the least.
It's really odd if you take a step back even further and you look at their quarterback situation. Because you were supposed to have some clarity when you moved on from Kyler, right? Now you have 2 basically career backups mentoring a guy you just drafted with the thought that you're going to get your real quarterback in 2027. Like,
that is awesome. You got to write that down, Luke.
It's too long to write down.
Write that down and email that to me, will you, please?
How many quarterbacks do you have?
Oh, my goodness.
All right, we come back. What do you make of the end of Devin Booker's season specifically? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks Dbacks baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. An engagement ring might be one of life's biggest purchases. That's why our rings come with an all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that gives you peace of mind without any fine print. How can we offer such an incredible warranty? We take pride in crafting our rings with care and stand behind our quality craftsmanship. After all, this is a family heirloom you'll own forever. Bring in your ring for cleaning, resizing, and repairs anytime you want. We'll make sure it's as sparkly and secure as the day you bought it, fixing prongs, replacing side stones, and so much more. This type of maintenance could cost you $2,000 or more somewhere else. Under our warranty, it's all free. We even protect your diamond. Other warranties don't. Our rings are crafted to last. But in the rare case you lose your diamond, we'll replace it. At Shane Company, your engagement ring purchase isn't just a one-time transaction. We're here to be your jeweler for life, because a friend always has your back. Come by to learn more in store or visit shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, I need to be honest with you. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is YRefi, and they are the next best thing I've seen for people in this situation. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and YRefi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got here. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where YRefi does their best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. Take back control today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks step up and fill the void for the Phoenix Suns? We'll talk about our baseball teams. First game in Milwaukee. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Deal.
All right. I was going to let that play out just for you, Wolf, because I know you love the System of a Down.
Just ruined the open, of course.
Of course.
I actually like the way he sings. It's kind of operatic.
It is very like theatrical, isn't it?
I like it. It's good.
We don't need theatrics.
No.
Wolf, didn't you spend your whole week? Didn't you spend your whole weekend at a musical theater show?
No. Oh, are you talking about this past weekend?
Yeah.
Me personally?
Yeah.
Yes.
You enjoy it when your daughters and
Shine Theater, basically, means put on Tarzan. Okay, the musical, of course, the Tarzan, the play. Oh my goodness! So look, everybody, it's Savannah Shea. She's the leopard. She was also a gorilla. She was an excellent gorilla.
I feel like those are two pretty important roles in Tarzan.
It's very, very important, yes.
I just like how Rick asked you if you spent your whole weekend at the musical theater, and you're like, no. Oh, this weekend? Yes.
By the way, Basinonians, I mean, if you got nothing else to do, this weekend at Highlands Church, man, it's going to be 3 more shows. Here we go. All right, everybody. I've already been to 3, man. And they were great.
I was actually cast in Mary Poppins in high school. I was going to be like a chimney sweep, but then I got sick during rehearsals, shocking me getting sick.
Rick, were you big as a kid?
Were you sweeping actual chimneys?
Like, was I a big dude?
Were you a big dude?
I mean, I was skinnier in high school, but I was still like my same height.
Okay. Wow.
So,
all right.
But yeah, no, I was supposed to.
And when I said a kid, I'm talking about 10 years old. 12,
Oh no, yeah, no, I was always
there.
like one of the tallest kids in
Jamal's
class. and
just
everything.
laughing. You
Yeah,
can't see
Jamal.
Jamal. He's just back
I know,
there laughing.
Jamal is laughing. Why
Like,
are you laughing?
hysterically.
Jamal? Why are you laughing the way that you are?
He could be laughing at anything right now.
Because I also thought you were referring to high school, and then you said, well, 10.
No, yeah, no,
I was 6'2", 250
Well,
at
a
11
kid.
years
I
old.
mean, when I say a kid, I'm talking about, for the most part, elementary school.
Yeah, no, I was 5'4" in the 4th grade.
A young gun. Now we're talking about high school.
I thought when you said you were cast to be a chimney sweep, you were going to say I was cast to be a chimney in Mary Poppins. That's why I was laughing.
No, unfortunately, I was sick though, and I just ran track, but it was a great show.
Man.
But yeah, I was kind of bummed about that.
Rick,
'cause
there's still time.
You said
Let's
you ran track.
Put together a community theater production.
What did you run in track?
Distance, like mile and 2 miles.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
You were a rail. You were one of these guys?
Yeah.
You just, wow, Rick.
I was like middle of the pack. I
did not
wasn't
know
great,
that.
but yeah, that was what I did instead of this
Rick
musical
the
that I wanted to be in.
Running distance. Yeah. Oh, I hated running distance.
I have so many questions
I
now.
hated it, Basin audience.
Yeah, you were good for 2 yards, you said.
No, are you kidding me? The whole distance thing. Let's get it over with. Let's bust it.
I was more of a
Run some 110s or something like that.
sprints. Distance is
Distance. Jog forever. Oh, my goodness. You're alone with you and your thoughts.
harder. Just
How weird.
listen to some System of a Down. You'll be fine.
It really, honestly, is not fun.
It is.
Sounds like fun.
Until when you're in the race, it's fun because you could pass people.
Okay.
That's where it's fun. When you're just doing the training part of it, it's brutal. But when I would see the person in front of me and I'm like, okay, I can beat this person, then I would enjoy it.
I hope you
because
said that
the
out loud if
competition,
you were passing
the
them.
competition is the fun part. It's not the actual.
Dude, do you have any tape of you running? Do you have any
Oh,
tape?
my- please.
'Cause I
No,
would
but
love to see
you would
it.
just see somebody finish
Okay.
like 9th out of 16th. That
I
was
need-
basically what I was doing.
I have questions I have to ask about how you went from I didn't get to do this play, so now I'm going to run cross country. But I
Yeah.
also feel like the Devin Booker topic's fairly important.
Yeah,
today.
let's do that.
So I'm going to. But we're coming back to this at some point, Rick, because that's quite the jump.
Rick was 6'7", just for the record. Okay.
I'm leaving.
Just go ahead. Okay, the
I got-
Devin Booker
I
thing.
got
What do you
nothing-
want to say about Book?
Well, there's people that want to trade him.
Okay.
Longtime Suns
what are you
fans
doing?
that want to
Why?
trade Devin Booker.
Why? Why would you want to do that?
I would kind of like to know I don't, because we had a caller with Danny that called in before,
Danny.
and I don't agree. There's not any circumstances in which I'm trading Devin Booker, any realistic ones. I don't think that, whoever you consider the best player in the NBA, I don't think the Spurs are coming up to the Suns and be like, we'll give you Wemby for Devin Booker. So I'm saying realistic trades. There's just not any I would do. But his, at least, and I'm just using Danny as the example because he called in, I don't think he was like, I'm so mad at Devin Booker that we lost, trade him. He was approaching it more from, I don't know how we get better this offseason. Now, I personally don't think trading Devin Booker will make you better this offseason, but is that where people are coming from? Or are they saying, okay, this is as good as this version of this team can get, so he's our best trade chip? Or is it it's 2026 and he had a couple bad games, so I'm going to forget the previous 11 years because that's what we do in 2026?
Yeah, here's the whole thing. Devin Booker didn't look like Devin Booker.
He did not. That is undeniable.
He did not. It is.
He had 2 points at halftime last night.
That's right. It is undeniable. Book did not look like Book. The question is why. And I think this is just me. Once again, Devin Booker is a dog, Basin audience. He's a dog. It's what he is. The smoldering Devin Booker. He's going to go out there, he's going to compete. And he's going to do it with all that he has. And so much of the time, all that he has is good enough. Now, suddenly, you change the paradigm on him completely. And you demand more out of him. You expect more out of him. Where he's got to facilitate this offense as well as be Devin Booker. I think that really messed him up. I think it got to a point where Book was thinking about playing the game as opposed to just, this is how I've always played, just go play the game. And I think that messed him up.
I think there's a lot of truth to it. I mean, I think Oklahoma City exposes any sort of weaknesses or, whatever, just like areas of your team or your game that aren't. completely buttoned
I
up.
agree with that too, Luke.
Oklahoma City will expose it, and then when their guy who's doing that leaves, somebody else comes in and does the exact same thing. So that is something that I would say has sort of been built up over years. I've never really liked it. I've never liked the point book thing. The pushback is always, well, he can do it. Like, that's cool. He can do it. But then you're giving something up somewhere else. A lot of times it doesn't matter, but when you're playing Oklahoma City, to your point, you have this guy that's being asked to facilitate and score at the same time. I mean, there were plays this season where he would make the right play. Somebody else would score. You'd still get your 2 or 3 points, and people were upset that Booker didn't have more points. Like, okay, but he created the points. You can't score twice on the same possession. So now this series, and I would even go back to the play-in games against Portland and Golden State, something seemed off. So whether it was Oklahoma City's defense, whether he was hurt, whether he just wasn't playing well, or whether he was playing more overthinking than playing on instinct, either way, something was off. I don't think it would have changed the results against Oklahoma City, but if Devin Booker was peak Devin Booker, I don't think they'd been playing Oklahoma City. I think they've been playing San Antonio in the first round. Here's Devin Booker. After the game last night, he was asked what happened in the first half when he had 2 points.
You got to give him credit. There's 3 all defensive guys over there that they keep in rotation, and seems like the game plan is, don't let me get any touches at any time. So still trying to be aggressive and find spots, but if somebody's locked on to me and is opening up another opportunity for a teammate, the quicker we can exploit that and get that advantage, I think they can sag off a little bit and open up more opportunities for me.
See, he's thinking about it. He's thinking about that. The thought process, I think, changes for Book when he's in that situation. And he was in that situation a lot.
And a lot of that is Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Because they will,
Yes.
make the right
Great
basketball
point. Yes.
play, Book. We know, you're going in, you're like, okay, we got to shut down Devin Booker. That was clearly their emphasis. Okay, well, a lot of times he'll make the right basketball play. Okay, well, let's make sure that right basketball play means Ryan Dunn's taking the shot or Haywood Highsmith or somebody. That's what Oklahoma City's able to do. And even, honestly, even if you get it to Jalen Green, some games he's great. Some games he isn't a great shooter. Like if Devin Booker makes the right basketball play, I hesitate to even bring up this name because we were all good with the trade, but it's not like he's passing to Kevin Durant. Like they don't have a surefire, going to make the shot every time guy. They don't have that.
Yeah, what is really interesting as well, Bays and Orleans, when you look at the Suns roster right now and you say to yourself, what do you see next year? Just the roster obviously is going to change. But what do you see as the starting 5 for the Phoenix Suns next year? What do you see? I see, Mark Williams or Kaman Malawach.
That's a big question right there.
Okay, right there, exactly. But I see them possibly being the 5. I see Dylan Brooks starting, of course. Yeah. And I see Rasheer Fleming. Rasheer Fleming, I see as having a real chance to be that starter as well.
Are you talking about the beginning of the year?
Yes, at the beginning of the year.
Because over the course of the year, the Suns will use about 57 different starting lineups if
Correct.
history has taught us anything with the injuries. But yeah, at the beginning of the year, that's
I
a tough question to
expect
answer.
big things from Rasheer Fleming as well. And then, Jalen Green and Devin Booker. So is Book going to be that guy again? That's my question.
I think the continuity seems like nothing right now to people because you're like, okay, he just got swept by Oklahoma City and Book didn't perform up to his own standards. Like, you're going to sit here and talk about continuity from one year to the next. I'll throw the stat out there again. We all know he's had a ton of head coaches in the NBA, but he'll be going into year 12 next year of his career, and it will be the second time in his career he's had the same coach for 2 seasons in a row.
Yep.
The most any coach that the Suns have had has coached outside of Monty Williams since Devin Booker got drafted was Earl Watson, I think, coached 112 Suns games. All the other ones are 82 or less since Devin Booker got here.
My goodness.
So when you're talking about giving him a solid role that doesn't change from Jay Triano to Igor Kokoshkov to Mike Budenholzer to any of the other 75 coaches they've had, he's going to have a specific, this is your role, Book. Do this. Focus on these 2 or 3 things. Jordan Ott's giving you this. He's not going to change it over and over again on you. He's not getting replaced next year. I do think that matters. It doesn't mean they're going to win the title next year. Oklahoma City's still in the league, but I think it really does matter in terms of what it does if you're talking about your best player and how to get him back to being the best version of himself. All right, when we come back, what's the biggest question facing the Cardinals between now and August? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Devin Booker, he sounded very, very happy with what year one under Jordan Ott looked and felt like. So Devin Booker's not going to go ask for a trade. He sees this as kind of, okay, I'm finally going to have some continuity here. So how do you make this work around Devin Booker? How does this basketball team maximize the player that Devin Booker actually is?
Simple. We've seen it. Just acquire 12 Hall of Famers.
I didn't know
and
that's
let
where you were
Devin
going.
Booker be Olympic book.
Yes.
They're untouchable.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? Find your dream house and then just move in right away. Without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first, it sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Find the new house you want. That's a big deal, so buy it now. Sell the old one. Still got to do that, otherwise it doesn't work. But sell it later when you're settled in the new home. And here's how. Orchard will give you cash so you can buy and move into that new home first on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. If you've ever tried to do a double move before, you don't want to do a double move, then the Orchard experts will take it from there. They'll handle repairs on your old home, and they'll make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar, and they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home right now. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick, it's easy, it's all right there on Orchard.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. When you're ready for your next vehicle, the dealership you choose makes all the difference. At Earnhardt Ford, here's what you get. 75 years of Arizona trust, a name that's earned since 1951. No bull upfront pricing, no games, no runaround ever. A zero-pressure team committed to finding the right fit for you, and full online shopping putting power in your hands. And right now, the 2025 Ford Maverick is an absolute steal. Save up to $8,000 off MSRP or choose a $2,000 Fuel Your Ford gas card instead. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns were swept last night by the Oklahoma City Thunder. For analysis of the Suns' season, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight. They take on the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch for the game is at 4:40, with pregame coverage beginning at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Twin Peaks. UFC Fight Night is coming in hot, and the best place to catch the action is Twin Peaks. Ice-cold 29-degree beer, scratch-made favorites, and wall-to-wall TVs. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Lots of work for the Phoenix Suns to do this offseason, which starts now. We'll get into it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, we're going to get into a lot of those questions with Kellen Olsson here in about a half hour. It is locker clean-out day, exit interviews today. So we're going to talk to Kellen. That's going on right now. We're going to talk to him right when it ends. Hopefully we'll have some audio before the end of the show from some of the players involved.
Oh, we will.
Well. Oh, we will. Was that on air, Rick?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I just didn't want people to wonder who I was talking to right now.
Oh, yes, that was on air.
Okay, good.
Luke has not lost his mind.
More on that as the show unfolds.
Oh, as the show unfolds. We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. I want to make sure I get that out there as well. All right, Wolf. What's the biggest question you have between now and training camp? Free agency is, I mean, I guess that's always kind of going after it opens, but that's basically over. The draft is over. For the most part, we know what the Cardinals are going to have to work with as far as players heading towards camp. So what's your biggest question?
I would have to say right now, right tackle with Elijah Wilkinson, of course. This is a guy that, again, he's played games. He's got a lot of experience, of course, yet at the same time, he's got to play better. And he is a bit of a question mark at right tackle. And because of that, knowing how important it's going to be to protect your quarterback, regardless of who that quarterback might be, and also to help your running back, your first-round pick that you took number 3 overall, to help him be effective in terms of running the ball in a very north-south kind of way. I think right tackle is a big question mark for me, specifically.
I don't disagree with that. I think, honestly, my biggest overarching question is what's the plan with Carson Beck? But we've talked about that, so I'm going to go in a different direction. Right tackle is it's the one part of the offensive line that, I mean, I guess they kind of did address it. They went out and got him, but it's not. It does feel like that's still sort of unresolved. But I will go in a different direction, and I'll talk about the defense. And Tyler Drake brought this up earlier when we had him on. Scoops, boom, boom, TD, whatever you're going to call him. TD. I think I'm going with TD. It's the perfect football nickname. But he brought up the pass rush, basically the pass rush opposite Josh Sweat. This is like having a corner opposite Patrick Peterson. Remember all those years?
Yes.
And the reason I say it's a question for me is because they didn't address it at all, really, this offseason. So I wonder if they feel like that guy is already there, if they feel like Darius Robinson's going to be able to get to the quarterback, if they feel like Walter Nolan's going to be healthy and he's going to get to the quarterback, if they, whatever, if B.J. Ojolari, if you can keep him on the field, Baron Brown, like what do they think the answer is there? Because, if you look at their moves this offseason, that's really the one thing they didn't address. I mean, they took Caleb Proctor late in the draft. I don't think you're looking at him saying, there's a 10-sack guy this year, you know?
Yeah.
So I just wonder what it means because they invested so much in the defense, especially at the draft last year, and everybody was just hurt all year. So
I was just going to say that right there.
That's
I think they're looking at their defense and they're expecting a lot more guys to stay healthy. Now, once again,
it's dangerous.
That's kind of dangerous. There's no doubt about it. Hope is not a strategy. But, you know, the expectation, when you look at all the injuries they suffered last year, surely the odds say you're not going to go through that all over again. Right, Luke? At least the odds say that.
The odds would say the Cardinals are due for a pretty healthy season.
Here's something that I can tell you right now.
That means nothing, though.
If I can point to one guy, Walter Nolan, the 3 technique, Basin audience. If I can point to one guy and talk about this guy, it's Walter Nolan III, because this guy is a game changer. If he can stay healthy, and again, that's a reasonable expectation that the guy's going to be able to go out there and stay healthy. If he can stay healthy, I think that impact is really going to help Josh Sweat a lot, especially when you got a 3 technique lined up. And look, everybody, it's Josh Sweat and Walter Nolan III, who I think, again, is going to be that 3 technique that is going to be the most destructive force in the football universe. You put those 2 guys together, and now all of a sudden you can almost guarantee what kind of protections you're going to get in certain situations. And if you can almost guarantee what kind of protections you're going to get in certain situations, you can scheme up some pressures. Can you not, Nick Rawlis?
It's such a... This is the other bad part of having as many injuries as the Cardinals had last year. Okay, does it derail your season? Yeah, it does. Would they have made the playoffs if everybody stayed healthy? Probably not. No, not in this division. They had other problems. But it offsets your season quite a bit. But the biggest problem to me, once the big picture issue, is you get into the offseason, you're trying to evaluate what you have, and you have no idea. You know, you're basing what you have in Walter Nolan on what you saw from him in college, and that he was very impactful in very limited playing time in the NFL. But you don't know if you can count on him to stay on the field. He wasn't like an injury guy in college. Same thing with Darius Robinson. Like, you don't really know what you have in him now, and it's been a couple years. You don't truly know what you have in B.J. Ojolari. Like, you haven't just been able to get a good 14, 15-game season out of these guys. And so I understand from the team's perspective, well, we invested like high-end draft picks in these guys, and it's not like they've proven to be busts. Like, we didn't draft guys that are bad. We just can't keep them on the field. But also, you haven't been able to keep them on the field, or they haven't been able to stay on the field. So can you count on them going forward?
Yeah, you know, that is the question. Can you count on them going forward? I do not know. But once again, you'd like to have another edge. There's no doubt about that. Maybe they feel like one of those young guys, maybe a Jordan Birch by way of example.
Yeah.
Maybe you think he's going to develop. Maybe you got a guy that you're thinking about, but I do know this, once again. You get that 3 technique next to a guy that is your edge rusher and Josh Sweat, who had a really good year last year for the most part. You get that 3 technique inside of him, now all of a sudden you got some issues. And again, it really helps a guy. When bringing 5 is a big deal, basically, you bring 5. It's not a blitz. 6 is a blitz. 6 or more is a blitz in the NFL. You bring 5, that to me is not. That's just pressure. But that really is something that a lot of defensive coordinators do on a regular basis. They bring 5. Man, when you know what kind of protection you're going to get, because suddenly you got a 3 technique on the inside, and then you got an edge guy on the outside, and you can almost guarantee what they're going to do in terms of their protection, you can scheme up pressures that can get home. And that's something that you like with that 3 technique on the inside of an edge guy.
And I guess just to be clear on Darius Robinson, he did play a good amount last year. It's just that felt like his rookie year because he didn't get to play much his rookie year. And so now Am I supposed to be expecting the year 2 jump this year, or was I supposed to be expecting it last year?
I know.
It's just very unclear what they have on defense, and they've invested a lot in the defense.
Darius Robinson's got a ball out with everything he's got.
All right, we come back over to baseball. Diamondbacks taking on the Brewers in just a few hours. Merrill Kelly on the mound for his 3rd start of the season. So what do you expect from him in this game? Hopefully a bounce-back effort, because he didn't look like Merrill Kelly in his 2nd start of the season. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Do it.
And it's the Thunder winning for the 12th straight time in the first round. 3 straight sweeps under head coach Mark Daigneault, and it sends the Suns home 4-0. The final tonight, 131-122. Again, the Suns were more competitive than they had been in the previous 3 games. They just could not find a way to knock off the defending champ.
What's next for the Suns? We discuss, and you can watch it on YouTube. Read about it on ArizonaSports.com and listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Man, you know what? The heat is coming, is it not? Oh, my goodness. You don't want to move during the summer. You don't want to do that. You know it. We know it. We all know it. Moving is brutal in the summer. Well, you know what? Moving Team 6, they understand that it's not only hot, but it's also very difficult. They understand that, Basinonians, and you can trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions. I'm talking safely and securely. You're going to be glad that you hired the pros, Moving Team 6. They strive for excellence. They are the moving and storage pros right here in the Basin. They've got a storage facility in Phoenix and Mesa, of course, right now, serving the East Valley Basinonians. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, it's Gambo. How will the Diamondbacks fare in Game 1 against the Milwaukee Brewers? We'll get you ready for Game 1 of the series on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, safe to say so far this season that the rotation has been the strength of the Diamondbacks. I mean, maybe that's been changing over the last week or so, but for the most part, that was the strength of this team the first month.
Ildemaro Vargas is the
He might be the
Diamondbacks. Ron Wolfley reporting.
Okay. Safe to say the
My
Diamondbacks
sources.
rotation is the second biggest strength of the season for the Diamondbacks.
Well, wait a minute. Jose Fernandez.
Okay, that's fair. Safe to say the Diamondbacks have a rotation?
Yes, the Diamondbacks have a rotation, and the rotation has been a surprise in more ways than one.
Yeah, although it has also been getting worse lately.
Yes.
Brandon Pfaadt is out of the rotation. He has a 5.54 ERA, and he lowered it once he got out of the rotation. Ryan Nelson has a 7.71 ERA in his 6 starts, and I had the number for you before. His ERA over his last 2 starts is 23.64. That's not even an ERA. I don't know what that is.
Yes.
But that is his ERA over his last 2 starts.
Just brutal.
And then Merrill Kelly has only made 2 starts, but his ERA is 9.31 so far in those 2 starts. Now, again, 2 starts. His first one was pretty good. His second one was pretty bad. He gets the starts today against Milwaukee, and you're hoping, I think you still assume Merrill Kelly's going to be a rock. I mean, we went to that last game saying he rarely has terrible games, and then he had a terrible game. So I really don't want to say anything good this time. But generally speaking.
Like that's going to matter, Luke?
Yeah. Okay. Well,
shake that off.
They'll put it on the scoreboard in Milwaukee or something.
Yeah, again, that's the very encouraging thing as well. The Arizona Diamondbacks are 15-12 right now. Ron Wolfley reporting, ladies and gentlemen. I can tell you that I don't think their rotation has pitched up to par at all.
It has really trailed off.
It has trailed off. They got off to a good start. And then I think, again, Merrill Kelly, I want to see Merrill look a little bit more like Merrill Kelly. I'd love to see him do that. Ryan Nelson, the same thing. I want to see Ryan Nelson be able to go out there and look a little bit more like Ryan Nelson. I mean, Basinonians, Ryan Nelson last year, 33 games, 33 starts, 3.39. 3.39. 9. 3.39 Basinonians ERA with a 1.07 whip. Do you have any idea how good those numbers are? This guy started a lot of games for him, and we can expect more from Ryan Nelson. And I think Ryan would be the first one to tell us that.
Yeah, that's the one I think if you're looking for something to worry about, that's probably the one that's most concerning to me right now. I know he had a rough start against the Dodgers, and then he was kind of back and forth, and he's the one that has the weird numbers because his ERA is lower than the actual runs that have been scored when he's been out there because he's been the victim of some bad fielding too, and he's had some bad luck. But then also, his ERA over the last 2 games is 23.64.
Yeah.
So how can you not look and say, okay, wait, is the league adjusting to him? I mean, after the game where he gave up 8 runs and got 1 out, they were asking if maybe he was tipping his pitches or something. I don't know. This won't work all season from Ryan Nelson. His ERA is 7.71.
Yeah.
So, but if you look at the rotation as thank you for that. I appreciate the hype. Soroka's been great. He's got a 2.6 ERA.
Wow.
Erod has been overall great. His last 2 starts have been not as good, but he's still got a sub-3 ERA. Zach Gallen's got a 3.14 ERA. If you have 3 starters with an ERA 3.14 or lower, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
But none of the starters really have a good whip except Soroka.
Yeah, Soroka, Michael Soroka, out of nowhere. That was the freaky Mike Hazen, Basinonians. That was all the big-headed freaky Mike Hazen. Wheeling and dealing on that one. Yeah, you know what? Ryan Nelson is a little scary. It's a little scary because the sample size for Merrill Kelly is big. Can I get an amen on that? Would you agree with me?
He's done this for a while.
It's big. Merrill Kelly, the sample size. Look, everybody, it's Merrill. It's big. We know what to expect from Merrill Kelly. And that's why I'm not worried about him. I'm not concerned about him. But Ryan Nelson, a bit of a surprise, I think, a couple of years ago, how well he was pitching. And especially when he got the opportunity a couple of years ago, 2 years, to start some games, all of a sudden Ryan Nelson was, And that's the reason why he got the opportunity last year to actually be a starter, and he delivered in a big way. Would you agree with that?
There were people talking about him being the opening day starter this
exactly.
year, which is a jump because you're facing the number one starter all year. But still, you figured he would be a real safe number two.
So the sample size is small on Ryan Nelson base earnings number one. That's my first concern. My second concern, and we all know it, and Ryan knows it as well, this is a guy that doesn't have, he doesn't have overpowering stuff. Now, he throws his fastball's 97, 98, but it's not 102. Okay, so I guess he challenges hitters up in the zone often.
He does.
And that is something that is central to Ryan Nelson pitching well, I think. The competitiveness and the challenging hitters to hit his fastball when hitters have been hitting his fastball.
Yeah, you don't want him to get in his own head.
Right.
I mean, you and I have had him on the show a lot. He's probably been on the show.
He's one of my favorite dudes.
Yeah, he's not he doesn't strike me as somebody that, he has a bad outing, he's in his own head.
Right.
No. But you don't want to have 2 bad months and your ERA is 8. It's one thing like, hey, I thought my ERA would be in the low 3s, and it's actually 4.2. If your ERA is like 8 and it's been that way for 2 months, that's going to get in anybody's head a little bit, right? You're going to be like, okay.
You would hope.
Yeah, do I need to second guess what I'm doing? Here's Derek Hall on with Bickley and Marotta yesterday. They asked him if he's worried at all about Ryan Nelson or Merrill Kelly.
I'm not worried about it. I think when you look at Merrill first, I mean, we've seen the work of art. We know that he's going to be fine. I think he's just getting his feel again. He missed spring training. We kept his pitch count up. It was nice to get him over 100 pitches, and I think, him being stretched out, he's going to be in good shape. I just think getting back out there competitively on the mound, he's only had 2 starts, so he's going to be fine. We know that. And Ryan, to me, I think Nelly is one of the best pitchers in baseball. I think he's going to be one of the best starters in baseball as well. I just think we got a little too reliant on his fastball. He's got really good secondary stuff, and he's got to trust it. And I think, we'll get there. I know that we made some adjustments with his bullpen, and he'll be just fine. I think having Ryan Nelson in that rotation is a plus for us, and he is a solid pitcher. He can be dominant, as you know, and he's had a couple of really good starts. He's had a couple of shaky starts, but I don't worry about him at all. And he's also of the mindset, put it behind me and let's go, because he's got a lot of confidence in him, in himself and his stuff.
What up, D-Hall?
D-Hall disagrees with you as far as Drip as a nickname for Ildemar Vargas.
Oh, he likes Drip.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he made fun of him on their show, and you deserved it. Look, I would have been much more concerned if Derek Hall came on and was like, we are terrified about Ryan Nelson, right? Like, he's not going to come on and say, no, we got all sorts of problems.
Right, exactly. Well, it's a good thing you brought that up, Bick, because we're all strapping some diapers on here.
I've been waiting for somebody to talk to about this. He gave some. I think he gave some concrete reasons why they're not worried about Ryan Nelson. I don't think you have to hit the panic button yet. It's 6 starts. They haven't all been bad, but the ones that have been bad have been uncharacteristically really bad. So you can write off some of them, right? You can say, okay, one of them was in Mexico City where everybody hits bombs. So you can write off the first one and say it's against the Dodgers. But I would say we're at the point now where they got to start getting some normal production from Ryan Nelson going forward here. Same with Merrill. I mean, Merrill's only going into his 3rd start. It'd be nice to see a bounce back from him.
Yeah, you know what? Today, of course, Merrill Kelly.
Yeah.
Merrill Kelly is pitching today. Does this not pique your interest, base earnings, knowing that he's kind of had a rough start coming back from this injury? And, I'd like to see him look more like Merrill Kelly again. I'm not expecting him to go out there and just be locked down, shut down, but just look a little bit more consistent in what our expectation is of Merrill Kelly. That's what I'd like to see.
When we come back, what were Kellen Olsson's biggest takeaways from the Suns' exit interviews? He was just there for them. We're going to talk to our own Arizona Sports Suns guru. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think it would be malfeasance if you don't give Carson back at least 7 starts at quarterback.
What does he have to do
to
make you not take a quarterback?
Oh, gosh.
What does he have to do to make you be like, you know what? This could be our guy?
Is it a number? Is it a completion percentage? Is it a yards per game? Is it a touchdown to interception ratio? Or is it just the eye test that comes with knowing?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Men over 40, I'll be honest, most hair growth stuff feels like a lot of hype. So when M-Drive told me they were launching a hair growth complex, I paid attention because they don't do hype. Here's the difference. This isn't a throw everything in and hope formula. They built it with 2 clinically tested ingredients, one shown to help improve hair density, the other supports your hair's natural growth cycle. That matters because as we get older, it's not just hair loss, it's that your hair stops growing back the same. That's biology. M-Drive's whole approach is built around that, supporting how your body actually changes, not fighting it with extremes. If you noticed your hair thinning or not coming back like it used to, this is worth a look. You can find M-Drive Hair Growth Complex at Sprouts or at mdrivehair.com. Use my code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com and get 20% off your first purchase. That's promo code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
At Freeway Chevrolet, buying a new vehicle is as easy as 1, 2, 3. And right now, you can get supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500s. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500 models. See dealer for details. Must take new retail delivery by April 30th, 2026.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
When the dollar's convertibility into gold ended in 1971, gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. Fast forward to today, and the U.S. dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. Meanwhile, gold has increased in value by over 12,000%. Central banks are buying gold at record levels. Major firms are holding significant positions in gold. And I choose to buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's Dan Bongino, and it all starts with education. Birch Gold just announced their Learn and Earn Precious Metals event. This free online event rewards you for learning the basics of investing in precious metals. Sign up to get free silver on your next purchase if you qualify. And you can get even larger incentives as you go. The more you learn, the more you can earn. But act now. This special event only runs through April 30th. So text my name, Dan, to the number 989898 to join Birch Gold's Learn and Earn Precious Metals event by April 30th. Text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates may apply.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Drew Brees here. Whether you're on the field or on the road, having the right team on your side makes all the difference. I learned that the hard way. On the field, you don't go anywhere without a solid O-line. And when your car breaks down, you want that same kind of protection. That's why I trust CarShield. Their protection plans help you tackle expensive repairs so that you're not blindsided.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns were swept last night by the Oklahoma City Thunder. For analysis of the Suns season, head on over to arizonasports.com. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are back in action tonight. They take on the Milwaukee Brewers in Milwaukee. First pitch is at 4:40 with pregame coverage starting at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text seats to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, May 9th Dbacks home game versus the New York Mets, plus food and beverage credit. That's seats to 620-620.
I can see you out there, Kellen.
I've talked to like 19 basketball people in 3 hours.
Arizona Sports. Our Suns mega mind, Kellen Olsson, joining Wolf and Luke to talk about the Phoenix Suns now.
Well, the season is officially over after last night's loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder. At least it was finally down to single digits. You could argue the Suns got better in each of the 4 games, but they were all 4 losses. Kellen Olsson is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line to talk all things Suns. What's going on, Kellen? How are we doing?
Doing well. What's up, guys?
Not a whole lot. I guess let's just start with you being out there for exit interviews and all that. Anything in particular anybody said in the last couple hours really jump out to you?
Nothing in particular. I think we're still waiting to hear from General Manager Brian Gregory and owner Matt Ishbia. And then once we hear from them, I think that's when the more concrete conversations of kind of the stuff we're going to get into, I'm sure, in the segment, we'll have some expounding to do.
What's your first question, Killer? What's it going to be?
Patience. I think patience for sure, because Matt Ishbia said, I think near the end of his availability going into this season, that as long as things are going well, he will be patient. And it seems like things went well this year, but I want to check in and make sure he thinks that.
I like that.
Because if he does or doesn't, it's going to impact how they approach this offseason, right? Like there's little tinkering that they could do. They could do some bigger moves as well, or they could swing really, really big. We know how this front office likes to do that, at least in the past, but with a little bit of momentum, do they get itchy, or do they remain patient now that things are going well and they have sort of a not so much clear direction, but we know at least what sort of outcome that they're looking for with the shape of the basketball team?
All right, so let's go down that path then. Seeing what you saw this year and maybe how different it was, the first 60% of the year to the rest of the season, and seeing how the postseason played out. What direction would you go this offseason as far as, like, would you swing big? Would you just try to tinker a little bit? Would you bring in 1 or 2 key pieces? And then the second part of that is how much flexibility do they realistically have to do those things?
Tinker for sure. And to your point, they don't really have the assets to swing big. Like if the Giannis sweepstakes happens and he's willing to go anywhere, the Suns wouldn't be able to compete with an offer. And even for some of like the lesser stars or like near all stars that could become available on the trade market, they would struggle to form a competitive offer. But there is tinkering to do for sure. I think a lot of what we saw in the tail end of the season and then in the play-in and in the playoffs as well was this roster's limitations really catching up to them, and everything we talked about before the season with, in my opinion, just how terribly it was constructed. Not by it's not like Brian Gregory went and handpicked these 12 guys together. It was just sort of the leftovers of this entire sort of situation that they found themselves. They did the best they could with it, which was really good. But now it's about maximizing what this roster is and finding a roster that works around Devin Booker specifically. This is to give no excuses to Book. He should have been much better in this playoff series. He should have been much better this season. But this roster was just not suited to be built around him at all. And you have to re-optimize that in a couple of different ways. I don't think you can come into next year with both Dillon Brooks and Jalen Green on the roster, because I think offensively that does not work together. You have to figure out the center rotation. Then, of course, everyone and what they've been asking about size. You need to get some wings with some legitimate size. Maybe that's just starting Rasheer Fleming and adding another guy in free agency. But we'll see sort of what they can rewire with this team, because they actually have a lot that they need to get done in the sort of outcome we're talking about, Luke, which is like tinkering, but they actually have a lot of that tinkering to do at the same time on these minor moves.
Killer, why do you think Book struggled the way that he did?
I don't know, Wolf. It's been weird to watch over the last couple of years, but specifically this year, because the reason why, in my opinion, Devin Booker became your favorite player's favorite player and everyone loves to watch him play basketball is because of how balanced and composed he is. He always plays at his own cadence. He never gets rushed, sped up, looks out of whack. He's always in rhythm. I don't know where that guy has gone the last couple of years. I think this year specifically, he's just been out of rhythm more than I've ever seen him before. And what do I attribute that to? Some injury we don't know about, something else to go with the team, something to go with he himself, where I'm not even going to go close to like psychologically analyzing what could be going on with him at this juncture of his career. But the bottom line is, without like that level of like feeling the game and everything being in rhythm, whether it's the offense, the spacing, or he himself, he goes from a borderline top 10 player to something worse than that. And I think that's what we've seen over the last couple of years. And ever since the 2023 postseason, we haven't really seen that guy anymore. And this is where we can get into conversations about, like, what does that mean? Can he be the best player on a title winning team? Can he still be an all NBA guy? Can he still be a top 10 player, all-star, whatever? Like, you can qualify it however you want, but we have seen him regress now over the last couple of years. And it's going to be on the Suns to figure out how to get that back on track. And in my opinion, that just starts with the roster and getting a better group that fits around him much better.
Talking to Kellen Olsson. Kellen, I want to go back to something you said as far as if you're trying to improve the team for next year roster-wise, you're not sure you could have Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks both on it. How would you make that decision of which one you move? Is it based on what you could get more in a trade, or is it based more on what they actually bring to you on and off the court?
I think it depends on the trade market for Jalen Green. If there is one, he's due $36 million next year, $36 million player option the year after that. This year, and this is, again, I'm saying this out loud, it's not fair to judge him fully on this year because he comes in injured midway through the year. The team is thriving, gelling perfectly. Like, it looks like this team has been playing together for years. And then he has to come in and try and reindoctrinate himself. And just as he starts to play every day, Dillon breaks his hand, and then they have to change how they play. Yet again, with that said, this was just more of the Jalen Green that we've seen in the last couple of years, where there is a lot of potential left. There is a lot of upside left, but his questionable decision-making, the shot selection that he's going with, and he's prone to turning the ball over and just making inept decisions with the ball. A lot of that just adds up to the player that we've seen this year and that we've seen in the past. I think that he is the guy that you would want to look to move just based on when you had success and when you didn't. I just don't know how much of a market there would be. There would be one for Dillon Brooks. He's on a $21 million expiring contract. He could get a contract extension this summer. With that said, I think Dillon has been like better suited for the team and better suited to play off book specifically. You could also just get much more for him on the trade market, and he could be not so much the centerpiece of a bigger deal, but be like the main good to great player included in a bigger type of trade if you wanted to make that. I think that it's fair for the team to look at those three together and say, we didn't get a chance at this when everyone was fully healthy. Let's just run it back next year and see. But that's where you can also run into problems. And like, what are the Rockets going to do this offseason? They're going to fire Ime Udoka. They're going to run it back with Kevin, say we had injuries, and then it's not going to be fine next year, just like it wasn't fine this year. You need to be a year ahead of these things sometimes. I think that's what the Suns need to do this summer.
How do you see Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming developing over this offseason and going into next season?
This might be the golden question in their entire offseason, Wolf. And I understand, like, Brooks Green, add a wing, and all these different things that are kind of going on, like re-sign Mark Williams. Mark's year was so inconsistent with not only health, but just his overall quality of performance that it's going to be really difficult to commit any long-term money to him. And if you do, there's got to be incentives and non-guaranteed money all over it. I don't think you can start him. I don't think you can start Oso, because Oso has proven himself to be one of the best backup bigs in basketball, and you don't get adequate value out of that if you keep starting him and not getting the most out of when he is at his best, which has been in that bench role. To your point, if Kaman's ready and has a great offseason, then he just comes in and is your starter, which is what you expect as a second-year top 10 overall pick to do. If he's not ready, or if the Suns aren't ready to allow him to learn on the fly in that role, then you don't really have a good fit for starting center when you have three starting caliber centers on your roster. It's all really funky and weird. Rasheer, easy answer. Play him, start him, give him 30 minutes a game.
Yeah.
It's time to go. Let's see what the kid has. I'm ready.
I like it. Talking to Kellen Olsson. Kellen, as far as the guys that are free agents this offseason, is there one that you prioritize bringing back over the others, or how would you make those decisions? Can they bring back all of them if they wanted to?
Yeah, they can bring back all of them. It's just going to be going into the tax. And this was part of the Bradley Beal decision last year, is like picking out the years and how like millimeter close they were to being in the tax last year, and how they did some really good gymnastics to stay under the tax, because you're going to be over some years. And Colin has to stay. Goody has to stay. Those are two integral players to what they do. And their identity and their culture. Those two guys have to stay. If they come back, it's those two guys and Oso leading your second unit. And what did we talk about 50 games into the year when I was coming on the show? Like, this is one of the best benches in basketball. We just saw that get diminished because of all the injuries and the offensive fit and just their diminishing play. But that'll be back next year if those guys are back. And then Mark, it's a difficult situation because restricted free agency doesn't really exist in the NBA anymore. And what I mean by that is like another team signing the guy to an offer sheet. I think we've only seen one agree to in the last 3 years. Teams just don't really do it anymore. And for a guy as injured as Mark is, and just as inconsistent as he has been, that $9.5 million qualifying offer might just be what he winds up taking with the Suns. And then Dillon's extension is the other one too, where it wouldn't add on money this year, but it would add on money next year. It's a little bit of reworking and moving around that they're going to have to do, but I do expect them to look to retain all of those guys because every guy, including Mark, to be honest, is important to them being better next year. And I think that's really what they're going to prioritize is improving next year.
Kellen, I know it's been a long season for you, man. Thank you so much for the time.
Thanks, guys.
It's Kellen Olsson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, check out. He's got a story up there right now on ArizonaSports.com that really kind of details some of the biggest questions facing the Suns this offseason. Yeah. And there are some big questions facing the Suns this offseason. Four Peaks and the Diamondbacks is a perfect combination. Text seats to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets and catch the action at Chase Field. When we come back, the Suns did just have their exit interviews as we were doing this show. So we'll get you some of that audio next, and we'll react. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk Dbacks. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. I can tell you right now, Basinonians, blue, yeah, my Ford F-150, it's getting a little long in the tooth right now, and you know what? We're going to have to take him in, and I'm going to do it at Santan Ford. I'm going to get another pre-owned vehicle, and that's right, you can buy a newer pre-owned vehicle over at Santan Ford, Tim Hobick's Santan Ford, I might say. And I can tell you right now, I'm in the market for a Ford F-150. So, Timmy, I'm going to be hitting you up over the next couple of months here, trying to find that perfect pre-owned Ford. Well, you know what? Once again, Santan Ford, located off the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, is loaded with Ford F-150s and Rangers and Mavericks as well. Maybe you're trying to downsize. You like the Rangers and the Mavericks. Santan Ford, they are loaded with those. Go over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with My Guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bick?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free, floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find off the I-10 in Warner and online at waltz.com.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Not every dealership is built the same. Earnhardt Ford has spent 75 years proving that. What sets them apart is their legacy of doing right by Arizonans. No bull, no exception since 1951. They straight talk on every price. What you see is exactly what you pay. A tailored buying experience around you. Relaxed, honest, and no pressure. And you can shop your way online, browse, and buy when you are ready. Here's the kicker. The new 2026 Ford F-150 STX is ready to impress. Lock in 4.9% APR for 60 months or walk away saving up to $8,000 off MSRP. It's your call. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $699.3. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks step up and fill the void for the Phoenix Suns? We'll talk about our baseball teams. First game in Milwaukee. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, we only got a few minutes left, Wolf, but thanks to Command and Control, Rick and Jamal back there, got audio from these exit interviews today. All right?
Nice.
Now,
It's a quick turnaround.
Not everybody, I mean, this all just happened within the last couple hours while we were doing the show. So not everybody spoke today. So I'm going to let you pick, Wolf. I can see the audio. You can't. But I'm going to let you pick which player you want to hear from, okay?
Okay.
Dylan Brooks, Grayson Allen, Colin Gillespie, Oso Ighodaro. Those are your four options. You want to start with Dylan?
Yeah.
Okay, let's just start right here with Dylan Brooks then. And he talked about the offseason starting right now.
Offseason starts now. I love to work on my game, and I feel like the series that we just played opened up my mind to another way of getting to my shot and affecting the game. So with the momentum that we have and that I have this season, I just don't want to take a break.
Wow. You know what, the whole Dylan Brooks experience is something, once again, that I'm really glad is here.
It's been a roller coaster at times, but a good one.
He needs to show discipline. He's got to be disciplined more, I think, especially when you're talking about big, important games down the stretch and even playoff games. At some point in time, I think he's got to continue. He's got to continue to work. That's right. That's the expectation, isn't it, going into next year? Isn't it going to be your expectation, Rick? Of course, is going to be playoffs for the Phoenix Suns, and a lot of that is because of Dylan, the villain, and what he brought to this team and the culture thereof. Man, if he would just improve his discipline, man, what a slam dunk he is.
26 points a game against Oklahoma City. So he was by far the Suns' leading scorer in that series. And if you look, it's interesting hearing his take on the season because, when he first got here, it was like, okay, this guy could easily just be like, I was just on one of the best teams in the West, and you're sticking me on this team that is only hiring people from Michigan State. Like, what are we doing here? And instead, he immediately bought in. I mean, that's what the view was of the Suns back when Dylan Brooks got here. Instead, he immediately bought in. And he was the guy who spearheaded changing the culture. But also, what he just said there, the Oklahoma City series, he doesn't want the season to end. He doesn't want to stop playing because that opened his mind to different ways to play and get his shot. He averaged 20.2 points per game this season. He had never in his entire career averaged 20 or more points per game in a season. So Dylan Brooks, a few years into his career now, hit a whole different level as a scorer and was kind of a different player at times this year.
Which is why I think he said what he said right there in regard to experiencing a whole new world, so to speak. I just put words in his mouth.
You're not going to sing A Whole New World, are you?
I'm not.
All right, because if you start singing it, Rick's going to start dancing to it.
No, do not do it.
More from Dylan Brooks on support from the fans here in the Valley.
Maybe after the DUI, they're with me throughout. But, the meet and greet, during the games, all the support, and then even after the last game, even though we got, swept, a lot of fans are saying thank you for bringing us back. So I'm gravely appreciative, and, there's more to come. That's the foundation, to our team, to our success, and now we got to, match it and do more.
That's right. Match it and do more. Don't forget where you came from. Don't forget who you are. You got to match it. You got to do what you did this year and then do more. I love that, man.
Dylan Brooks was also asked about the team overachieving this season.
Yeah, I think from the jump, like we knew that if we put the work in, we would be good. And we had the guys and the skeleton to have a great team and to battle through adversity throughout. I think a lot of guys wanted to prove naysayers wrong, and that's like my MO, to, prove them wrong, and I feel like we did, and now it's like get to the drawing board and, how can we replicate, these games that we played like hard and got better at, each game against OKC. How can we now, that last game, implement that throughout the whole year? So instead of 47, it's 53.
Yeah, for me, the only thing I would say to Dylan is prove yourself right. Okay, don't worry about proving others wrong. Prove yourself right, because many times when you try to prove somebody else wrong, Basinarians, after you prove them wrong, the way the Phoenix Suns did, now you feel like you've proved them wrong. So where is your motivation now? Prove yourself right, Basinarians, especially my young Krug brothers. Prove yourself right.
Hearing him a couple cuts ago talk about how fans were coming up and saying, thanks for bringing us back.
Yeah.
Very different players, very different eras, but there is a little bit of, you remember when Kelly Oubre got here and the Suns were just a mess and they had no identity and they just felt like the team that everybody kind of pushed around, and he did the whole Valley Boys thing. And it's not like they really led to a ton of winning, but they at least had some attitude.
Right. Little swag.
Yeah, just sort of this like injection of personality. And Dylan Brooks has a lot of personality. This team, they had a ton of talent last year with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. And it's not like they were terrible. They just were massively disappointing. But they needed something to give them a jolt out of that era. And I don't know how many people thought it would be Dylan Brooks when they got Dylan Brooks. I mean, I remember when they made the trade, you and I talking and me thinking and saying, this is a move you make, specifically getting Dylan Brooks in the trade, if you feel like you've been pushed around for a year and you're just like, fine, we'll just bring in Dylan Brooks and fight you every day if we have to. But you know what? That ended up being a great thing. Like, they got pushed around last year. I don't really feel like they got pushed around much this year. They got beat up by Oklahoma City in a best-of-7 series, but that was on the scoreboard.
That was different, yeah. Right.
And that's the best team in the league.
Yeah, I think athletically beat up.
Yeah. They didn't get pushed around at all.
Right, no, they did not get pushed around. He once again, I have recanted on Dylan Brooks, Basinonians. I just want to see him get more disciplined. This guy, it's undeniable. He was very central to the culture of the Phoenix Suns. But what else do you have? Do you have somebody else that you want to fire?
Yeah, I actually want to fire off one more. We got one more Brooks one real quick on the technicals, and then we got to go.
So what have you learned in the last couple of this year, and maybe in particular?
In the last 3 years, my whole career. I guess I'm gonna get those technicals at the end of the year more than in the beginning, and not have them in a row. Yeah, because then you get up to 17, 18, and then I just watched the Netflix on the was it Jailbirds or Jailblazers? So I was like, damn, this looks very much like me. If there was no rules on 17, you get suspended, I probably would have had 42.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. It's okay.
Do we need Dylan Brooks watching Rasheed Wallace?
You just got to harness that, Dylan. Just harness that, man. It's good.
There's a lot to react to there.
I know. I can't wait to do that.
He's a smart guy.
Tomorrow,
he knows.
We'll do this as well.
We'll do this for sure. There's a lot of other audio to get to as well. All right, thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
If you had to diagnose it right now, league-wide, what quarterback, as a rookie, has the best chance to start week one for his respective team? It's Carson Beck for the Cardinals. Look, had this happened in the second round, I would be way more bothered by it. And I know you said third round still bothers you. It bothers me less. Fourth round would have been a lot more palatable. Yeah. But this is one of those situations. You kick the tires. If you find some lightning in a bottle,
good on you. If not, it doesn't prevent you from getting a quarterback at the top of the draft next year.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of people are tired of the big box financial firms.
Well, they should be, Paul. Those firms push products, they follow corporate scripts, and clients end up feeling like a number.
So working with an independent fiduciary is a very different experience?
It is, and at Bright Wealth Management, our only job is to act in the client's best interest.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call now, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's Vince Murata, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they've built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
Hey basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where fine jewelry is always crafted with care no matter the price. Mother's Day, birthdays and graduations, weddings and anniversaries, the new job you got, and even the one you didn't. Give a birthstone necklace, a heart-shaped locket made in Italy, or high-quality diamond studs you can trade up every year. At Shane Company, we have something for everyone, because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
So we just added a new member to our family, our Ford family. Yep, a new Bronco Sport. Paul Calvisi here went down to our Desert Ford dealers. We're like, you know what? The Bronco Sport has everything you need. Style, tech, an adventurous spirit. Like Ford says, the Bronco Sport is savagely civilized. One weekend, it's a ruddy trail. The next, a 2-track incline. With 4 models available, Ford lets us write our own story. And now, with new available packages, you can customize your favorite Bronco Sport SUV even more. And even better, right now, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. Again, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back right now. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. But it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks start a new series in Milwaukee this early evening. It's also the first of a 6-game road trip that will be followed by a visit to the friendly confines in Chicago. Merrill Kelly, he's looking to bounce back in start number 3 of the season. He'll oppose a former Diamondbacks prospect in Chad Patrick. First pitch is at 4:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 4 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. A day after Wildcats big man Mo Krivas announced his return for his senior season, Ivan Karchenkov announced the same today. The freshman officially the second returning starter for last year's Final Four squad. The Arizona Cardinals announced the signing of 7 rookie free agents today, including the Arizona Wildcats starting center this past season, Cayena DeCambra. And a quick peek at teams that can advance in their respective playoffs tonight. In the NBA, the Celtics host the 76ers at 4 o'clock. They're up 3-1. Spurs look to defeat the Trailblazers tonight at 6:30 to advance to round 2. And then in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Sabres need one more win over the Bruins at 4:30, while the Ducks can advance past the Oilers tonight at 7. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Gambo working from home today with the shorter show. He'll be back in the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios tomorrow. How you doing, Gambo? You good?
I'm good. I'm good. I, at the Suns game last night, as you were.
Yes, I was there.
I think we expected what happened. That the Oklahoma City Thunder were going to sweep that thing, and I got a kick out of somebody asking, what's your most memorable part of the season? And you saying the lunch bet.
Well,
the lunch bet was the most important.
It was. I think it's in lieu of our poll question today. I believe we've asked an open-ended question without any choices. What will you remember about this past Sun season? And I think we're going to read off a couple of the responses when we circle around to it at 2:45. And I saw the poll question, and I answered honestly. I will remember my lunch. I will remember the lunch. I'll remember the bet. I'll remember how badly I lost the bet.
It was fun.
I'll remember
it was fun.
How at the end of the season, when things were going south, you were thinking about giving me half the money back for the lunch because things got so bad. I'll always remember the lunch. I mean, I should think about Ott's first season and Dylan Brooks' first season, and I suppose I probably will. But yeah, the bet, Gambo, that's what I'll think.
Yeah, it was a big bet. It was a lot of fun, and the season was a lot of fun. It comes to an end now, and I don't know how much interest I have in the NBA playoffs after the Suns being eliminated because we're rolling on this team this year, but they gave us quite a ride, and I know we're going to talk about it throughout the day today.
Yeah, I must be some kind of a masochist because I got back from that game last night, and I was flipping around looking for something to kind of decompress to. And I found the Utah Mammoth and the Vegas Golden Knights game going into overtime. And I just started, I watched Vegas beat Utah, and I just had real mixed emotions watching them lose that game in overtime with familiar faces and familiar names. And I got kind of sucked into it to see, because it's overtime hockey, it's fun. And I went to bed thinking, God, what kind of a masochist am I, watching the Suns lose and then watching the former hockey team off there losing to Vegas. We got, like I say, a shorter show today. We got busy guests, good guests on today as well. So let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
We stuck together as a unit through injuries. I just wish we could get 50 games healthy together before coming into this to, learn in the fire and learn from mistakes. But we kind of had to learn on the fly. And, there's still some good in there.
131-122, the final last night at Mortgage Matchup Center. The Suns are swept by the Oklahoma City Thunder, 4-0. The season is over, and Gambo, certainly think we can agree that was probably the best performance of the Suns in this 4-game series, but still, even at their best, even keeping that game somewhat close throughout, never really watching it totally spiral out of control, still not even close to good enough against the best team in the NBA.
No, there were times when, you felt like, oh, wow. Like there was a point where they were up, Oklahoma City was up 97-82. They were up by 15. And you're sitting there, and you still got another quarter to go, but, the quarter and a half or whatever. And then the Suns go on this nice little run. Book gets hot. Book scores from Oso. Book hits a mid-ranger. Book gets a basket and foul. And all of a sudden, they're down by 7. Dylan Brooks has the 3-point. They're down by 7. Like, okay, 99-92. All right, you're in this. You're in this. I don't know if I felt like they were going to win, but I felt like there was a good effort, and I felt like they were battling hard to stay in this game. But but from 7, it got back up to like 10, and then in the fourth quarter, I think they got it up to 13 at 117-104, and then you just didn't have enough. Like, you just didn't have enough. I thought that one little run that got them within 7 was a little bit of hope, right? A little bit of a hope, like, oh, okay, maybe, but it was going to take such a Herculean effort to beat that team. And once they got going again, they just they quickly built the lead back up to 12-13, and it was over.
Yeah, and if we talk about runs, and we've seen Oklahoma City go on a ton of runs in this 4-game series, there was another one kind of at the end of the first half when it was 27-12. And a 7-point Suns lead turned into an 8-point deficit going into halftime. And it happened over about 5.5 minutes where in that stretch, and I went back and I looked at the game notes just to confirm, Oklahoma City missed 1 shot. I think they made 11. I think they missed 1. I mean, they were just unconscious. And the Suns, despite having a first half where they made 11 3-pointers and they had 14 assists, and they had 5 different guys who had at least 2 assists. And they even had Devin Booker, who was a complete and total no-show in the first half of last night's game. We're going to talk about the next segment. Despite all of that, the Phoenix Suns were right there in the first half of that game, played as well as they probably had any half in this series, and they were still down 8 at halftime, even with 29 points from Colin Gillespie and Grayson Allen combined. Like, all of these things, you'd look at it and go, man, I got to imagine the Suns are in this game. And they were down 8 because, even Oklahoma City at, what did we say yesterday, 75%? 75% of Oklahoma City is still way better than what you're going to be able to do, and that was certainly the case last night with that 27-12 run.
Yeah, that second quarter run I thought was fantastic. They did it all with Book on the bench, 17-9 run. They get up, but then, Oklahoma City closes, right? Shea hit that 3-pointer with 0.2 seconds left. And they go into halftime up 8, and you're like, oh, damn, Yeah. You just, darn it. Like, you had him a little bit. You had a nice little run. Royce was hitting threes, and Grayson was playing well. And they kind of took control of the game for a little bit. And then all of a sudden, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander decided enough was enough, and I'm going to take over the game.
How much do you think that not beating Portland on Tuesday night at the play-in and not getting San Antonio, which,
a little bit.
Right? How much does that kind of shade our thinking about this basketball team right now? Because I'm assuming if they play San Antonio, they get at least 1. And it's probably a more competitive series than, not just in terms of the wins and the losses, but just the games themselves. I got to think they're more competitive against San Antonio than they were against the Thunder.
Yeah, getting the 8 seed and playing Oklahoma City, you're playing the best team in the league. We talked about it. They have no weakness. I've talked to coaches in the league, and they said there's not a weakness that the Suns can exploit. So, they have the best perimeter defenders in the league, 3 of them, maybe 4. Shai's a good defensive player, too. And plus he's the MVP offensively. They're doing this without their second-best player in Jalen Williams. They got their deep. You bring guys like Isaiah Joe off the bench. You see what he could do. They're big with length and rim protection with Hartenstein and Chet Holmgren. It's a very complete team. It's a very, very complete team. They've got to play poorly, and you've got to play great in order to have a chance to beat them. That's just have a chance to beat them. It doesn't even mean you will. Things probably would have been a little bit different than San Antonio. I don't think they would have got swept by San Antonio. I think they would have won at least a game, and maybe two. Mm-hmm. But they ended up, Yeah, so to your point, I think it could have been a little bit different. I think the end result was going to be the same. They were going to be eliminated in the first round, but I think it would have been a much more competitive series than Oklahoma City.
Yeah, and I don't think, like we talked about yesterday, I don't think them getting swept by Oklahoma City necessarily kind of colors our view of this season, or I think the way they played in the second half of the season, the last 30 games of the season, really more for me shades this season than how they did in the postseason. Nobody was expecting them to win a series in the playoffs, and so I'm not going to hold the Thunder loss against them like that, given that they were the 8th seed. It was a little disappointing, though. I think when the series started, I think I had joked that the Suns would be lucky to win a quarter against Oklahoma City. If memory serves, I think they won 2 quarters against Oklahoma City.
Wow.
When it was all said and done, they tied 1, they won 2, and they lost all of the rest. The Suns were also the only team in the NBA playoffs not to win at least a game. John Voida pointed that out on social media, that everybody else won at least one. The Phoenix Suns are the only one that did not. So that's kind of a bad look. I don't know. It's just it leaves a little bit of a bad taste in your mouth. It's expected. We all figured we'd be here. There just wasn't nearly enough competitiveness in that series that at least made it go down a little bit easier, I think.
Well, I think it also is a good parameter to show you just how far you are from being able to compete.
Oh boy,
fun story this year, really good. I love the fact that they erased the memories of what was the worst season of Suns basketball. I've covered the Suns when they've won 19 games in a season, okay? Last year was worse. Last year was like people hated the team. They were miserable. It was hard to watch. I hated going to the games. I still went because that's what I do. But I didn't enjoy it at all. It was miserable. They erased that. In one year, they put that season in the past, in the rearview mirror, never to be thought up again. And so this year was a fun, enjoyable year. But we all knew that they weren't going to win a championship, and we probably knew that they weren't going to get past the first round. But playing Oklahoma City instead of San Antonio just does give you a barometer of how far you are away from being a contending team, and that's probably not going to happen next year either, because of the limited assets they have, the 47th pick in the draft and cap space and stuff like that. So I do think that's, if anything comes out of it, okay, here's what happens when you play the best team in the league for 4 games. They clobber you.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, we'll continue with the Suns talk because, as you would expect, a lot of talk about Devin Booker, a tale of two halves. Good in the second half. The first one was really bad. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And it's the Thunder winning for the 12th straight time in the first round. 3 straight sweeps under head coach Mark Daigneault, and it sends the Suns home 4-0. The final tonight, 131-122. Again, the Suns were more competitive than they had been in the previous 3 games. They just could not find a way to knock off the defending champ.
What's next for the Suns? We discuss, and you can watch it on YouTube. Read about it on ArizonaSports.com and listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Love telling you about Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. And I think it's imperative for everybody out there to make sure that they have a good financial advisor that's working for you. Have a retirement plan. Have a financial plan. Make sure your financial advisor has a tax plan. If he hasn't talked to you about a tax plan and you're within 5-10 years of retirement, you might need to get a new financial advisor. Got to have a tax plan. You know why? Most of us put money away tax deferred. Your 401k, right? A lot of it's tax deferred. Eventually you get to a point like, I have all this money in retirement. Yeah, not so fast, my friend, right? All of a sudden you realize, I have to pay taxes on that. Oh, okay. When do I do that? How do I do it? What's the best way? That's why Stuart Willis is really different from all the other financial advisors. As a fiduciary, he's going to have a tax plan for you too. Because as he told me when I started working with him, it's not about how much money you've been able to make and save. It's about how much of that money are you going to be able to keep. And their goal is to make you keep as much of your money as possible. There are times you want to take advantage of tax windows and times you don't. That's why your financial advisor needs to have a tax plan. If yours doesn't, call Stuart Willis. 602-877-PLAN. Get a free portfolio review. 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready!
Outstanding service. Ready Services replaced our home hot water heater with same-day service. From estimate to completed installation, which felt nothing short of miraculous.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Ready!
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Hey, it's Luke. Which Suns players have to make the biggest jump next season if the Suns are going to make a jump next season? We're talking Suns tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back. Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports. Gambo working from home today. Phoenix Suns lose last night to the Thunder. Their season is done, and as you would expect, a lot of discourse locally and nationally about Devin Booker today, in particular after that first half. We'll get to the numbers in a second, Gambo. Here's what Devin said after the game about his first half.
You got to give them credit. You know, there's 3 all-defensive guys over there that they keep in rotation, and seems like the game plan is, you know, don't let me get any touches at any time. You know, so still trying to be aggressive and find spots, but you know, if somebody's locked on to me and is opening up another opportunity for a teammate, the quicker we can exploit that and get that advantage, you know, I think they can sag off a little bit and open up more opportunities for me.
2 points, 0 of 3 shooting.
Yeah.
5 turnovers, a minus
the turnovers
14.
Were terrible, yeah.
Yeah, minus 14 in the first half for Devin Booker.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's not good enough if you want to compete with a team like that. I mean, Devin Booker did not have a great series. What was his 3-point shooting overall? Like 1 for 6, 1 for 6 from 3. I think that's a big part of his game that's abandoned him. I think the 3-point shot, this was his worst year shooting the 3. I think not being able to hit that 3, and now you've got to – because when you can't hit the 3, well, now you got to drive into – the lane. You got to get to your elbow for the jumper. You've got to get into mid-range. Well, now you're trying to do it against the best perimeter defenders in the league. So the second that 3-point shot, say he was 4 for 6 from 3, you know, that's 12 points right there from 3. So I think what I see a lot with Book, and I really tried to watch yesterday because there's a lot of debate about Book.
Yes, there is.
A lot of debate about Book. And I'm a Book fan. I love what he's done for the Valley, and I want to figure out every way possible, to keep him here and build around him. I don't know if he's capable of being the number one guy on a team. Like I said, he's a top 30 player in the league. He's not a top 15 player in the league anymore. He's top 30. He's still very good. You want him on your team, but he needs more support. He needs better players around him. The Suns don't have great players around him. They have some good players, but they're lacking in talent. But what I've noticed in the three-point shot not going down really hurts him, because now you've got to somehow drive the basketball. Nobody's giving him creating shots and giving him all these easy shots. He's got to get to the elbow. He's got to get to the baseline mid-range jumper. He's got to do that. And when you're going up against Dort and Wallace and Caruso, they're going to make it so hard for you to get that mid-range shot up. They're going to make it so hard for you to get to the spot that you're comfortable with, because they know that's where you're comfortable. So you could almost lay off him a little bit and give him a little bit of space to shoot the three, because he's not knocking down the three. So I know there's a lot of debate. There's a lot of people with a lot of different theories on Book. I think that's one of the things he's got to really work to get back, is his three-point shot.
Yeah, and I don't know how much improvement he's going to have with that. And I know it was a really down year for him in that regard. And even if he could just get back to his career averages, I think it would certainly help, because obviously it was a real big struggle for him in that regard. I almost couldn't believe what I was watching in the first half. And to be fair to Book, he did get much, much better in the second half, much better, to the point where at times it felt like he was kind of carrying them offensively with the second half that he did. But in the first half, and even Devin at his worst, I never feel like they've been better without him on the floor. They were better without him on the floor last night in the first half. And that to me was the shocker. Like, that to me was the part that took my eyes a minute to adjust to the idea
17-9 run.
Wait a minute. Are they actually better when Devin Booker's on the bench? Because even when he's struggling, just his gravity and how he plays, I think, makes other guys better, because there's just so much attention that is paid to him. Last night, I didn't feel like that was the case. And if he wasn't driving in the middle, trying to create something and oftentimes ending in a turnover, felt like he was just kind of hanging out in the corner a little bit, letting everybody else kind of doing their thing and not really getting that involved in the actions. It was shocking how passive he was in that first half. It was shocking how much he was deferring in that first half, because the turnovers, it was such a mess for him.
It's interesting to see social media. Oh, he's getting doubled on every team. He's getting tripled. No, he's in the corner. He's not facilitating the offense. He's in the corner. Jalen Green's bringing it up. Dylan Brooks is bringing it up. Colin Gillespie's bringing it up. He's not the point guard right now. He's going to the corner.
Yeah,
and then they run some offense. But it wasn't like, oh my God, they're going to double and take the ball out of his hands every single time. No, they were putting him in the corner, and they were letting other guys bring the ball up.
I think there was some of it. I think the 5 turnovers certainly were a result of him trying to create something. So I do think it was a little bit of both.
He turned one over on an inbound.
One an inbound, but he still had 5 for the first half. You know, so I still think that's him. He's not going to have 5 turnovers standing in the corner. I think there's a little blend of the both when it comes to him handling the ball, him not having confidence in handling the ball. As you mentioned, the conversation went national today, and this was on First Take. Stephen A. Smith and Kendrick Perkins having you sent us a tweet. I was at the gym and I saw them talking about it, and I couldn't hear it, but I took a picture of it because I'm like, oh my God, they're talking about Devin Booker. This is Stephen A. Smith on First Take this morning.
I need to see that. Not a player that seems content in balling out, being elite, but his team losing every year. He home in April, and it ain't no big deal. I need to see the dude where, yo, man, I want a damn championship. I need to see that draped all over his persona. And I don't see that right now. And that's why I think he's the one that needs to be looking to leave and find himself in a winning situation. And I said earlier, the Detroit Pistons, my God, could they use Devin Booker?
Yeah, that was the question they were asking this morning on First Take, was one along the lines of, who needs split more, Booker or Suns? That was the question they were debating on First Take today. And eventually Stephen A. Smith kind of left it hanging like, are his best days behind him? Are Devin Booker's best days behind him? That was part of the national discourse today.
I think Devin Booker could still be a great player with the right cast around him, with the right players. Ricky Rubio took Devin Booker's game to a different level, and then Chris Paul to an even higher level. And then, obviously, when you lose, two premier point guards who are pass-first guys, and then you take a little bit of a step back, and they've asked Book to be point Book, and they've tried to figure out how to make this work, and he's trying to make the right play all the time and not always trying to assert. Like, Dylan Brooks is going to try to assert his will on you. We need to score, and I'm going to try to score. And that's not Book. That wasn't Book in this series. There were times when Dylan Brooks was I'm just going to shoot the ball because we need somebody who can go get a basket. And Book wasn't like that. Book is always trying to make the right play, set up his teammates, do the right thing. I mean, look at the shots. Look at the shot comparisons between Green, Brooks, and Book in this series. I mean, even last night, Devin Booker is he's third with shot attempts. Third. Mm-hmm. Green and Brooks combined for 44 shots. Booker had 16.
He took 3 shots in the first half.
I know.
3! Devin Booker took 3 shots in the first half. There were stretches I didn't even know he was out there for.
You're crazy if you think that he's the same player. The rules change. It gets more physical. The way the game's called. He's not the athletic freak that some of these other guys are. It doesn't mean he's not a really good player. He still is a really good player, and I hope that they can find. I hope they keep him, and I hope they build around him. But they need the right star. They don't need Kevin Durant. They need the right player that can help bring out the best in Book. Jalen's going to try to score. Dylan's going to try to score. They're not like, if you go look at like assists last night. Book led the team with 6. Jalen had 4 and Dylan had 3. Like, they're not the greatest playmakers out there.
No.
So, like, the right players around Book can bring out the best in him. So I think that they'll keep trying to do that. I expect that they're going to try to. But you're like, should they trade Devin Booker? I hope they don't trade Devin Booker. I hope they can find a way to make it work. But you can't ignore a phone call if one comes in. That's silly and that's stupid to do that. If somebody calls, you got to at least listen, but you're probably not going to do anything, but you want to at least listen.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, a role change for our next guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. Brandon Fott's going to be joining us as we do our clubhouse call-in here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
If you had to diagnose it right now, league-wide, what quarterback, as a rookie, has the best chance to start week 1 for his respective team? It's Carson Beck for the Cardinals. Look, had this happened in the second round, I would be way more bothered by it. And I know you said third round still bothers you. It bothers me less. Fourth round would have been a lot more palatable. Yeah. But this is one of those situations. You kick the tires. If you find some lightning in a bottle, good on you. If not, it doesn't prevent you from getting a quarterback at the top of the draft next year.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Now, you've all heard about Sanderson Ford. Many of you have shopped at Sanderson Ford, but did you know about Sanderson Lincoln just east of the I-17 on Bell Road? I love the Lincoln line. We have a Navigator in our family. They've got the Navigator, the Aviator, the Corsair, and the Nautilus. I'm trying to convince Chelsea to go with the Aviator next because I do love the Aviator. My neighbor Darryl bought an Aviator from Sanderson Lincoln not too long ago and loves it. Great vehicle. Right now, the Lincoln Spring Sales event is going on. You can get $500 bonus cash plus no payment for up to 90 days on all of the 2025 Lincoln models and the 2026 Lincoln Nautilus. Sanderson Lincoln is just east of the I-17 on Bell Road, and they got the boutique store in the Scottsdale quarters. They've got the Corsair starting as low as $39,985, then the Lincoln Nautilus, the Lincoln Navigator, and the Aviator. Great vehicles at Sanderson Lincoln. For more information, go to sandersonlincoln.net.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks start a new series in Milwaukee this early evening. It's also the first of a 6-game road trip that'll be followed by a visit to the friendly confines in Chicago. Merrill Kelly looking to bounce back in start number 3 of the season. They'll go against a former Dbacks prospect in Chad Patrick. First pitch is at 4:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 4 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And speaking of the Diamondbacks, coming up next for the Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo is Diamondbacks right-handed pitcher Brandon Pfaadt to talk about his new role in the Diamondbacks bullpen. That's coming up right now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo.
Dbacks and the Brewers coming up in about an hour and a half. Well, about 2 hours from right now, actually, but our pregame coverage begins in an hour and a half. Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and as we do every Tuesday at 2:30, our Clubhouse Call-In. And today, we'll be chatting with Diamondbacks reliever / starter / jack of all trades, Brandon Pfaadt, who joins us live from the clubhouse in Milwaukee right now here on Burns and Gambo. Brandon, welcome back to the show. We appreciate your time today. How we doing today?
What's up, Burns? What's up, Gambo? How are y'all doing?
Good, good. You know, last year, when every time you would pitch, we would call it Pfaadt Rock Day. You know, like Yacht Rock. We would call it Pfaadt Rock. So I don't know what type of music you listen to, but do you like Yacht Rock? Do you have a favorite song?
I don't, but I guess the one you all play, I can get on board with that.
Okay.
Can we play one for him? Let's play one for him.
How about the Lido Shuffle by Boz Skaggs?
We'll
play one.
I don't know if they're labeled
Okay.
specifically, but just so you understand, and we have some fun with it. This is what we do on days you pitch. Go ahead, Lauren.
We got some really groovy tunes coming through for you and your lady on Burns and Gambo's Pfaadt Rock.
Swing and a miss. Oh, what a great sweeper from Pfaadt. He gets his 8th strikeout. 1-2. Swing and a foul tip struck him out. That's a dozen strikeouts for Brandon Pfaadt.
Pfaadt Rock, not Yacht Rock. Pfaadt Rock.
I like it.
You like
I
it?
like it. Yeah, I
How cool
might
is
need
that?
to use that as my pregame routine.
I'm telling you, write this down. The Lido Shuffle by Boz Skaggs. That's the one right there that we just played. It's a great song. It's a Lido Shuffle. I'm telling you, put that in your Spotify. You're going to be like, oh, these guys are onto something here.
Yeah, I'm gonna save that one in the bank.
We're so happy you like it. We did it all last year. We weren't sure if we landed the plane, Brandon. We really weren't. We thought, maybe do we keep doing it this year or not? But the fact that you like it, we have a rotation of like 20 Yacht Rock songs that we use, and every time you pitch, we play one of Pfaadt Rock. So I'm glad you like it. That makes me happy. I'm glad Gambo brought it up because that's really good. How's the transition going for you? You've had a couple of outings, some mixed results, mostly on the positive, save for that 7th inning that you had against San Diego in Mexico City. But how do you feel with the role change that you've had?
Yeah, it's definitely different. Had to change up the routine a little bit, which took me about a week to get used to. I'm still getting used to it, but I'm kind of thinking of it as a good opportunity to work on some things, but also help out the team in a big way. And we have a bulk of starters right now, so I think it's me going to the bullpen is going to be super beneficial. And you never know what happens in such a long season. So any chance to help the team and hopefully relieve some duties from the bullpen every so often, and just go do a good job out there.
I think when when we talked to Ryan last year about it, I mean, it was about stretching him out. You're going to start again. Like, we all know you're going to start again. It's just a matter of how do they keep you throwing 50, 60, 70, 80 pitches because they don't want to turn you into a 1 or a 2 inning guy. What's the game plan there to make sure that you are stretched out enough in these outings so that when that time comes, you'll be back in the starting rotation?
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things that's a little tricky. You obviously don't want any starter in a 5-day rotation to go short, but we know baseball and sometimes it happens. So on those days that it does happen, I think that's planned to kind of keep me stretched out, and that would be the perfect situation. But obviously that's when a starter, like we saw the other day, Gowan got hit by a pitch or a starter doesn't go 5 innings. Obviously we want them to go 6 or 7 and have a good start, but that's what I'm kind of here to bridge those gaps on those certain days.
I also wondered with your usage, and I think we saw Ryan do this a couple of times last year, basically the good old-fashioned 3-inning save at the end of the game, where I don't know if you're going to throw as many pitches as you would like necessarily, but let's say the starter goes 6 innings that day and the team is in the game. If it's depending on bullpen usage and how many guys have been used and how many guys are not ready to go, could you foresee some of your usage being a situation like that where you come in and you're literally responsible for the last 3 innings of that game and making sure the win gets locked down?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a likely situation. I think that's kind of their plan. If the starters are throwing well, I think that would be a great plan to mix one of those in there and be ready to go with a full bullpen the next day. So I think that's definitely the ideal situation in this case, and we'll see how it plays out.
You say you're working on stuff now that you've had this kind of opportunity. What are you working on? What did you like about how you started the season, and what are you hoping to refine with this time that you have in the bullpen, Brandon?
Yeah, I think we saw with the starts, like there's a few times where middle of the game we kind of let a few runners on, let a few runners score. So I think going to the bullpen, kind of working on throwing with intent throughout the outing, because I don't know how many pitches I'm going to have. So I'm just going out there kind of letting it eat and seeing how that works out for us.
We're fascinated. I'm going to turn it to the offense here. Absolutely fascinated by what Ildemaro Vargas is doing so far this year. 367 batting average, 6 home runs, 20 RBIs. I mean, he's just been incredible for you guys. The hit streak that keeps going on. Just how enjoyable is it to just watch him? He's always been a favorite of the organizations. You know, when they lost Blaze, we thought, oh, what are they going to do? But they've always liked Vargas. He's getting an opportunity to play every day now. He's taking advantage of it.
Yeah, he's one of the best teammates a team could have. So there's no question in my mind why they would want him back. And obviously he's playing fabulous, and it feels like every time he gets up to bat, he's getting a hit of some sort, doing some damage. So just seeing him do that, he's such a good dude. Always has a smile on his face, and everybody here is happy for him and excited to see what year he can have.
Brandon Fott is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show, as his last appearance was against San Diego and Mexico City. How did you like that experience? How did you enjoy pitching in that environment? It seemed like everything was very amplified. You obviously had a big role in that game. Tell me about the overall experience and what it was like pitching in Mexico City.
Yeah, it was awesome. The fans were awesome, a lot of energy, different kind of energy, and I think it was great that we were playing the Padres, kind of in-division rival, and we saw Padres fans and Dbacks fans quite a bit. So I think it was just a cool experience. It was a quick trip, all in all, but I'm excited to hopefully one day go back there.
Tell me about how now that you're for now a member of the bullpen, and I agree with Gambo that I don't know how long that's going to last, but I don't think it'll be the entire season. But from the bullpen standpoint and the success that unit has had overall, how much has that been a lift to the team, given how that's always been kind of a rough spot the last couple of years? How different does it feel from your perspective what the bullpen has been able to do in these games?
Yeah, it feels great. I think we have a lot of tight-knit guys down in the bullpen, and it's kind of different from last year. Last year we had a lot of injuries, and it was kind of like a revolving door all year. And this year, knock on wood, but we have the same bullpen for the most part, and guys get along well, and guys go out there and compete and do their job. And we've won a lot of one-run ball games because of the bullpen. So it's been great, and just staying on track.
Take me back to Mexico City, because we were going into that series. We're all talking about, God, the altitude. It's like, what'd you say, Burnsy? It's higher than Flagstaff?
It's about the same altitude as Flagstaff, 7,300 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you gave up a home run. A lot of home runs were hit. What's it like to pitch in a park like that with that altitude? As a pitcher, are you somewhat worried about location of the ball because of how much it's going to travel?
I think that's when you get in trouble. You know what it reminded me? It reminded me of like Amarillo and in our AA, and then Reno and AAA. Very similar with how the ball flies, how the ball comes out of your hand. But at the end of the day, you just got to pitch your strengths and trust your pitches. Because if you don't do that, then I think you run into some trouble. And I think that's the main thing to take into Mexico and just be yourself.
Well, we do appreciate you coming on today, joining us from Milwaukee. Don't know when we're going to see you again.
But Lido Shuffle, don't forget it.
But download yourself some Yacht Rock, and every time you do make an appearance, I can assure you we're going to be playing some groovy tunes in your honor, Brandon. So we appreciate
Awesome.
it, okay?
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Thanks for having me.
You got it.
Thanks, Brandon.
Brandon Fott. Give me another Fott Rock. Just give me one more.
Lido.
Just so I can give me another, because we're not going to be playing them as often because it doesn't start every fifth day.
That's my favorite.
Let's see what this one is.
How about Brandy?
We got some really groovy tunes coming through for you and your lady on Burns and Gambo's Fat Rock.
Swing and
Oh, Christopher Cross, right like the wind.
Another strikeout. His 10. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Fott strikes him out, and that's a 1-2-3. Fott ready. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Yeah, little ride like the wind, Christopher Cross. It's a good one.
That's a good one. It's a good one.
I like Brandy. What a fine girl. What a good wife you would be.
Like Baker Street. That's a classic.
Pretty good.
That's a classic.
Southern Cross. I
That's
like
a good
Southern
one.
Cross.
We appreciate Brandon Fott playing along with us. That's for sure. If you're hungry for a win, text the word SMASHER to 620-620. It's your shot at $25 Sonic gift cards and an autographed Diamondbacks baseball, and one grand prize winner takes home a $500 gift card to Sonic. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, there is one good thing to come from the Suns playing the Thunder in round one. There is. Someone's going to have to tell me what it is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A Dbacks decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Energy, metabolism support for men as they hit 40 and go over it. It's M-Drive. Built for steady energy, no extremes, no hype, for men who want to show up every single day. You want to get your workouts in, you want to get your walks in, you want to get your runs in, you want to be active, you don't want to sit on the couch all day eating a bunch of crackers. You want to make sure that you're active so that way you're going to have a great life and you're going to enjoy it and you'll have the energy. You're not tired all the time. You don't want to get home from work and just go to sleep after you watch a couple TV shows and have dinner. No, you want to go for a walk and enjoy the weather when it's nice. That's what M-Drive is all about. Energy, hormones, muscle, metabolism. That's what support looks like after age 40. I've been using M-Drive about that time, a little bit after 40. I started using M-Drive, and I do feel better for longer periods of time. I love M-Drive every single day to help me. Mainly for me, I'm big on the endurance, the stamina, and the recovery options because it's made with a lot of clinically tested ingredients. You can go online at mdriveformen.com and see all the great ingredients that they put in there, clinically studied ingredients that will help you. So go online at mdriveformen.com and find the product that's right for you.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they've built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
We referenced this one earlier, but we'll bring in Lauren because it's an open-ended question, kind of like they do on social studies on the Bickley and Marotta show. No options here, just off the top of your head. Lauren, what do we got?
All right, we're asking today, what will you remember most about this Phoenix Suns season? Burnsy, I'll let you lead it off because you actually responded to this one.
My lunch with Gambo. That's what I'll remember the most. My lunch with John Gamaduro at the Raw Room. Gambo?
Oh, boy. What will I remember most about this season? I would think what I remember most about this season is not having to think about last season anymore. They did. That's what they did.
The flush of last season is what you'll remember about this season.
They played well enough for me to not actually, for me to be able to like put that in the rearview mirror and never think about it again.
Okay. Give me some of the best responses. Give me a couple of them here.
Here are some of the most popular responses. The evolution of Colin Gillespie and Oso Ighodaro.
Okay.
Jordan Ott and Dylan Brooks changing the culture.
Okay.
A lot of answers for the Minnesota comeback victory.
Oh, okay,
in the
that
season.
specific game. Okay.
Yes, one of the rare games I was actually at this season.
Oh, that was a good game to be at, yeah.
Very fun. Devin Booker getting a lot of mixed reactions.
Yeah.
In this one, either finding out he wasn't the player that I thought he was going to be, or finding out that he's still absolutely worth it.
I'm glad you brought that up because we referenced the Stephen A. sound earlier this morning on First Take. And Gambo, on that show, he mentioned that nobody ever throws shade at Devin Booker. And I kind of want to respond to Stephen A. Man, you should listen to our radio show, or you should see some of our tweets, or you should see some of the messages.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking
that we get. You know what I mean? Like
he doesn't know what he's talking
Devin
about.
Booker gets plenty of shade thrown at him.
Yeah, he gets a lot of criticism and
plenty
of
shade.
There's a lot of Devin Booker fans out there that hate it. They hate the fact that you criticize Book, and they find every reason to. And we all like Book. I'm not looking to trade Devin Booker. I'm open to listening to calls, but I'm hoping not to trade Devin Booker.
Yeah.
He's been a great son. I'd like to build around him. He needs more help. He needs better players.
I would say for the very first time, the idea of trading Devin Booker to me is not a fantasy. It's sort of hey, I would actually listen if somebody called and I'd be curious to see what they offer. Doesn't mean I want to do it. I'm not in a rush to do it. But this is the first offseason where I'd say, oh, yeah, no way. Absolutely wouldn't do it 100%. What are you, nuts, trading Devin Booker? This would be the first one where, to Gambo's point, if somebody called, I'd at least listen because I just don't know.
You have to. Is
he the centerpiece for the next 5 years, or has he regressed to the point where he can't be the centerpiece for the next 5 years? And Gambo, I find myself in this space for the first time ever. Like every other time we've ever talked about it, it's like, God, you people nuts. We're not trading Devin Booker. No one's talking about trading Devin Booker. I don't know. It's a different vibe right now, Baron Devin, I think. Different vibe. All right, that's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page, at Burns and Gambo. Before we talk about this piece from Doug Haller, did you see Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on Instagram?
No. What did he say on Instagram?
On social media, on his Instagram, he's got a picture of him pointing and kind of taunting Dylan Brooks. We can see Shai Gilgeous. Dylan Brooks' back is turned to us. And Shai Gilgeous, his Team Canada teammate, by the way, and he had very nice words for Dylan last night after the game, wrote, everybody wants to be villainous until the brooms come out and the dust settles and you realize who the villain is. And on the back of Dylan's jersey, he has taken out the word Brooks and he's put Cancun on 3, Dylan Brooks' number. So Dylan Brooks, the back of his jersey, it says Cancun on 3. Everybody wants to be villainous until the brooms come out and dust settles and you realize who the villain is.
That's so funny. So he's throwing a little shade.
Yeah, he's throwing some shade.
Cancun on
his
3.
Team Canada buddy, Dylan Brooks. If there's one thing to come out of this Oklahoma City series is that the Suns still have a very, very long way to go. And that's obvious. But as good as this season was, as nice as it was to bounce back from a year ago, and as you say, kind of flush what happened last year with KD's last year, man, the difference between being the 8th seed in the Western Conference and being as good as Oklahoma City, or even being as good as a team that can challenge,
it's like from here to the moon.
Oh my God, they got such a long way to go, right, Gambo?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Listen, I'm going to comment quickly on the Brooks thing. Dylan Brooks probably in his heart knew that they weren't going to win that series, but he can't portray that to his teammates and the fans. He's going to give it everything he has, and he did. Dylan Brooks had a good series. He had a good series.
He had a great series.
He showed up. He played hard. They're just not talented enough.
He was the best player on the floor for the Phoenix Suns. I mean,
I thought he was really good.
Yeah.
I thought he was really good.
Yeah.
But he can't, he can't have a loser's mentality, and he's got to make his teammates believe that they have a chance to win, and he's got to fight hard and play. And he did. Dylan Brooks played hard the entire time. So that's a superior team. So I understand Shea throwing to he wants to be the villain. He's got to be. That's his role. That's his role. Like it or not, that's who he is. That's the role he's got to play. And he did a lot for the Phoenix Suns organization this year to get them to where they went to. But to that point, it's a long way to go, to get to the next level. And that next level to me, and I don't think, I'm not talking about getting Oklahoma City's level even. I'm not talking about, hey, what do you have to do to compete with Oklahoma City? What do you have to do to get out of the play-in, put yourself in a position to be, a 4 or 5 seed, a 6 seed, to where, you have a better chance. You don't have to play those 2 play-in games. You get a little bit of extra rest. The next step to me is that. The next step is, look, I don't want the Suns to be a play-in team for the next 4 years. I don't want them to be the Miami Heat or the Golden State Warriors. That's the hard part now. Now the hard work comes in. How do you take that next step? And it's got to be baby steps, right? It's not going to be one gigantic leap, to the top. It's not going to happen that way.
It's going to require some patience, I think, out of the fan base, because I don't think there's a giant leap coming. And I think improvement is hard to come by when you're in this spot. It is no man's land. We've lived this kind of spot for 7 or 8 years after the finals run with Charles Barkley. Then for the next 10 years, it felt like they were just kind of perpetually stuck in the 7th or the 8th seed. And after a while, it isn't. It's not fun because you're just not going anywhere and you're spinning your wheels. Fans are going to have to be patient because they do have a lot of work and a long way to go and not a ton of resources to be able to get there. And it's going to be a challenge. And trust me, we've got 2 whole months to talk about this offseason for the Phoenix Suns, but they got a lot of interesting choices, and we'll preview that coming up in the next hour of the show. But when we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show, what will Chase Besantis be able to bring to the Arizona Cardinals offensive line? We'll ask his former position coach at Texas A&M, Adam Cushing, the O-line coach at A&M. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Back here for Global Credit Union and their branches all across the valley where you can walk in and find out what it takes to become a member. You can go to globalcu.org and find out, get yourself membership at Global Credit Union and take advantage of everything that comes with it when it comes to banking. Because for Global Credit Union, a lot of people, it's just the place where they have their car loan. That's how I discovered Global Credit Union. But what I found out was that being a member of Global Credit Union means benefits on top of benefits, including accounts with lower fees, with no fees, loans with better rates, the real commitment to save their members money, the real commitment to give a better customer service experience, 24/7, 365, live, U.S.-based customer service representation. So if you've got a question about your money, anytime, any day, doesn't matter, you're going to talk to a live U.S.-based representative. It's just different. It's just better at Global Credit Union. Joining is simple. Sign up online, like I mentioned, at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Every morning starts the same. You're digging through piles of clothes, can't find what you need, and your closet still feels too small. That's not a space problem. It's a design problem. Space Solutions designs custom closets that maximize every inch. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years running, family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home closet design consultations. Spring availability is limited, so schedule yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where fine jewelry is always crafted with care no matter the price. Mother's Day, birthdays and graduations, weddings and anniversaries, the new job you got, and even the one you didn't. Give a birthstone necklace, a heart-shaped locket made in Italy, or high-quality diamond studs you can trade up every year. At Shane Company, we have something for everyone, because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks start a fresh series in Milwaukee coming up in about an hour and a half or so. It's also the first of a 6-game road trip. It'll be followed up by a visit to the friendly confines in Chicago. Merrill Kelly looking to bounce back in start number 3 of his season. He'll oppose a former Diamondbacks prospect in Chad Patrick. First pitch is at 4:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 4 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. And a day after Wildcats big man Mo Krivas announced his return for his senior season, Ivan Karchenkov announced the same today. The freshman officially the second returning starter for last year's Final Four squad. And that is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks step up and fill the void for the Phoenix Suns? We'll talk about our baseball teams. First game in Milwaukee. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The NFL draft is in the rearview mirror for us, but still a chance to look back and see what haul the Arizona Cardinals made. Gambo and I were on the air on Friday when the Cardinals made the second pick of the second round, and they took Chase Besantis out of Texas A&M. We're looking forward to this next conversation because joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo show, his position coach at Texas A&M, the offensive line coach for the Aggies, Adam Cushing, who joins us here on the Burns and Gambo show. Adam, I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Appreciate your time today. Thanks for joining us.
Dave Gambo, appreciate you having me on. How's it going today?
Good. It's not 115 degrees out yet, so we're okay down here in the valley. But Coach, I got to tell you, after looking at your bio and reading up on you, before we talk about Besantis and A&M, you're a Chicago guy. You spent a lot of time there. My daughter went to Loyola Chicago, played soccer. I saw that you spent like 15 years at Northwestern. My partner, that was his dream school, but they wouldn't let him in.
That's not cool.
It's true.
It's a great place and obviously great for journalism, man. But 15 years, man. It's a couple eternities in college football coaching.
I can't believe we're opening up the interview with my inability to qualify for Northwestern.
That was your dream school.
It was.
He was there for 15 years. Maybe if you knew him, he could have helped you get in.
Maybe. maybe we could have, but my academic shortcomings and not being able to get into Northwestern is not what we're talking about here today, Adam. What we're talking about is Chase Besantis. What was your reaction when you saw the Cardinals took him at number 34?
Oh man, they got a steal. I've been fortunate to coach some pretty darn good ones over the years, and Chase being right up there at the top in terms of talent, but also mentality. He's as strong of a player as I've ever coached before. He's as foot quick as I've ever coached, and he is just mean, tough, and nasty. It's everything you want in an O-lineman, man.
How much of the success that you guys are having, A&M had a record 10 players selected in this draft, and you guys are getting commitments from some of the best offensive linemen in the country to come play there now. How much of it is your reputation and the school's reputation for developing these players?
Oh, I think that, Texas A&M, I put a graphic up every time we have a recruit on campus, right? Like the volume of O-linemen that have come out of this place over the years. And it's a pretty special place. And again, I've been fortunate to work with some good ones, and, that doesn't hurt, but I think it's a great place, and, an opportunity to do things at the absolute highest level and compete for championships. That's what everybody wants to do.
When we see Besantis and we see what a good football player he is, what are some of the strengths to you? Because he was very good at not allowing a sack. He's very good in the run game. What stood out to you about his play?
Yeah, he is as strong as they come, and his play strength jumps out right away, right? When he runs into other people, they move, and if they run into him, he doesn't move. He's got elite foot quickness. He's going to cover people up in a big old hurry. He's going to get to the second level in a big hurry. And then he loves playing the game, right? He's one of those football junkies. He's like, I said this to a lot of scouts and O-line coaches around the league that called me through the whole process. I said, if you looked at my text chat history with Chase Besantis, it would be almost exclusively him texting me a screenshot of a clip or a video from his phone of the video he's watching on his iPad or on his TV saying, hey, what did I do? What can I do better here? What did I miss or whatever? He's just a football junkie. He's doing it all the time, and that's really all that matters in his life outside of his family. And when you got all that talent and you throw that on top of it, he's going to be pretty darn successful.
Adam Cushing, who's the offensive line coach at Texas A&M, is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. You mentioned his strength. Certainly not your job to be around these guys all the time, but certainly a lot of the time. Were you in the room when he squatted 705 pounds, as is the legend, and is the legend true, Adam? Did he squat 705 pounds?
I was in the room, and the legend is true. It's something to see because of how fast he moved it. I mean, you see some of these guys, and sometimes you see some of these things on Twitter, and a guy gets down to the bottom of the squat, and it takes him a day and a half to get out of it, and that's still pretty impressive. But he came out of that thing like he was, like he was pulled by a slingshot. I mean, it's just. But that's what he is. I mean, he's that combination of not just quickness, but strength, and that's producing power, and that's what an O-lineman has to do.
I'm trying to imagine 705 pounds on the bar, and I'm just having a hard time picturing that. I mean, let alone a grown man lifting it as quickly as he did, but just 705 pounds of weights on the bar. I don't even know if I can visualize that. I mean, next time I'm at the gym, I might have to put 705 pounds on the bar just to see what it looks like and go, wow, Chase Besantis did that. I didn't know that was possible,
It's going to bend the bar, and it's going to take you a long time to load and unload it. But you're welcome to give it a shot.
I don't know if his gym carries that much weight.
I don't know if they do. I don't know
if they have that much weight available.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the mountainside I go to actually carries that much weight on it. I know. Coach, go ahead, Gambo. Go ahead, Gambo.
Coach, one of the only knock that I saw on him, and I think it's a great pick for the Cardinals. They needed help on the offensive line. He was clearly, in that top 9 best offensive line, because after he went, there was no offensive lineman taken for like 20-something picks. So he was the last of that great bunch of offensive linemen. The knock we seen on him was a high amount of penalties. What can you tell us about that? Is that just a little bit of him being over-aggressive? Because we did see a lot of penalties on his resume.
Yeah, he couple times hands got caught outside for sure. Honestly, there were a couple that I'm an O-line coach, so nobody's ever held anybody ever. But there were a couple even that I thought weren't great calls. There's some that are real, right? But he plays the game so darn fast. And he's just one of those guys. He's going to come off the ball and he's going to be on you. And there were a couple truly like big old plays that came back and truly we got word back that they weren't. They just, sometimes he plays the game so fast at that level that it looks like he's holding you, but he's not, right? He's on people and he's got them under control and in an uncommon way. So, yeah, I mean, certainly a couple times we could have cleaned it up, and, probably my failing as a coach as much as anything. But you're not going to worry about it. What I will tell you is he cares deeply. Like, he comes off to the sideline, and he's pretty upset about it, and he wants to know how to, like, he's the first guy, like, and he's funny, right? His nickname around here is Bully. Right. And so he's funny. He'll grab me by the collar and make sure I've got the iPad. We'll go right to that play. Like he's not letting me get to any other coaching until we get that addressed and fixed,
Adam Cushing, the offensive line coach at Texas A&M, Chase Basantis, his position coach from college, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. You guys played him a little at tackle early in his career, moved him to guard, kept him at guard. He didn't, not a sack allowed, I think, in his last 18 games, if I remember the notes right. Any doubt in your mind that guard is where he belongs? I know the Cardinals pretty much shot down the idea of playing him on the outside, and they want him on the inside of that line. Tell me about that position switch for him and kind of his durability to be in that spot at the NFL level.
Yeah, he's a natural interior player, right? I mean, everybody, gets a lot into the arm length these days, and he doesn't have tackle arm length for the NFL. But he's got elite feet. I mean, to be able to play tackle as a true freshman in this conference is pretty ridiculous in the first place. So he has elite feet. That's what has made him such an unbelievable pass protector and on the inside. And but again, you go back to that power, right? To be able to move, to play inside, you have to line up against enormous human beings, and you have to move them somewhere against their will. And so for his power production, I think he's pretty well suited to play in there. I think he's going to, as he's in the league, I think he's going to develop into the ability to play all three positions because he loves football. He's going to soak it up. And, I know, the coaching staff, that as soon as they put him out there, they're going to see how much he's invested in the thing. And, I think that he'll provide a lot of flexibility to just get the best line out there because he'll be able to play any of those three interior after he's been around the system for a while.
Coach, he's going to be familiar with some of his new teammates. You guys played against Jeremiah Love and Notre Dame in a great game early in the season, and then you played against Carson Beck in Miami. Give me your thoughts, having coached against those players, and what the Cardinals are getting out of those two guys.
Well, you start with Love. My gosh, he's like a highlight film every time he touches the ball. And obviously, our quarterback from Duke had gone on and played there, so I had followed that young man, just following the Notre Dame a little bit the year before, and then so I think he's an exceptional player. I think for the NFL system these days, because he. It's not much of a league unless you're built like Derek. It's not much of a league that's just going to give it to somebody in the backfield 30 times a game anymore. But he can impact the game, out in routes. He can get out and empty and stress the defense a little bit. So I think he's a pretty special player. And then, Carson Beck, I think, went to college for quite a while. Yes. And but at the same time, I don't know that anybody's got the resume he has, right? The success. I know the completion percentage, the efficiency. I mean, that's what what our guys were certainly talking about, right? It's just the efficiency, getting the ball where it needed to go, right? And if you have that level of football intelligence in that league, right, especially if you got some playmakers on the outside, if you can just get the ball where it's supposed to go, that's 95% of it. You got to make some good throws to do it, which he obviously did as well. But, just his decision making. And, I think I saw a stat the other day that he's the only guy that's ever completed over 72% of his passes in 2 different years in college football. And that in itself is just where to put the football. He knows what his reads are. He's got to be highly intelligent and highly experienced. And I think that's going to be, huge for the system.
Coach, we appreciate the time you coming on to talk about Chase the way you did. Best of luck to you guys this season, but not too much luck. I know you've got ASU on the schedule, I think, in week 2. So not too much luck to A&M. But we appreciate you joining us, Coach. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Campbell. Have a great one, man.
Thank you, Coach.
Adam Cushing, Texas A&M's offensive line coach, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Paul Calvisi, Ron Wolfley, Cardinals legend Adrian Wilson, live Thursday, 6 to 7 at Flanker Kitchen at State Farm Stadium for the Big Red Rage. Meet A-Dub, get his take on this year's draft class, win some prizes, and catch it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the local sports leader. When it comes to the Suns, the head says one thing, the heart says another. Which one are you listening to right now? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And it's the Thunder winning for the 12th straight time in the first round. 3 straight sweeps under head coach Mark Daigneault, and it sends the Suns home 4-0. The final tonight, 131-122. Again, the Suns were more competitive than they had been in the previous 3 games. They just could not find a way to knock off the defending champ.
What's next for the Suns? We discuss, and you can watch it on YouTube. Read about it on ArizonaSports.com and listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Here in Arizona, water is part of everyday life, but it comes with real risk. I'm Andy Wilder with the YMCA, and water safety is something none of us can afford to take lightly. Drowning is the #1 cause of unintentional death for children under 4. Arizona ranks near the top nationally for these tragedies. What makes it even harder is that drowning is silent. There's no yelling, no splashing. In just 2 seconds, a child can slip below the water unnoticed. The good news is, this is completely preventable. At the YMCA, we know that children who complete formal swim lessons are 88% less likely to drown. But safety doesn't stop at the pool. It includes barriers like pool fencing, alarms, locked gates, and most importantly, constant supervision. When it comes to kids in water, 2 seconds is too long.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Lots of work for the Phoenix Suns to do this offseason, which starts now. We'll get into it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Tip jar?
Love's in Jeopardy. Greg Kinban?
Yeah, I'll tip
Sure.
jar. I'll tip jar the Greg Kinban. I thought Gambo would too. I think he has in the past. Throw some shekels into the jar for that. Yeah.
Not my favorite song by him, but
no, but
decent.
Still, decent. Yeah, decent.
At least their love's not in Daily Double.
That's true.
The breakup song is his best song.
Yeah, na 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 na. Yeah, that one's pretty good.
Rhyme like that anymore.
Dan Bickley, because now that the Suns season is over, there's going to be, and coming up in the next segment, we're going to talk about some of the decisions facing the Phoenix Suns in the offseason. Now, we still have 2 months to have those conversations, so we have plenty of time to get into that. But while we're still kind of reviewing what we all just experienced and what ended last night with the Suns losing to the Thunder and that series being over, Dan Bickley this morning on ArizonaSports.com. The head is telling you one thing, the heart is telling you something else. And when you look back at the season, the heart is telling you this season is a huge success. They won 45 games. Very few people thought they'd win more than 32 or 33. They had incredible culture change under Dylan Brooks, under Jordan Ott. Colin Gillespie had a breakthrough season, set the franchise record in three-pointers. For 3 months, they were among the best stories in the NBA. They were 30-19 on February 1st. The head tells you something else. They slogged to the finish line. They've lost 10 straight playoff games. They are in no man's land when it comes to the NBA. They're good enough to make the playoffs. They're not good enough to get very far. They need to rebalance the roster. Obviously, Gambo, the answer is both. But for you, what rules when it comes to the 2025-26 Phoenix Suns? The head or the heart?
I think the heart. I think the heart. Because they were never going to win a championship or play in the Western Conference Finals, but I wanted to love the team, right? I wanted to love the team. I wanted to enjoy going to the games, enjoy watching them. I wanted to enjoy talking about them. When a team's really, really bad, like we just had a miserable Cardinal season. I mean, it was torture on Mondays, to come in here and talk to Gannon every Monday after another loss. And so I'm going to say heart because what they did in a short amount of time was build a team that was credible, likable, watchable, a team that you pulled for and rooted for. And so the head is the same. I never expected them to go deep in the playoffs. I knew that there were limitations for how good that they could be. Even with my big lunch bet win, I was still only predicting them to win 40 basketball games. Mm-hmm. So I will say heart over the head every day that ends in Y.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the heart, but I don't know if I'd be an every day that ends in Y kind of guy. In that, I think this one is really, really close. I'm very worried about the team that went 16-23 from February 1st on. I'm very worried about the way they finished, and I know injuries had something, maybe a lot to do with that. that is the team that was the reason why I made that lunch bet with you. The way they played in those last 39 games, basically half the season. And I'm concerned because I'm not sure which one is real moving forward. I'm not sure which one is closer to reality moving forward. The 30-19 team that played their ass off for the first 3 months of the season, or the 16-23 team that when the good teams really started gearing up for the season that matters the most, the Suns were left behind and not playing with a fraction of the effort that they were playing with in those first, 49 games to start the season. I'm going to say the heart, but I'm this offseason, I'm not going to sit here and say, it's the biggest offseason in Suns history. It's not, but it's big. They've got decisions to make, and they've got to change the equation so that the 16-23 team we saw over the last 2 months isn't the one that we're stuck with next year, because that kind of ruins the story, doesn't it?
It's hard to figure out because of the lack of playing time that the guys had together. I think you had it in your email, just the amount of time the big three played together. It is hard to determine whether this is the ceiling, like this is the best that this team could do the way it's constructed. I think they need better players. I mean, I love Oso. He's probably the 9th or 10th best guy on good teams. I love Colin Gillespie. He's better suited to be the 6th man or 7th man on a team than a starter. What was his plus-minus yesterday in that basketball game?
Minus 27. It was minus 27. Despite the fact that he was lights out from three. He was
right,
minus,
but he was a minus 27.
Yeah, right.
They need better players. They need to push these other guys down the roster a little bit, so they need better players. My question would be, and I think I know the answer to this, and I think that this is the ceiling of what this team is capable of as it's constructed. I think they're a playoff team, and they'll get beat the way they're constructed. They need to do more than that. But you could make the argument saying, hey, they didn't play a whole lot together, so maybe the ceiling's a little bit higher.
123 minutes is the number that Doug Haller had in his story. The team's top scorers, Booker, Green, and Brooks, played 123 minutes together during the regular season. Devin Booker spoke on that after the game.
We stuck together as a unit through injuries. I just wish we could get 50 games healthy together before coming into this to, learn in the fire and learn from mistakes. But we kind of had to learn on the fly, and, there's still some good in there.
And while I'm sure it will get better with time, and if those three guys are healthy and they get more minutes than 123, they'll figure out a way to make it work better than it did. I didn't like those 123 minutes. I didn't love how those three guys gelled together, to be honest with you. I think if we're talking about how they're going to get better next year, I think Jordan Ott and his coaching staff has to figure out a better way for those three guys to coexist on the floor at the same time. I didn't really like the mix of the three of them at all, to be honest with you, Gambo.
Okay, but let's talk about this. 123 minutes is about the length of this 2-hour show today.
Yeah.
Okay,
there's not
a lot of time to figure out how to play with each other.
I acknowledge that. I do acknowledge that it's not a lot of time. I thought they better get that time next year, and I'm sure they will get that time. You're right. It isn't a lot of time.
It's the same amount of time as this show is going to last today. That's how long they played together. We're doing a short show today, Dbacks, so we're on for 2 hours. That's 120 minutes. They played 123. It's basically the same thing. Mm-hmm. I know you didn't like the time that they spent together, but damn, it
wasn't a lot. It wasn't a lot.
Right. And you didn't have a preseason for them to play in together either.
No, I don't know. Yeah, no, you didn't. I agree with you. I just thought the three of their games, it definitely needs more time to blend because I didn't think it blended very well. OAR is bringing the 3 Decades Tour to Arizona Financial Theater on August 7th. Arizona Sports wants to send you. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for your chance to win tickets. For the first time, we will take a look at the Suns offseason and tell you some of the things on the to-do list. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers, AC Plumbing and Electric. I got my AC tune-up not too long ago from Christian Brothers. They did a phenomenal job for me, helping me as a 3-generation family-owned company over 50 years in the Valley. They've been through every kind of Arizona summer. And their goal with their tune-up is to make sure that your AC unit is going to get you through these next 6 months. We've got 6 months of heat coming. Right after Halloween, it'll break into November. But you want to make sure your AC unit is ready to go for the next 6 months. They are going to check every major component, capacitors, motors, start gear, so you know how your system is performing. They're even going to check the refrigerant levels, the airflow, the coils, the temperature splits, the stuff that keeps your home cool during the hot Phoenix summers. They're techs. They're certified, they're background checked, and they're trained to the highest standards in the state. If you want a real good tune-up and inspection for your AC unit, call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535, just $50. That's 602-222-3535.
Dbacks fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a Dbacks Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Hey, did you hear about that multi-billion-dollar Roundup settlement?
Yeah, it impacts people who are exposed to weed killers at work or at home, even if you just used it in your own yard. Lawsuits claim it causes non-Hodgkin lymphoma, a blood cancer.
But we're not sick, so that doesn't affect us.
But it does. This cancer can take 10 to 15 years to show up.
That's a long time after exposure.
It is, and that's why the settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you get sick, even years from now, you could get $6,000 to $165,000 or more as part of this settlement.
So what's the catch?
If you stay in, you give up the right to sue them later.
Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 1-888-403-8201. If you or a loved one has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, even if they've passed, you must register for benefits. That's weedkillerclass.com. 1-888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
Is your closet overflowing? Your garage packed, but unusable? That's where Space Solutions comes in. We design custom closets, garages, and storage systems that turn wasted space into organized, functional living. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years in a row. Family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home design consultations. Spring appointments are filling fast, so book yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com. That's spacesolutionsaz.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks start a new series in Milwaukee coming up in just about an hour. Also the first game of a 6-game road trip that'll be followed by a visit to the friendly confines in Chicago. Merrill Kelly looking to bounce back here in start number 3 of the season for him. He'll oppose a former Diamondbacks prospect in Chad Patrick. First pitch is at 4:40. Pregame coverage will start at 4 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. A day after Wildcats big man Mo Krivas announced his return for his senior season, Ivan Karchenkov announced the same today. The freshman is officially the second returning starter for last year's Final Four squad. The Arizona Cardinals announced the signing of 7 rookie free agents, including the Arizona Wildcats starting center this past season, Kaena DeCambra. And a quick peek at teams that can advance in their respective playoffs tonight. First in the NBA, the Celtics look to go and advance. What am I trying to say here? The Celtics host the 76ers. They're currently up 3-1. That one's going to tip off at 4 o'clock. Spurs look to defeat the Trailblazers. That'll tip off at 6:30. Spurs looking to advance to round 2. And then over in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Sabres, they need just one more win over the Bruins. That one is a puck drop at 4:30, while the Ducks can get past the Oilers tonight at 7. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight at 3:33 in the afternoon? The games we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. You've got Diamondbacks baseball coming up. Gambo mentioned it in the last segment. We're a shorter show today because of it. 4:40 first pitch. They're taking on the Brewers. You'll hear the game right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. We make way for pregame coverage about 25 minutes from right now. 3 NBA games on tonight. 2 of them, Gambo, could be elimination games. The Celtics can dispose of Philly at 4. The Spurs can take care of Portland at 6:30. Meanwhile, your New York Knicks are locked into a death match with the Atlanta Hawks. That series is tied 2-2. Game 5 is coming up at 5 o'clock.
How are we feeling about Mitchie Mitch's Nuggets right now?
Mitch, how are we feeling about your Nuggets? Give me the Julius Caesar thumbs up, thumbs down. How are we feeling?
Hold on, let me make sure that... Okay.
Thumbs down. He's not feeling good.
Okay.
He's not feeling good.
Okay.
Gambo
I think they're going
believes
to win the series.
They're going to win the series.
Yeah.
If there is a Game 7, I will watch.
You're not going to watch until there's a Game 7?
No.
Why?
Because I'm a
You're
sore
frustrated?
loser.
You're
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I'm but that's like me. Like, if I know the team's not going to watch, like, I didn't watch a whole lot of that Arizona-Michigan game.
Besides, my folks are in town this weekend. I got other stuff to do.
I cannot believe you two.
Seriously.
Do you know how many losses I've watched my team suffer and gone?
Yeah, no,
I'd
rather just not. watch.
Are you fans? I mean, you watch.
Yeah,
it's what you do.
But just the pain
I'm a fan
that
of
comes
my
with your
hockey
team
team.
losing.
They're just not playing right now.
Wow. All right, you guys are, man.
Sorry, I'm also fascinated by
kind of soft.
Shaq had a samurai-style Atlanta Hawks helmet using Charles Barkley branded dollar bills. It was very confusing.
And distracting, apparently, because I really can't even envision what it is you just described. I can't form a mental picture of it all. That's what's on tonight, the games we're going to watch this evening. There are also NHL playoff games on as well. Matt Ishbia, via social media, released, I don't know if you call it a statement. He just had a quote, "Losing is never easy, but I feel really good today about our team, and I'm already thinking about where we can go from here. I'm so proud of this season and want to thank every single person who made this year possible. The fans, the players, the coaches, the front office. This season introduced a new era of Suns basketball, and we have a lot more work to do, which I am truly excited about, and we are just getting started," close quote.
I think it's worth it for Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory and Jordan Ott and Josh Bartlestein and all the people that are involved to take a moment to reflect on this year and what they accomplished. And it's not where you want to be. It's not close to where you want to be. I mean, you got swept in the first round of the playoffs, but it's a far cry from where you were at this time last year when, the team was about to move on from Beal and Durant, and people were saying it's going to be the worst team in the NBA and they're not going to win 25 games, and the Bill Simmons quote and an Ishbia. So I think it's proper to take a little time to reflect on the successes you had, because there were successes. There were more highs than there were lows. But then you got to get to work, and you got to figure out how to not be in the same spot next year, because that's the ultimate goal, is you got to continue to improve. You don't want to be stagnant. But I do think it is worth it to look back on that and enjoy, because if you don't enjoy it, if you don't enjoy the ride, what good is it? I mean, that was a good season. They ended up with, 4 extra home games? That's a lot of revenue that's going to help the organization.
Sure.
If you figure it's, $1 to $2 million a game probably in revenue, that's a lot of extra revenue with the Portland game, the Golden State game, and the 2 games here that they weren't getting last year. So I do think that they still have a long way to go, but it's good to think back on the accomplishments.
Unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess depending on your point of view, the NBA offseason moves very, very slow until it's time to go, and then it moves very, very quickly. And what I mean is because the playoffs are so long and because it's so early in the process, basically not a whole lot is going to happen. There'll be going to be a bunch of rumors and a bunch of speculation, but not a lot is going to happen until the finals are done and we get closer to the draft and teams start roster building. So there will be plenty of time to get into what the Suns are going to do this offseason, the decisions they have to make, and things like that. Some of the surface level ones involve Mark Williams, who's going to be a restricted free agent. That's obviously a big one. Jordan Goodwin and Colin Gillespie, who are both going to become unrestricted free agents. Colin today spoke about very much wanting to stay in Phoenix. Here's what he said about that.
Yeah, it hasn't changed. I still want to be here, and the front office knows that. Everybody knows that in the building, so I'm sure we'll figure it out when that time comes.
And then perhaps an extension for Dylan Brooks, who's going to be going into the final year of his 4-year, $80 million contract next season. That could also be something that gets addressed this offseason. And that's just the surface level stuff. That's not even getting into, come on Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, more playing time, a trade of Royce O'Neal, a trade of Grayson Allen. Do you explore Jalen Green, or do you want to give him another look and see how it works? Because as we mentioned, only 123 minutes. That's kind of the deeper stuff. The surface level stuff is Mark Williams, Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, and what you're going to do with those 3 guys. Those are the immediate decisions that need to be made.
Yeah, I think they'd like to bring back Goodwin. They'd like to bring back Colin. The one I just don't know about, and I think early on I think they wanted to bring him back, was Mark Williams. But the way the season ended and the injury histories in the past, but they weren't good enough with Oso and Malawach. So Malawach wasn't ready to help the team win this year. He just wasn't. I know people wanted to see him, but he wasn't ready to help the team win. He's 19 years old, and he was lost out there at times. So do you bring back Mark and then go one more year with him and then trade him? I'm not sure what they'll do with that. There's a certain amount of they only have 1 pick in the draft.
Yep.
It's the 47th pick in the draft. They've got a projected salary of $184 million. Their free agents are Colin, Mark, Goodwin, Coffey, Bouye, Brea, and Isaiah Livers. They have the non-tax mid-level available to them, which is $15 million, and the biannual available to them. They can trade 2 first-round draft picks on draft night. I hope they don't do that, but they could do it. So there's some avenues to get better, Bernsey. There are some avenues to get better. Not as many as you'd like, but it's not like there's none out there.
No, they've got some avenues, and they've got certainly some things to explore. And as Matt said in his tweet, they've got a lot of options to try to figure out. The one I would hope, you mentioned him a second ago, come on Malawach. I would agree with you. He was not ready to help the team win basketball games this year. I hope he's ready next year. He was the 10th pick in the draft. He needs to be ready to help them win basketball games next year. It's a non-negotiable at this point. If he's not ready next year to help you win games, I don't know if I care how old he is. He was the 10th pick in the draft a year ago. He needs to help you win basketball games.
What if he's just your backup center and he gets 15 to 20 minutes a game?
That's fine. That's a fine start. That's a fine start for him. But that's the minimum of what he's got to do next year. The bare bones minimum. Agree?
I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah.
At least be the backup.
Anything less than that, and we're going to start wondering whether they missed on that draft pick. Anything less than that. Again, we got a lot of time to talk about this, and we'll probably even dive more into the offseason of the Phoenix Suns because they do have decisions to make and some resources to spend. The warm weather is here. Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes remind you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids around water. To learn about the 5 layers of protection, text SWIM to 620-620. Those Diamondbacks in Milwaukee starting a series against the Brew Crew. A revenge outing for the Brewers pitcher? We'll explain next on Burns and Gambo.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks Dbacks baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Has been helping people with mortgage needs for 3 generations here. 30 years, family owned, from Stan Lund to Lisa Lund and Matt Oliver. The Lund Mortgage Team has been the go-to for many Arizona families when it comes to their mortgage needs. Refinancing new home loans, getting pre-approved for a mortgage, it's what they do. What separates them is they're not an 800 number in another state just trying to get you on a call and off the call quickly and move on. They're about making sure you get the right mortgage for you. A lot of people are purchasing homes right now, getting out of renting, getting out of their mom's basement, purchasing a home. Did you know the Lund Mortgage Team can pre-approve you for a mortgage for free? Yeah, for free. That way you could start looking at nobody wants to go look at a house, and the seller obviously doesn't want to try to sell you if you're not even pre-approved for a mortgage. The last thing they want to do is tie up all their time into selling you a house, and then you're not qualified to buy the house. That's a big waste of time. So pre-approval is a must. The Lund Mortgage Team will get you pre-approved for free. Call them at 623-889-0130 for any and all of your mortgage needs. That's 623-889-0130.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hello?
Hey, sis. Got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsburg.com.
To hydrate or caffeinate? Why not both? New Sonic Refreshers blend real fruit with a splash of energizing green tea. Try it sparkling or still in 3 mouthwatering flavors: berry citrus, mango peach, or strawberry passion fruit. You've earned it. Seriously. Carried all your groceries in one trip? Turned your clothing pile back into a treadmill? Parallel parked on the first try? Sip to that. All new Sonic Refreshers. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey everybody, Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for making service simple. What can customers expect?
What's up, Dave? We are knocking it out of the park with service. This is the largest tire sales event we have ever had in history. Buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
Did I hear you right? Any make, any brand?
That's right, Dave.
And don't forget, you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $279 a month for 36 months. So schedule your service or shop online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do it like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Diamondbacks baseball is coming up here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. The opener of a 3-game series against the Milwaukee Brewers. The opener of a 6-game, what could end up being a very important road trip for the Diamondbacks, and we'll explain why here in just a moment as they're taking on the Chicago Cubs. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know, the Window Depot is more than just windows. We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindow.depot.com. For the Milwaukee Brewers, 14-13 on the season. Former Diamondback Chad Patrick, the 27-year-old right-handed pitcher, 1-1 with a 2.35 ERA. He gets the start today. Merrill Kelly, his third start of the season, Gambo. The righty is 1-1 with a 9.31 ERA. He goes for the 15-12 Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, Patrick's coming off his worst outing of the season. He's been good, he had a good ERA. The thing with him is he doesn't go very deep in the game. He's had 5 starts and only twice has he completed 5 innings pitched. So he hasn't been able to go very deep in the games. The thing that just worries me the most about Merrill, you mentioned the ERA at 9.31, but Burns, I know you're a whip guy.
I am.
That whip, 2.28.
That's not good, Gambo. That's a lot of base runners. That's a lot of traffic out there, Merrill.
That's a lot of traffic. The walks and hits per inning pitched is at 2.28. So that's your matchup. We're looking for Merrill to get on track today. He's had a lot of success against Milwaukee in the past. Hopefully he'll get a good game today.
Chad Patrick was traded by the Diamondbacks to the A's for Jace Peterson back at the 2023 deadline. Last year in 120 innings for the Brewers, he posted a 3.53 ERA. This year he's been pretty good. He's been really good. 2.35 ERA for the Milwaukee Brewers. Part of a Milwaukee team that pitches very well. They've got the 5th best starters ERA in Major League Baseball. They've got the 8th best overall ERA in baseball. Offensively, not so much. 14-13 record. They had a 4-game losing streak. They broke it by winning their series finale against the Pittsburgh Pirates. But this matchup and the one against the Cubs, these are 2 teams, Gambo, the Diamondbacks are fully expected to compete with for National League wild card spots. These become very important series, even though they're coming at the end of April.
No, there's no question. Milwaukee's actually made the playoffs 7 times in the last 8 years.
Yeah.
Not off to a great start this year. They're only 8-7 at home. And the Diamondbacks are a pretty good road team. The Dbacks are 6-6. Now, they're without some key players, Jackson Chourio and their first their outfielder, and Andrew Vaughn, their first baseman. Those guys have been out, should be coming back soon, but they're without a couple of key guys. They've got a great starting rotation, like you mentioned with the ERA, but they're without a couple of key players, and they haven't been great so far this year. They've struggled a little bit offensively.
Christian Yelich is another one. He's on the 10-day IL with a groin injury. He's going to be out until mid to late May. So, yeah, they are certainly missing their guys. That's a nice segue into today's injury report, and it's brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Looking at the Diamondbacks starting lineup today, I can tell you right now that the bad news is that Geraldo Perdomo is not in it. The good news is that Jose Fernandez is. He's hitting 5th. He's hitting 6th, pardon me, and playing at shortstop. The other good news is I did see some video from Steve Gilbert of MLB.com of Perdomo taking grounders at shortstop. Torrey didn't seem to think Perdomo was going to be out very long, and he was certainly going to be able to avoid an IL stint. Haven't heard anything new about Zach Gallen. Maybe we'll get more information about that from Steve Zinsmeister. I also can tell you that Adrian Del Castillo, Gambo, who had that finger dislocation in Mexico City, he is back in the lineup tonight. He's the designated hitter. He's batting 5th for the D-backs.
Yeah, Del Castillo, and we've seen contributions from him and Tim Tawa. We've seen Fernandez play well. Can't say enough about Ildemaro Vargas. A lot of guys that you probably weren't counting on have done a great job of carrying the Arizona Diamondbacks this year.
There's no question about it, to the point where Ildemaro Vargas, and why not, he's the National League Player of the Week. His numbers are incredible. If he had enough at-bats to qualify, he'd be the National League leader, Major League Baseball leader in several categories. He is batting leadoff today for the D-backs. It's Vargas, Marte, Carroll. Vargas is over at first. Vargas, Marte, Carroll, Gurriel Jr., Del Castillo, Fernandez, Arenado, Thomas, and McCann is the lineup tonight. supporting Merrill Kelly and trying to even things out a little bit with his record. So certainly injury-wise, we'll see about Perdomo and all of that. MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. Diamondbacks are 15-12, third place in the National League West. Milwaukee Brewers 14-13, and to Gambo's point, not off to a great start. They're in last in the NL Central, despite the fact that every team in that division is above 500. Gambo's got a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
Dbacks keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Because they don't hit home runs, the Milwaukee Brewers have not hit a home run in 7 straight games. They've got 1 home run in their last 11 games. The 7 straight is their longest drought since 1999. Because they don't hit home runs, they play a lot of small ball. The Milwaukee Brewers lead the major leagues in stolen bases with 36. Turang has 7. David Hamilton has 5. Brandon Lockridge has 5. Garrett Mitchell has 5. Joey Ortiz has 4. Jake Bowers has 3. They just love to take the extra base. So if you're Merrill Kelly and his pitching staff, got to do a good job of holding runners on and be careful, because they're going to try to win with small ball because they do not hit home runs. They look to steal bases. Their 36 stolen bases lead the major leagues. They like to run. That's the key, stopping that run game.
Yeah, that is a good key. 24th in batting average in Major League Baseball are the Milwaukee Brewers. That's going to do it for us. Diamondbacks pregame coverage is coming up next. We're going to see you tomorrow straight up 2 o'clock right here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to Dbacks on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Warner, our guest this morning. What do you think of the Cardinals' plan, and what do you think of Carson Beck as a prospect?
I really liked Carson's tape. He played in a lot of big games. He understands how to play the position. He actually was working out with my son, EJ, during this process, and EJ was telling me how smart he was, how good he was in the room, and a student of the game, which to me is, just as important as anything else. So there's a lot to like about Carson Beck. To me, the question just becomes, does he have that something extra?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Right now, when you order in the Sonic app, you get a $0 delivery fee. So you can try the new Sonic All-American Smasher or the Sonic All-American Bacon Smasher with 0 delivery fee, 0 leaving the house, 0 interacting with strangers, and 0 changing out of sweatpants. Get $0 delivery fee in the Sonic app, only for a limited time. Live free, eat Sonic.
Exclusions apply. Taxes and service fees extra. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
If you want to live free, yeah.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Surprise. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, flooring, and more. Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 5 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Baseball fans know a rally is one of the game's greatest moments. But in real life, some comebacks take more than determination. After a brain injury, the road back can feel like the longest inning. That's where Barrow Neurological Institute steps in. With advanced neurorehabilitation, Barrow specialists help patients rebuild strength, regain independence, and return to the life they love. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be.
With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Save $10 on a pair of Bosch Focus wiper blades. Our professional parts people will even install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
That is a high fly ball out to deep right field. Carpenter going back. He is at the track. He is out of room. It is gone.
Arizona Diamondbacks Baseball. Brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort has one premier loyalty experience, Salt River Rewards. Join and get up to $25 in free play. Visit saltriverrewards.com to get started. Avnet, your hometown partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. By Jeep. Hurry in for the Jeep Declaration of Deals. Jeep, there's only one. And by Morgan & Morgan. Dbacks BP Show.
The road trip continues as the Snakes return stateside. Welcome to the Dbacks BP Show as the Arizona Diamondbacks prepare for a 3-game series in Milwaukee against the Brewers. My name is Steve Zinsmeister with our producer and engineer Leo Gilmartin, and our technical director is Ali Narini. Now, I think we can call Mexico City and the series there a success, not only because the environment was great by all accounts, but the Diamondbacks, they split the series. They won the finale in dramatic fashion, a comeback after being down 6-0. They scored 11 unanswered runs, just an outpouring of offense. So the D-backs, they are getting the train back on the tracks, and they carry some momentum with them into this continuation of the 3-city trip now in Milwaukee. So let's talk very briefly about the challenge in front of them. That is the Brewers, who are 14-13, but sit at the bottom of the NL Central. But don't get it twisted. This is still a good team. They're very well coached. They've got manager Pat Murphy. They've won the division each of the last 3 years. So even though they have moved on from some good players and they look a little bit different this year, you cannot overlook a series against the Brewers. And for that reason, coming up, we'll go out to Milwaukee and check in with longtime big league pitcher and D-backs analyst Tom Candyotti. We'll get into his thoughts on Ildemaro Vargas and his outbreak, and then where this team is as they begin the series. All of that next on the Morgan & Morgan D-backs Radio Network.
Spend Mother's Day at Chase Field when the D-backs take on the New York Mets. The first 15,000 moms get a Mother's Day jersey courtesy of Dignity Health. Visit dbacks.com.
Every team needs a closer, someone you trust when the game's on the line. At Morgan & Morgan, we've got a deep bullpen and winning streak. Because when a case gets tough, you want someone ready to close. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm and proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Arizona Lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm saving to buy a new car, but with rent and my other expenses, it's hard to stick to a budget. To help me plan, I signed up for budget billing with APS. They average out my payments over the years, so I pay about the same every month, which is a big help. Oh, don't break down yet.
Do you want an easier way to plan? Let's talk about budget billing. Seasonal highs and lows are evened out, giving you a more predictable payment. Learn more about all your options at aps.com/let's talk.
Honeywell Aerospace Technologies is proud to partner with the Arizona Diamondbacks to support STEM education in Arizona schools through the Future Shaper STEM Grants program. 10 schools will receive $5,000 each to fund STEM projects that inspire students and teachers. Are you looking for a rewarding career? Do you want to work for a company that is positively impacting the world through cutting-edge aerospace technology and community engagement? If so, Honeywell Aerospace Technologies is the place for you. Visit www.honeywell.com/careers to check out all of the career opportunities and learn how to become a Future Shaper. And go Diamondbacks!
This is Dave Pash. Staying on top of my health is vital for everything I do. And as a sports broadcaster, I'm on the road a lot. However, I make doctor's appointments and health screenings a top priority in my life